people watch me and they see the come up, like, you feel me? I never faked it, ever. You know what I'm saying? When I was down, I was down. As I'm coming up, I'm coming up.
Great John on the beat, by the way.
Look, niggas playing disrespect. We gon' catch them, we gon' do it to them. Niggas derbies be the facts. I'ma show them, I'ma prove it to them. Still ducking courts in the DA. Look, niggas gon' see how we play. In the spots where my music on replay. Always lit for the DJ. Giving out shots, nigga, who won it? The game on lock, they know who run it. 2-3 shots. 2-3 shots, how the crew run it. When the circle winning. Please don't confuse the business with the sinning. Bend the corner, get to spinning. Please do not try to beef him without chicken. She wanna dance and shit. But I do not dance, I told Chops. Ooh, hold on. They know my timing with no clock. And we ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. We ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. I broke her back in the Maybach. Shorty horny, she told me to lay back. Love my style, so they rate that. Run up on me, I'm pushing the whip back. She just gon' let me hit it, cause she heard about me. Heard I'm getting money, that's facts. Bitch, we the littest niggas in the city. We don't gotta brag up on it, that's that. Checking the sound, they know I started it. She wanna hang like an ornament. We gon' get more than it. She expensive, so I'm affording it. Now tell them niggas get up with me. Niggas hot and niggas iffy. We be bringing out the city. We be bringing out the bitty. She wanna dance and shit. But I do not dance, I told Chops. Ooh, hold on. They know my timing with no clock. And we ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. We ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. She wanna dance and shit. But I do not dance, I told Chops. Ooh, hold on. They know my timing with no clock. And we ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. We ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. Earn it up to you, understand? You know what's going on over here? I don't think you understand what's going on over here.
Y'all stay free! Y'all stay set! Free!
Great John on the beat, by the way.
Stop playing like you niggas don't know what's up. Look for ops, turn them into blunts. Instagram making niggas tough. I be chillin', but niggas know what's up. Why they moving like they forgot the drills? Hopping out, Cuzzo got the wheel. Catch him clapping, walking down the kill. Do him dirty, leave a nigga ill. If I don't got it, then I rob it still. Coppers on me, know I keep it still. Niggas fake, but these bullets real. Think you sick, I leave a nigga ill. I don't like to argue with you niggas. I be tryna barbecue you niggas. On your ass, stalking all you niggas. Bullying and bothering you niggas. Why the fuck these thoughts in my brain? Do a hit, but I got a name. Fuck it, it's a risk I wanna take. On my soul, I do it for the gang. Couple of them, I ain't get the bun. When I catch them, I'ma send them up. Plenty Glocks, I don't need a beam. 30 shots when he use like 2 or 3. I heard these niggas putting on an act. Since a younger nigga, I've been drilling niggas. Yeah, they know that's a fact. You was playing GTA, I was taking niggas off the map. If you bitches hanging with them niggas on God, all you bitches clap. I ain't showing no remorse. I ain't taking nothing back. Free SG, free now. Wait, can't wait till my niggas back. Free Billy Kid, niggas know what's up. That's my blah, blah, blah. Niggas know the vibes when they see my face. It's a blah, blah, blah. Look, this is not a song, nigga. That's word to my mother. Every day a nigga wake up tryna put a sick thick feet on the back.
John on the beat, by the way.
Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
Don't play with your life, little nigga. We don't make a man shoot at my command. Strap up, we don't fight, little nigga. You get shot tonight, you could die tonight. We moving real dice for niggas. Look, windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till it's spike for niggas. Windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till I spark. to that blast. Don't get caught up forgetting your past. Don't come stroll on this block like we won't do it to you. Don't stroll on this block like you pass. Niggas soft, they don't come around, nigga. Head down when they come around, niggas. Shots off when we come around, nigga. With a bunch of clowns,
Put some
niggas.
respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
I'ma need all that power, that money. Don't move funny, cause we get to off and shit. Sick will on the line, he coughing grips. One lift from this, don't leave a mess, should've leave a pit. One lift from this, should've do him bad. No cooler, we hit your ass. Come through carrying text like we in the lab. Like we in the lab. Let's talk about money. Look, talk about money, got checks coming in. Whole lot of bricks, like my shot hit the rim. Money all in the duck like you stepped on my Timbs. Told the Lord I repent for my sins. Never talk what I did. Still I will never talk what I saw. Still I will never talk to the Lord.
Great Sean on the beat, by the way.
I'll be on there a minute, yo. Not that, you know, I'm killing it with the curiosity or whatever. I'm just booting up the computer and shit. So give me a minute, I'll be on.
Breaking news. The said some rapper put on social media. Shot at who? Ain't no motherfucker shot at us.
Damn, Ben Mark shot this too?
I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. The hate be so real, the love be fake. Be bumping they gums and bumping my tape. Don't go against me, they ask for my help. Go get out your feelings and get it yourself. Might got the same shoes, but you ain't gon' step. That shit that you just put out, you could've kept. Yup, she got a nigga, he got a shirt. Why? You can't compete when you can't compare. Here. She ate the dick through my underwear. Got up and got herself out of there. I see they put me on memes and things. Don't speak on my life without knowing the real. 8 figures a year, what it cost me to live. Don't hold it, just say what you feel. But watch your mouth before I fly at your bitch. To a place that she didn't know exist. Mediterranean water my wrist. Keeping them pissed how I'm talking my shit. 6-figure check for a show, man, I'm lit. Let's celebrate in my bag legit. These niggas with me with whatever I'm with. Didn't know who did it, got everybody hit. Bitch, I don't like niggas, I don't like bitches, I don't like nobody. We can get gangster, we can keep it cordial. How you wanna go back? How you wanna do it? I don't backtrack, man, fuck that. I don't miss nobody. I don't miss nothing. Left it on scene, I ain't right back. I don't trust nobody. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. These bitches will cry and be lying in your face. Slicker than us, gotta know how they play. If the money wasn't straight, you wouldn't be here today. Ain't it, man? Sure know what to say. You ain't me, so it's hard to relate. What? How much cash I fuck off every day? Big bag. Don't play with me, baby, go play with your pussy. You see them in person, these niggas be shookin'. $100, it cost you a Quavo to book me. I'm worth it, the proof in the pudding. Surrounded by bitches. I'm looking like William, but they ain't my girlfriends. Bro, I'ma spin on your block back to back when they finish. It look like the world end. I ain't asked for it, they did it to me. What? Niggas exposing their hands for free. Get caught in the middle, that's bullseye. Get it too. You got hit, but we were targeting heat. Popping my shit with a capital P. SRT, red eye, red key. Might be ugly, but my bitch pressure. She ain't even sneeze, but still I bless her. I don't like niggas, I don't like bitches, I don't like nobody. We can get gangster, we can keep it cordial. How you wanna go back? How you wanna do it? I don't backtrack, man, fuck that. I don't miss nobody. I don't miss nothing. Left it on scene, I ain't right back. I don't trust nobody. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck
it. Celebration in Las Vegas.
Big L, rest in peace. Rest in peace.
I mess with this. One of the best yet. We've got it. You can feel the realness in this business of rap. Go ahead.
Fresh out the gate again, time to raise the stakes again. Fatten my plate again. Y'all cats know we always play to win. G&G to the stars, son. Haters took this shit too far, son. So that's all for you. I'm wiping out your whole team. Ow, splatter your dreams with lyrics to shatter your schemes. The badder you seem, the more lies you tell. The more lies you shout. Now by surprise you fell into my death trap, right into my clutches. Stupid, you know the God must bless every single mic he touches. I've suffered just so I can return harder. Wanna be the shit starter, fuck around, make you a martyr. I'll make you famous, turn around and make you nameless. Cause you never understood how vital to me this rap game is. Save it and hold that, you catch a hot one. Rhymes to chase a fake nigga down soon as I spot one. Clip. Do you wanna mess with this? Gangstar, one of the best yet. I'm nice like that. It's all good in this business of rap. Full clip. Do you wanna mess with this? Gangstar, one of the best yet. I'm nice like that. It's all good. So I suggest you take a rest. So if you stand in my way, I'ma have to spray. Learn that if you come against me, son, you're gonna have to pray. Since back in the day I held the weight and kept my head up. They wanna see the guard catch a L, it's all a setup. I give no man a thing power over me. Why these niggas so jealous and looking sour over me? I'm bolder, G. I'm like impossible to stop. I'm like that nigga in the ring with you, impossible to drop. I'm like 2 magazines fully loaded to your 1. Plus I ain't gonna quit spitting till you're done. Plus, more than ever, I got my whole shit together. More than a decade of hits that'll live forever. Catch a rep of my name, you're bound to fry. Know how many niggas that I know that's down to die. We never fail, and we ain't never been frail. You niggas talk crime, but you scared of jail. Full clip. Do you wanna mess with this? Gangstar, one of the best yet. I'm nice like that. It's all good in this business of rap. Full clip. Do you wanna mess with this? Gangstar, one of the best yet. I'm nice like that. It's all good. So I suggest you take a rest. Attacking like a slick Apache. Lyrics are trigger happy. Blowing back your wig piece just for the way you're looking at me. Cock back, blow. I hit you up right now. I don't know why so many y'all wanna be thugs anyhow. Face the consequence of your childish nonsense. I can make your head explode just by my lyrical content. Get you in my scope and metaphorically snipe ya. I never liked ya. I gas that ass and then ignite ya. The flamethrower. Make your peeps afraid to know ya. How many times I told ya? Play your position, small soldier. My heart is colder. Makes me wanna resort to violence. Stop beating me in the head, son. Nah, I'm not buying it. I'm ready to blast. Ready to surpass and harass. I'm ready to flip. Yeah, and ready to dip with all the cash. I hold my chrome steady with a tight grip. So watch your dome already, cause this one might hit. Full clip. Do you wanna mess with this? Gangstar, one of the best yet. I'm nice like that. It's all good in this business of rap. Full clip. Step into my zone, mad rhymes will stifle ya. Lines like rifles go blast when I kick some. A lot of rappers be like one-time wonders. Couldn't say a fly rhyme if there was one right under their noses. I hate those motherfucking poses, but I'm so real to them it's scary. And with my unique skills, nah, you can't compare me. And no, we don't make whack tracks. And all the suckers get pushed back when I'm kicking real facts. I represent, set up shit like a tent boy. You're paranoid cause you're a son like Elroy. And you'd be happy as hell to get a record deal. Maybe your soul you'd sell to have mass appeal. Oh yes, I'm greater than all MCs. When I breeze, give me room please. I be like fascinating when I be updating. Cutting off whack kids, pulling their trump cards. I thump hard and make them say that I'm God. Be pretending they're hardcore. Never know the meaning of. But I get props like a slogan, and no man could ever try to diss when I kicks my jam. Lyrically deaf and connecting, complete mic wrecking. No double checking, vocals kill like weapons. But if I have to, I go all out with no mic. Yeah, that's right, cause I survive mad fights. And for my peeps, I truly care. Cause without some of them, I wouldn't be here. And they all know how I feel. The suckers be like playing themselves to have mass appeal. facts. Just like baggy slacks, I'm crazy hip-hop. Check 1, 2, and you don't stop. Your head'll bop when I drop my crop of pure bomb. Just like the seashore, I'm calm and wild with my monotone style. Because I don't need gimmicks. Give me a fly beat and I'm all in it. Word is born, I go on and on. For you it's tragic, I got magic like horns. So I'ma end this lecture and I bet ya those who kick dirt in due time, I'm gonna get ya. Cause I be kicking the rear while they be losing the race trying to chase mass appeal.
What up, guys? What up, you three? Sorry, man, I'm making a text real quick, and I'll be with you. So, you know, I'll play one more song, and then we'll get to the fuckery and bullshit, and I don't know. I'll talk to myself for a few hours while you guys hang out, you know? How's that sound? Good? Cool.
Yeah. It's overdue right here. Y'all know what it is. The dead is gone, the world welcomes newborns. 1,000 rookies are sworn in uniform. No applications for snitches, niggas, but you can join. Just get your coins and start dropping dime. Superiority, I can stop time, and I am the minority, so who can knock mines? Purposely placed here on purpose to shine. Home purchase, door furnace, my concerns is to grind. Get some M's, then get in the wind and transfer all U.S. currency for yen. A few friends, few next to kin. Yes, it's true, I flew through in that fluorescent Benz. Showroom shopping, copping rims, I'm top 10. Niggas can't respect my pen. Survived in 2 droughts, 2 separate games. So I shout, who a slouch? Get out my lane. My homie's home, he did 10 and change. So we set up in Tony Rome's and I picked at his brain. I explained it's bigger gain than just street nigga fame. Them same thoughts I fought like Sugar Shane. Reaching the next chapter, life after I mastered. Fucking fresh to dress these little bastards.
For the range doors on the truck. The European stitch strong in the guts. My nigga M3's doors lifting up. Fresh sick with dough, goddamn berry bitches going off the dust. And the cranberry 6 going off the guts. Light pink, heavy wrists going off the cuts. Acting like a steady bitch, knowing you a slut. And after we get finished, mine knowing you gon' cut, and you knowing I'm in the truck. And deep dishing it. 5s and 6, the kid keep kicking shit. Pies and bricks, the kid keep flipping shit. I insist to stack and see different shit. Bubble face your paw with sea fish in it. Bubble break, Panars, McLean kitted shit. And duffel bags by Gooch. The white double stitch on the whore, that's Emilio Pooch. Flow rivers in the booth and I'm speaking the truth. So listen up, young niggas, cause I'm speaking profuse. Yeah.
The bigger it is, nigga, the harder it falls. Nigga scared that level, nigga, give us the ball. Listen to this, man. I want y'all to listen real close and real careful, man. Very seldom is niggas born with all the 5 senses. The 5 senses are, now listen to this and listen to this shit close. Cause this one is a nigga is a last level.
Sorry, man, I'm just taking care of one last thing. I'll be on like literally less than a minute.
On here, I got scars. That's why when I walk without it.
That's cool, man.
Great Sean on the beat, by the way.
You know what I mean? And when you broke, people gonna look at you funny, you feel me? They're not gonna believe you what you saying now. You get your money up, now everybody like, yeah, bro, I've been telling you, yeah, nah, nigga.
Look,
get that money up.
I ain't got a cap, I ain't got a flex, I ain't got a stunt. I let niggas know. If he disrespect, then he gotta. If he disrespect, then he gotta go. Why you keep a pole? Cause I can't go. Run up on him still, let him things go. I told brother, woke up on him, do him dirty. Louis got a 30, he'll get you buried. Hit him in his back since he tryna run, huh? Leave him on his front, I ain't tryna laugh, I ain't tryna joke. Niggas talking blunt, niggas getting smoked. Drilling with a mask, never leave a witness, Niggas know who did it, bitch, I'm a star, diamonds on the pennant, Guess how much it costs, I could get you wet all around the coast. I could get you picked, you don't need a fro, or them up a catch. Rich below on my fingers, said I'm a best, love the way I dig it. Ain't never switched up on the bros, ain't never slipped up, never told. I ain't never pillow talk with these hoes, ain't never diss a op, I ain't scold. Bet they see me now screaming, that's me. Like, they go Chef G, niggas stealing flows, I'ma need it back. Diss me in the soul, niggas getting clapped, put that on the set, tatted on my neck. Like, shoot the gang, got him, murder your dad, you don't want no problems. Tell him to spin, you know where to find us. Looking for a mini money mo, wondering which one gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go, wondering which one gonna have to look. Looking for a mini money mo, wondering which one gonna have to go. One gonna have to go, wondering which one.
Alright, let's get this bitch started. Play a real intro, and it's a short one. And let's get to whatever the fuck we gotta get to, shall we? So you just listen to a bunch of bullshit, but yeah, here's a 2.5 minute intro, and let's get to the bullshit, shall we? Lyrics are always important, man. Pay attention to them lyrics.
Ain't even too much talking to do, cause you might be an informant anyway. I ain't with the small talk, I let the tequila do it. Bulletproof the Porsche like Tony, I let the dealer do it. Cracking the hoopty that needed the power steering fluid. They just had to pass it off to me, I was like, yeah, I do it. They ain't never did what I done, so don't compare them to it. Quiet while I'm up in the kitchen, I put the care into it. Bars don't depreciate, my shit just decapitate. Streets know what it is, so go on with your accolades. This is for the underprivileged that call hell home. Trump gave them 1,200, Obama gave him cell phones. My man got a quarter, he was getting shorter. They hit him with another one, I'm scared to tell his daughter. Shit is getting crazy, drug game is out of order. This fentanyl, pills, or this K2 in this water. Not the money you save, the money that you run through. Damn shame, but I guess that's what it's come to. They run the game, huh? I guess that's what it's come to. Followers and likes, I guess that's what it's come to. Stars overnight, I guess that's what it's come to. But when that money run out, guess who they run to? Beefing on the internet, I guess that's what it's come to. Captions and comments, guess that's what it's come to. Whole lot of nonsense, that's what it's come to. Fake change, damn shame, that's what it's come to. As far as rappers go, kill a few, teach a few. I'm in a digital space that's unreachable. I got a eulogy written out for each of you. You know exactly just who the fuck I'm speaking to. This ain't music that's made to stand on the couch, boy. This is something that real niggas can vouch for. He ain't get one kite, he got a dime in. His paperwork ain't right, he gotta sign in. This is a real conversation, don't even chime in. Niggas always go wrong cause they don't read the fine print. But when the money run out, guess who they run to? Damn shame, but I guess that's what it's come to. What?
I guess that's what it's come to. Goddamn fucking mute button. Let me make sure everything's all set settings wise. I guess that's what it's come to. So what's up? What's up, lurkers? Lurkers, haters, few contemplators. You know, depending on tonight and the participation or the interaction, man, we get some interesting topics tonight. What can I say? I'm in a mood. I'm in an interesting mood. Let's just say. I don't know. I'm in one of those intellectual I don't know. I'm in one of those let's just say moods. I don't know. I don't know what you want to call it. But feeling a bit I don't know what I have a couple words or adjectives I could use, but I'm choosing not to use those. I like to use my words and you know, I like the as some people would say, man, and they fucking hate it, man. It's like I'm too subliminal. I'm too broad with my statements and shit. But it's I feel like sometimes when you're you know, you say things in a bit vague way, you tend to gain more perspective or and don't get me wrong, man, that shit's definitely bit me in the ass too, because you know, some people think I'm talking about them when it couldn't have been further from the fucking truth. And then, you know, some people think this and that, and it's like, you know, they jump to conclusions. And god damn, dude, does this fucking place love to jump to conclusions. And conclusions can fucking, you know, pay off or totally fuck you over and fucking, you know, end up biting your hand off or whatever the fuck, you know? So I don't know, man. You don't grab a snake by the tail, because you know, then the head same thing with the shark though, you know, I guess. Believe it or not, sharks are made of cartilage and shit. So they're very flexible and shit. So, you know, so you know, be wary, man. Be wary. That's why I think, you know, I don't know, it's you know, just thinking about a lot of things today, man. A lot of things. Had a lot of things going on. Thinking about family, thinking about, you know, Machiavelli, thinking about friends, thinking about people who, you know, generally live their lives in the paranoid state of I mean, what, you know, who you know, really wants to live their life in a state of constant paranoia or suspicion, you know? And listen, man, that's I wish you know, I I mean, you know, it depends, man. It's you know, once I you know, catch something or I'm made aware of something, that's when, you know, my feelers come out, and you know, I become more conscious or aware of people's actions and motives and shit like that. You know what I mean? But it's like I unfortunately I give some people the too much of the benefit of the doubt type thing, where it's like I don't have my guard up as much as I should. But it's like, now that's to be said. Like, it's like, if you know you're playing I don't know what else to call it, but like, let's just call it, you know, the game. Like, let's say, you know, you're doing criminal shit or whatever, right? So it's like, all right, so you're already fucking you're aware of you know, the stakes, the rules, and the way shit is. But it's like in everyday life, I don't know, man. It's like, unless, you know, I'm it's like sometimes, you know, you're not even aware that you're playing a game or you're part of a game, so to speak. And you know, people are trying to run game on you. And you know, plotting or constantly scheming or just in general I don't know. Like I said, man, it's like sometimes when people will, you know, fish for information or try to, you know, ask questions and shit. And now, see, that's where, oh, dude, do I have fun? Like, once I'm aware of something, like, so, like, I don't know. There's a couple people I've caught, like, and I'm not even speaking in general in here. I'm just saying, like, so all right, let's take my brother, for instance, right? This motherfucker thinks he's some psychology expert because he took one class in college and
thinks he's this people reader and shit. And he is the most obvious person in the world when he thinks he's trying to analyze and basically profile someone or ask questions. Like, these people get this look on their face. You know what I mean? It's like this like you're an animal in the jungle, and it's that Jane chick fucking studying the gorillas and shit. It's like they get this look on their face, right? And goddamn, do I fucking I don't know, man. I can't help myself, dude. I will play with these motherfuckers and give them fucking or react in a certain way. Or you notice somebody like trying to study your reaction or the way, you're doing something or telling something or body language and shit. Man, do I fuck with some of these people when I notice that? Like sometimes, like if it's genuine, like, if they're genuinely trying to gauge or something like that. But when it's like, you see somebody trying to, I don't know, gather intel or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Just like, it's not out of concern or, they're trying to tell this, that, and the other, but it's like, yo, they're trying to run game on you. It's like, God damn, I can't help myself. I can't fucking help myself because, it's just like the same thing of like acting ignorant. You know what I mean? Or it's like, I can't tell you how many times I've caught something or somebody, doing something. And instead of, calling it out again, man, it's like, on here, man, I'll play the game. I'll see where it leads. I'll give somebody false intentions or this, that, and the other. And listen, sometimes, most of the time, I'm pretty good at this, that, and the other. Other times, man, I'll tell you what, it's like you think you know somebody and the limits and the what they're willing or how they behave or like it's like how much of a threat somebody might be, right? Or what their real intentions are. What their I guess intentions would be a good term. And every once in a while, man, you get thrown the fuck a curveball that you never seen coming, and you're like, holy shit. Like, holy shit. Now sometimes it's a good one where it's like, damn, I didn't know this motherfucker gave a shit or cared. It's like I totally misplaced and misjudged that. Other times you're like, holy fuck, what a Machiavellian piece of shit. I knew he was fucking, a little shisty or, a little jealous or but it's like you don't have any fucking idea like how much a motherfucker's been trying to sabotage or motherfuck you for fucking how long and how like to what extreme. Like, I'll tell you what, man, and I wish oh God, do I wish I was made aware of something like, how treacherous somebody, let's just say, I guess, is close to me or, let's just say, as close as, what human nature says, more than a friend, I guess you could say family of sorts, right? And you're like, whoa, holy fuck. Like, dude, completely dumbfounded. Like, it's like you catch a motherfucker hating, right? But you don't realize how much fucking hatred and venom they actually have and how much effort and where and what they're willing to do to fuck a motherfucker over. Like honestly, man, I am flabbergasted. And it's like, truly, like, I really could not believe the words I heard. And it's like, the person who told me, it's like, God damn, bro. It's like, I wish you said something a long time ago, but I guess that's just not in their nature either. People hold on to shit and, don't give motherfuckers a heads up or let me ask you guys this. If you're friends with somebody, right? and you know somebody else is either plotting, scheming, or even just I don't know, trying to I can't say have ill will or intentions, but maybe, trying to gather information for whatever reason, or you as a friend, right? You'd think you'd give somebody a heads up, right? You'd tell them, but it's like certainly not on here though. I'll tell you that, man. It's like motherfuckers hold that shit they hold shit to their chest, close to their chest, and fucking, use them like fucking cards. I can't tell you how many times I've had motherfuckers say something to me, not when it's relevant or when someone, gains that information, but it's like whenever it's useful to them or beneficial or has some kind of bearing and other times, it's like, sometimes you provoke somebody or piss somebody off and then they, let something rip that they've been holding on to or they've had information on, and you're like, oh, okay. And how long you known that? How long you been holding on to that one? Yeah, I'm with Lefty too, Furbo. I'm with Lefty too. And then, listen, man, like, see, that's the other thing too, is, and that's a huge regret of mine. But again, man, it's a mistake I made, and I, coming on here fucking way too inebriated, man. It's like that's why, back in the day, I stopped. I didn't drink, is because I didn't want to get caught slipping or caught in such a vulnerable spot. And it's like I was numbing myself so fucking much, to and because of things I've done or issues or situations I found myself in, that I was so, inebriated that I wasn't catching shit that I should have caught, or made mistakes, or and again, I said things or had done things that were, in general would have been much more out of character. But again, when you're under the influence or whatever, hey man, you're not in the best yeah, I suppose, man. You live, you learn, and it's just it's I don't know. I take lessons like that pretty serious, But hey, man, you gotta admit, dude. When I party, man, I know how to party, right?
On a daily basis, I consume enough drugs to sedate Manhattan, Long Island, and Queens for a month. Take Quaaludes 10 to 15 times a day for my back pain, Adderall to stay focused, Xanax to take the edge off, pot to mellow me out, cocaine to wake me back up again, and morphine, well, because it's awesome. Morning, make them.
No, I didn't try to bribe an FBI agent. You think I'm that fucking stupid? No.
What the fuck you saying? I can't understand. Say that again.
I said I want to scam with an FBI agent.
What the fuck you saying? Are you fucking high?
It took 90 minutes for these little fuckers to kick in, but once they did, pow. I mean, I had skipped the tingle phase and went straight to the drool phase.
Lovely to see you, Watch for Crazy. Thanks for stopping in and contributing to the chat and hanging out for a minute. Nah, but it's like, listen, even in a stupefied state, I truly thank God for my brain and whatnot, because even in a fucking retarded state, I'm still, I was still able to catch a decent amount of shit and, you know, realize shit, but just not as much as I should have. And excuse me, I didn't, you know, I slipped myself. I slipped, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. And then I started reflecting, you know, before, it's like, damn, I was like, when did this fucking start to happen? And like, you know, like to what extent? Because, you know, listen, even, you know, when I started, you know, taking the pain meds for pain and shit, like that, you know, I wasn't like that, you know, but it's like you, like, I don't know, man, people try to hide, you know, their intentions, or, and I've always been good at, you know, sensing when, someone had, you know, ulterior or different intention. But it's like, again, man, it's, unfortunately, I chose to either ignore shit or, and I definitely had some fun, you know, playing a game, or, it's like, I always like the, you know, that DMX line, man. It's better to be dumb. Shall I go on? And, you know, you play ignorant, or you feign ignorance, or, you know, it's like, yo, when you catch a motherfucker, right? And you make them aware that you just caught them out in whatever they might have been doing, or whatever, however they were acting and shit. It's like they adjust, pivot, and then, you know, but it's like, like I said, man, it's like I like to see where things, where people's true intentions and motives lie and shit. But unfortunately, like right now, I'm I'm a odds and betting man, and I know for a fact, you know, someone thinks they got a fucking ace up their sleeve, or something they've been looking for apparently for a while, you know? And it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, play those cards. Being underestimated is underestimated, undervalued, or it's like, you know what, you know, somebody knows what they're holding for cards. They don't know what somebody else might be holding. You know, it's like, unless you got that royal flush, hey man, maybe you got four of a kind, maybe you got this, that. But it's like, unless you got that royal flush, man, you really want to go all in? I don't know. It's like, I feel like, you know, I've been not giving my all. Push comes to shove, though, you know, even in those instances, I was, you know, still able to perform at a peak level. Just not continually. Damn, this vape is good. Like right now, I got 6 motherfuckers in here not saying a fucking peep. So you know what that tells me? That tells me I've got 6 or 7 motherfuckers in here watching, peeping what I'm saying, taking mental notes and shit, that, you know, you're not in here because you like to hang out and you like to, you know, bust balls and fuck around. You're in here to assess the situation. You're in here to, again, yeah, I think assess the situation is a pretty good term. You know, I was telling BK yesterday, man, it's like I don't know. I don't I try not to get emotional and shit. And you know, unfortunately, you know, without the heavy substances and shit, god damn do I fucking realize, you know, how bad you know, and it's like I always used to like no, 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 never. Like my mom used to tell me, you know, I had a bit of an anger problem or a temper and shit. And you know, the other day, it's like, yo, it takes a while for me to get worked up, but once I get worked up, it fucking sucks. It takes forever for me to lose that fucking, I don't know, frustration or adrenaline or whatever. And it's like, I just, again, man, it's like, I don't like going through life fucking being angry, miserable, or spiteful and hating this or that. It's like, you know, life's too short, man. I've been through and you know, dealt with a lot. So it's like, you know, but again, man, it's people people make these judgments or this, that, and the other. But again, man, it's like I said, dude, I'd rather be I've lived my life and survived and thrived by being underestimated and let's just say unexpected. So, but again, man, it's like, you know, I definitely shared too much or not, and no, not even in the fucking, like, I can't believe some of these motherfuckers who come on here and say some of the shit they said. Now listen, I'm partially guilty of that, but like, you know, I'm not on here fucking admitting it, like it's like I'm blown away at some of the people and the questions they ask and shit. Like, who the fuck's gonna ask somebody, you know, yeah, you want to admit to some murders on here? Or like, huh? No, I'm not saying, you know, I've done that, but I'm saying, you know, anybody who has would have to be an absolute fucking. I can't even use the word, like I can't even think of a word stupid enough. You know, but it's like, do people really want to come on here? And it's like, I don't know, it's like it's a fine line because, like, again, man, and then you know, there's sometimes, man, I've listened back to like some of the shit I've said, and it's like, I shit, bro, I wouldn't change the story, but it's like I wouldn't have said. You know, there was like a story I was telling about. I forgot who the fuck was on the panel ship, but I was like, you know, I was like telling a story about fucking high school and like hooking up with this, that, and the other, and like, you know, going to a. It's like there's certain shit that it's like I don't know, man. It's like you tend to lose perspective on you're online, and unfortunately, you know, with me being, you know, in an inebriated statement, it's like I don't know, man. You have to represent yourself in a certain way. It's like I never thought of it like a show, man. I just thought of it like a, you know, fucking hangout and a bullshit, you know, but it's like you have to represent yourself in a certain way, in a certain manner. You know? And again, man, it's like I guess, you know, because like it's like you see the way certain people act and represent themselves and shit, and they're guarded. You know, I'm guarded too to a point, but it's like you know, even you know, some of my friends are like fucking dumbfounded. They're like, "Damn, bro, you're not like this in real life. You don't fucking." It's like I definitely felt like, you know, I don't know, like maybe it's the impersonal thing on here or whatever. So I'm speaking openly right now too because, you know, why not go for broke? Go for broke. But you know, like I said, man, it's like I really don't have fucking anything to hide. It's like I may leave or omit shit out, but it's like I don't know. Like some of these motherfuckers on here, you know, can't even come on with a you know, without an avatar. They literally can't do this. They can't click the camera on, man. And I've come on here fucking looking like hell. Yeah, Furbo. Yeah. Well, some people don't feel like it's being transparent, or I haven't been transparent, or you know, some people feel like it's like other people on here who, you know, put on an act or put on a fucking a thing, man. It's like I don't know. Just never felt the need. But then again, Verbo, you know, it's like half the time people will make statements like that, and you know, they'll be sarcastic or facetious as well. It's like you never know with people and the way they text. See, the texting thing that really is like people can really be tricky, so to speak, and really commit. And then some people, you know, they just think they're like, listen, man, I never, you know, listen, I'm a clever guy. I think I'm, you know, a little bit intelligent or, you know, worldly and whatnot, but it's like, I never think I'm the smartest one in the room. No, I haven't. But I do have to take a fucking quick piss. But it's like, you know, even like, all right, so real quick before I go, like, go take a piss and shit. It's like, even, you know, when I've had some people on and shit, it's like, I really wish there's one thing I do wish I did. And that was like, you know, I never ever watched, you know, my shows or, you know, the repeats and shit. It's like, I would have fine tuned some shit or acted or adjusted some behaviors and shit. Like, you know, it's like, I don't know. But again, you know, you're under the influence of shit. You know, sometimes you're not always acting, you know, how you should or representing yourself in a manner. I suppose, like, now listen, it's like I've never done any fucking real scumbag shit on here, but you know, hey, it's like, would you ask if I've done some shit that I wouldn't say I was proud of, or you know, but it's like I'll own the behavior. You know, am I ashamed? No, but I'm disappointed in myself sometimes, you know. But that's it. That seems to be, you know, the whole shindig on here, man. I don't know. But anyways, you know, I listen, I even like, you know, this show here that I was listening to. This had some gems and shit. But I think there's a lot of, you know, good stuff and good things to live by and whatnot. You know, it's just you got to take the pieces and parts of it. Like, honestly, I think this is the best way, or like, you know, that this shit was explained in general. And I think it's this clip. Don't, you know, but yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta take a quick piss, but I think it's this one. It's like, you know, people on YouTube need to have a humor.
If you put yourself out here on the YouTube, you got to accept that. You know, you're going to get trolls, you're going to get haters, you're going to get that. You're going to get people that like you. You know what I mean? You got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, you're not gonna have everybody love, you know, just say, "Oh
No.
wow, he's entertaining."
Especially in our life,
person.
Frankie, when we murdered and when we maimed and killed and, you know, lived a life of crime and did the shit we did, and we're on the streets enjoying our freedom. Of course, we're not going to have people that are going to but we did it to each other. We did it to other guys that killed,
Crime
and other
on
guys
crime.
that maimed. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, a lot of it was crime. Most of it was crime on crime.
Yeah. So like when
my
you
case
talk
anyway.
about, right. Yeah. So when it comes down to that, it's like we hurt each other and we're blessed to be out here. So I mean, if you got thin enough skin where you can't take a little bit of troll making up a video of you singing or whatever, then you know, then don't come on here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But
You know what I mean?
back to what Lefty was saying. He's saying we were part of that and everything. We were in there, and you know what's different between the streets and YouTube is that sometimes we forget too where we're at. There's a lot of people hearing what they're saying. They just like to talk because they're behind the computer and whatnot.
Well, I was talking
Um,
to Howie. I was talking to Howie earlier today, and I go, Howie, you know, what makes YouTube harder than being like on the streets back when we were active? Back then, if somebody disrespected us, I would say Howie, say Howie, grab Frankie, grab Lefty, the four of us jump in the car, and wherever this guy is, we're gonna find him. We're gonna hurt
right.
him. We're gonna make it so this guy can't talk no more, ever. You know, and that's how
Yeah.
you would handle it back then. So our
Well,
new lives, we don't handle it like that because we're like the same thing as the civilian thinks. We don't want to go back to prison. So
Well, we're like
we're gonna
fastball
think of
hitters.
it the same way. You're not gonna lose your freedom for some dummy on YouTube. You know what I mean?
No,
So, but if it was somebody that is not in our position, it would be like jump in the car. Like, where is this guy? Let's just go get him. Where's he go? What restaurants he go to? What gyms he go to?
no, that
Where's he live?
element is out. I understand that, but at the same time, the element of somebody saying they're gonna run into me or come at me or whatever, I'm gonna go back to what I know. It's kill or be killed. I mean,
How is somebody gonna give you a warning? What kind of fucking
no,
moron,
no, I know because
right?
it don't
So,
work
like,
that
what is he
way.
looking to do? What those idiots did in Providence?
I think that has to be, one of the most sensible and smartest ways to look at shit on here. When I heard that made so much sense to me. It just, that's just my opinion and view. Everybody's free to feel, how and whatever they want. But it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, listen, even with my conversation with BK and shit, it's like, oh, they made memes, they've done this, they've done that. It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck. It's like, I don't give a shit. It's like, I don't spend time giving a flying fuck about people and what they feel or how they feel and what they think if I don't give a shit about them. You know what I mean? It's like, I care about the people that are important to me, the people that I respect, the people that I like. And unfortunately, I've disappointed and even hurt some of those people. Which again, man, it's like I've done a lot of reflecting and analyzation and shit lately. It's like I don't know. The fog is clearing and I don't know. It's if you don't reflect and a lot of people tend to pass judgment and look at what everybody else is doing and not what they do or what they've done. So, but like I said, dude, I can't believe fucking I'm blown away at fucking something that I should have seen a long time ago, but had no idea that somebody in my life had that much fucking animosity, hatred, and shit. Where they were like, it's like to the point I found out this motherfucker's like straight up Machiavellian, like straight up like god damn, like I could not believe, like to the point where they would literally try to screw up or sabotage or you know anything and everything they could in my life that I do or have done. It's like I knew the criticism and shit, or the I don't know, like nothing you ever do is now. And to be fair, a lot of that shit, criminal wise, is you expect that kind of response from a normal person, but it's like I don't know, you know what I mean? You don't expect that kind of fucking energy and like I said, I like straight up Machiavellian shit. It's like, damn. And like, listen, I can get that way and I can be that way, but it's like, you know, it's like I gotta almost be aware that's like, all right, if that's the game you want to play, we can play that game. But it's like I don't, and then you know, on a level like, yo, they really thought like I was doing that kind of shit. You can get a good idea, like, you know, what someone has in their head and what they think and what they, you know, how they act when, you know, they throw actions at you and shit. And I was blown away at some other shit too. Like, yo, some motherfucker actually accused me. Like, they thought I called the cops on them. I was like, what? Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Like that was like, you know, that was like one of the things I was like flabbergasted. It's like, wow. Like, wow. I don't know. It's like, I guess you get surprised or it's like you don't know what someone actually really thinks of you or how they look at you until you know, you do. And you know, sometimes people are accurate. Other times, man, you're like, yeah, but you know, again, it's I don't know. I guess you know, it's like how you put and what you put out there. So, but you know, like I said, man, it's like I'm not a person to I'm not confrontational. I'm not I'm not an aggressive person. I can be, but it's like unless it's like I don't know, it's like I guess I'm not in like a competition or a competitive or vindictive or even malicious state unless it's like someone you know, whether formally or informally makes me aware that, you know, it's like, all right, we're gonna play this game and these are the rules and shit. And it's like, you know, sometimes, man, I really do get thrown off or caught off guard. It's like, well, okay, I didn't know we were playing that type of game until now, and it's like, all right. So it's you know, now listen, it's different when, you know, you come into something knowing, you know, all right, these are the rules. This is like, you know, this is what it is, and you're made aware. But it's like, I don't know. I guess like uh, it's like I don't know. I best like sometimes I'm not good with the analogies and shit, but like it's like yo, when you're doing something criminal and shit, right? You're aware of like, all right, there's rules to this game. There are you know, you're on point. You know, you have to be. You're made. You know what the fuck you're doing. You know what shit's about, and you know how fucking shit can get. It's like you expect that. You have expectations, and you know. But I guess you know, in general, in life and shit, it's like sometimes you're playing a game that you're not even aware you're taking part of. And I mean, dude, this place is fucking Jesus. Even if you're like, nah, I ain't playing. It's like motherfuckers are still like, no. I don't give a fuck if you're sitting on the bench or not. You're still fucking in the game. You're like, oh, okay. You know? Anyways, felt like, you know, I had to get that shit off my chest. Say some things from the heart. Say, you know, what was on my mind and what I've been processing and thinking and shit, so to speak. I don't know. It's like sometimes, you know, I'll do that on here in hopes that I'll gain some fucking perspective, or you know, someone will participate, or you know, be like, oh yeah, or add some input or thoughts. But yet, you know, almost every time is always a disappointing result. But hey, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'll be back in a minute. Hang out, don't. Respond, don't. I don't know. Make a comment, don't. Who the fuck knows? Like I said,
Makes no difference who you are. It's the most marvelous. So consistent. So debonair. This is classical. I'm a genius. This has got to be one of your. Allow me. Skrilla rap spitter, silverback gorilla, mass killer, heavy hoodie, cowhide, half chinchilla. Watch for squillers, cause they hassle the dealers for realer. Y'all little niggas, me, I laxin' and grilla, I'm chiller. Pillows of purple, had to seal up my circle with Sivius. When your cerebellum senses alert you, polished church shoes, paroli homies, home on curfew. Who's commercial? I verbalize universal uniqueness, a nonchalant nigga, no secrets. With ambiance, never show weakness, control leakage. Live niggas know I speak it. Verbalize eye to eye, cause we cohesive. Flows freakish, though it's just part of the pieces to the puzzle. Like the streets always been to the struggle. I am the truth. On a whole nother level. From the stones in the vessel to the chrome on the metal. I zone for the ghettos. I am the truth. Every coast gotta know I'm the most with the flow. No joke, I'm a pro, I'm like the Pope on the low. Soul music, so intense, so live. It's no excuses, y'all been so deprived. This is so exclusive and I'm so obliged. A certified superhero with no disguise. Forced to ride for the niggas got tossed aside. And the misfortunate that lost their lives. I'll survive, I weave from side to side. Knowing the slide, stay hush, use my eyes to guide. I'm straight up, too tough trying hide my pride. Grew up amongst sky high homicide. Who am I besides homie that exposed the phonies? The one and only, still intact without the matrimony. Still on track, a cock back and black like Toby. Your bastards know me, the wolf pack attack for Dolly. I am the truth. On a whole nother level. From the stones in the vessel to the chrome on the metal. I zone for the ghettos. I am the truth. Every coast gotta know I'm the most with the flow. No joke, I'm a pro, I'm like the Pope on the low. Certified motor ties, been a beast burglarized, been a beast purchase pies, hell heat, perfect size, felt the feet, felt the vibe, seldom sleep, dealt with lies, can tell a thief through certain vibes, smell police, I'm worse than high, hood legend, household name, presence is felt, real niggas vouch for my pain, ahead of myself, what else is there about this game, the letters are spelled, so know when he droughts the same, measure my wealth, a realist, I know what's good, no mills miss, keep 1 foot in the hood, I still spit like a lot of niggas wish they could conceal shit till I'm stiffed and shipped in wood, misunderstood. Mama's only son, she stressed to get it done. She knows I'm the last one left. I am the truth. On a whole nother level. From the stones in the vessel to the chrome on the metal. I zone for the ghettos. I am the truth. Every coast gotta know I'm the most with the flow. No joke, I'm a pro, I'm like the Pope on the low. When you hear what I've got to say, I'm sure you won't be able to find your head away. When you hear what I've got to say.
I don't know. So anybody got anything to say, anything to add, or input, or my biggest fans and lurkers just hanging out? Just curious, you know. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, man, I like to have some fun. I like to have some laughs and shit, bro. If I wanted to hear bitching, moaning, and fucking negative ass shit and misery and shit, there's enough of that shit in the world. There's enough of that shit in the real world, the real life and shit. It's like, that's why, this place was nice, man. This place was nice, man. It was an escape, where people had interesting or strange ass conversations and some fun. And it's just I don't know. I guess I understand why a lot of people left or went somewhere else or whatever. I guess I'm a bit sentimental, so to speak. So I don't know, man. Like I said. All right, so nobody's got anything to add. Nobody's got anything to say. Bueller. This is where my curiosity comes out. It's like I know why certain people come in here and watch, because they feel like they need to watch everything and know everything that anybody's saying, just in case someone talks shit or someone says something or someone sneak disses a motherfucker. And hey, it's like I've been on that road for a little while, trying that shit. So it's like I never really watched this shit, and lately, it's like I'll click on YouTube just a little bit more, and click on someone's show just to see what the fuck's going on. Where in the past I didn't, and I don't know. I don't know. It's like I like personally, man. I if you don't see me comment in a chat, I'm not there because it's no fun, man. It's no fun. It's like even if even if I click on somebody I don't like or can't stand, I'll still fucking comment because it's like I don't know. I feel like maybe I just have a hard time keeping my mouth shut. Maybe. It's always, just made me curious, man. It's like, don't get me wrong, I like the people watching shit as well, but I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, so some of you people have me curious. Fuck you mean Chopper? What do you mean forced out? Where the fuck? Yeah, I haven't seen Chopper in forever. But again, he along with a million other motherfuckers were on the block list and shit, and it was just god damn, bro. It sucked. Yo, Furbo, bro. Much love, bro. Much love. And you don't need to listen, man. I'm a even fucked up, man. I got a good memory and shit. You don't ever have to say, it's you, bro. I remember. Believe me, I remember. Did you, bro? Oh man, I'd love to fucking. I would even go watch that movie Choppa just to have that motherfucker back. It's like there's so many people I would absolutely kill to have him on and just, chop up and have a good conversation with. It's like I actually enjoy some motherfuckers he got fed up with the bullshit in the community. I don't blame him, man. I don't blame him. Listen, man, you don't even see me on that much anymore. It's like, and that's the thing is like, half of it kills me because it's like, listen, if I'm going to do something, I like to do it right. Yeah, I know. My room and his were, one of the two places he frequented quite a bit. But, I don't get down with the real fuck shit. Yeah, man, if you ever see him again, please, for the love of God, tell him I would love to have him back in and shit. And, hell, there's only a couple of us in here because, again, man, it's like we don't do the drama and the bullshit. It's like, listen, I'll joke around, I'll bust balls and shit, but it's like it gives me no joy. And like, hey, so I'm guilty of it sometimes. Sometimes, it's like I get fed up or I get caught up in my feelings and I need to say something, but it's like I try to stay away from that in general. And it's like part of me is like, yeah, but you're not successful on here. Yeah, no, I still talk to Duchess too, but she doesn't want to come on here because look at what the liabilities and the yeah, Tony was great too. I genuinely miss Tony, and unfortunately I think she had some wrong conclusions or I don't know. You know what I mean? But yeah, she used to hate the fuckery and the bullshit too. Look at like right now, shit. It's like I'm even, just being honest and shit. And it's like I went from 7 to fucking 4. People don't want that. They want the fucking spice. They want the soap opera. It's like genuinely, I miss the interesting conversations. The fucking just bullshit and chopping it up. And hell, it's like, if you joke around about this content creator, that content creator, because, it's like you are in this fucking realm and it is, relative to a point, but it's like, I don't know. So, like I said, what are you going to do? And then you got people that, I don't know, just don't comment or hang out and comment somewhere else. And then you got the people that literally watch anything and everything because their life revolves around this. And it's like, goddamn, bro. And they're in such disbelief that, nobody else, everybody else has to be, just as invested and in tune as they are. I can't even tell you how many people be like, no way, you watch that shit. I'm like, dude, unless you see me comment at least once in a chat, I'm not watching. Sorry. I just not. Like, I will comment if I'm somewhere watching. And it's like, then, again, man, it's like, I don't want to watch somebody that's going to, talk shit and upset me and lead me down the road of, because it's like, if I'm aware of something, I'll address it. And it's like, I don't feel like wasting my time addressing fucking idiots and weirdos and shit, but, the more you're made aware, the more you feel like, you have to respond and address it. And then you just get fucking caught up in this fucking cycle of fuckery. Oh shit. What up, Beck? Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Absolutely, grateful and happy to see you, man. Always a pleasure. How you been, bro? How you been? How you living? How are things? Feel like grabbing the link? No fucking no pressure here, man. There's nobody even in here. And a couple lurkers. But don't worry, they won't say anything. They got their fingers broken and can't even type. Oh, word. Yeah, unfortunately, oh no, bro, for real, that sucks. Yeah, I came on fucking tonight because I ended up taking a nap. I fell asleep at like 5 o'clock, man. I woke up at like 10. I was like, fuck. Oh man, that sucks, dude. That sucks. What's wrong, man? Like the flu or a bug or what? Or the vid? Hopefully you don't have the vid. Are you just sick as fucking I am at everything that's been going on? Oh, fuck, bro. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I was talking about that shit today with somebody, man. I don't like yo, like my stomach and shit, like I was talking about, the dog came up and shit, and I was talking about when I lost all that weight and I was sick as shit. Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it. Believe me, man. It's like it like the best way I could compare it, man, is like going through withdrawal or like having the flu for like ever and nothing like ugh. It's like, you pray to God, you're like, please, please kill me. Because you're that fucking miserable and that fucking just oof. Yeah, man. Yo, Pedialyte. Drink Pedialyte. Yo, I'm like an expert at like, feeling like shit now. Pedialyte. If you're vomiting, man, smoke a little fucking, like, even if you got to force it down, take a couple hits of bud. That shit helps with the anti-nausea. I don't know. Like, bro, hey, for the most part, man, I've pretty much stopped smoking cigarettes, man. I haven't, I bought a pack I bought one pack in like the last, I'd say 3-4 months. And listen, man, I occasionally, like, I'll bum a cigarette off somebody, but I really, for whatever fucking reason, man, it's apparently fucking being broke is the best way to quit cigarettes. It's like, I don't know, man. I was like going through fucking so much stress and bullshit and whatnot. It's like, I don't even remember, like, maybe I was, yeah, yeah, I don't look too shabby, my hair's a little long and shit, I let that shit, grow out like Kurt Cobain style and shit, but, eh, it's it's a process, I don't know, but it's more, I've got some pretty strong motivation and whatnot. Yeah, see, dude, I was gonna cut it, man. I was gonna cut it. I got a fucking got a possible job with my man Sal. Shh, secret fucking super secret info. Like super secret squirrel, yo. Bro, I ain't gonna lie though. It's like this is the longest I've ever fucking grown my hair, bro. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. Yeah, it does, man. It absolutely does. Shit, dude. Listen, I actually saw my fucking dickhead hair cutter or whatever the barber you want to call it today. And I was like, yo, it almost came off today. I was like, yo, like, it's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking Yertle the Turtle's like, yeah, man, I'm going to work. Like, word. I'm like, yo, you got an appointment like right now or what? When you go in, he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, listen, man, I'm gonna need to fucking chop it up. He's like, what? Oh, okay. All right, Kyle. Like, god damn, bro. It's like, bro, I've literally, I feel like a dick. But this dude's so slow in everything and anything he does, man. I've been like an asshole the last couple times he's been on the phone with me, just because like it takes so long for him to get out shit, and it's like I don't have the patience for that shit sometimes, and I just like literally hang up. And someone was with me, they're like, yo, did you just hang up on that dude mid-sentence? I'm like, yeah, I did. I'm like, he got out what he had to say, and now I'm not concerned with the rest. And then, the dude calls back, and I'm like, yeah, what's up? Hold on. Oh, fuck. Give me a sec. I gotta take this. I can absolutely do a Marky Mark and put a man bun in. Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll try it.
Channel, let's pull your song up real quick and let's see all about it.
What do you want me to think when you send me paperwork that has a GBI on it?
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
So what? What, you never fucking smacked no one around? You never beat no one up?
No, the GBI says you smacked a woman around.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It says fucking.
Yeah, it says a female. It says a female. It says a female.
So what? If it was, so what?
Oh, well, now you're changing it. So was it a male or a female?
Even slapping your old lady around, bro. You might be able to slide one time if you got a good story and you come in and you show your paperwork slapping your old lady around. If it's a GBI, you got a great bodily injury on her, you're getting stabbed the fuck up, bro. Yeah. But if you come in with your hat,
shit, bro,
you're on the money, bro. What you were saying was on the money.
Exactly.
But this is all my paperwork right here for my last.
So is the person that Lefty said is you? Is that you? Yes or no?
Fuck you. Don't worry.
Is that you? Yes or no?
I don't know. I didn't see it. I just showed smoke against my.
You're Mark. You were in the guy's chat when he was.
Jacks me up every time.
Months ago.
I didn't see any pictures.
Dude, they were on the fucking start of his show. Everybody saw him. You were in the chat talking to him,
bro. I'm listening to me. I don't prove it, then. Prove it, motherfucker.
You just cried and said I was going to dox somebody if I did that. So you want me to dox the person or not?
Yeah, dox them. Do it now.
Well, go on.
And pop on. Up is 131. What do you say, guys? Should we give this goofy maybe a couple more minutes?
Yeah, there you go, Beck. Does that make you horny? Does it make you run, D? Actually, that's the first time I've actually been able to do it like complete. But yeah, there's your man bun for you. Damn, I feel like such a douche. Something. This chick I was talking to, man. She wants to fucking mullet the fuck up. I'm like, whoa. Listen here, meow. Nah, I'm part of man bun fucking gang, yo. Oh yeah, real sexy. The ladies love it. The fucking fruitcakes love it even more. Nah, what do you think, Beck, man? What do you think? You think I should fucking straight up braid that shit up and dread that shit down? Like, yeah, son. Yeah. Yo, I had some fucking girl over here fucking like a month or two ago, and she kept seeing that shit like get in my fucking face and shit. We were doing something, and she ended up like giving me like cornrows for the day. I'm like, yeah, that's not really my style, but thanks. Whatever's clever, Nah, no dreads, man. I don't know, man. I might go like full fucking mountain man, dude. Just go on like a full beard, fucking everything, man. Just say fuck it. Not mean. Start fucking drinking non-alcoholic beer because I don't like, alcohol and shit. And get me a beer gut. It's funny as fuck too, because like, yo, the chick was braiding my hair and she's like, damn. She's like, all your roots are fucking white. And I'm like, yeah, that's what happens when you're fucking stressed the fuck out. She's like, how is your hair not? I'm like, I don't give a shit if it fucking turns bright white or fucking purple or blue, whatever the fuck, as long as it stays in my head. Thanks, Andrea. Not too shabby, I could be better looking. I could be better off than I am now. Cause like, I seen one of my buddies, dude. I still can't believe I fucking ran into this dude. Like, blows me away, dude. Like, and he's like, damn, Kyle. He's like, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Yo, I saw a picture of you on the Facebook and shit. And, you look so good. You still look like shit. And I'm like, fuck, man, really? I'm like, how much more do I have to fucking... But, I'm getting there. I got my weight pretty normal, go get my fucking teeth fixed and shit. Yeah, I'm getting there. So to speak, still fucking at my worst, I'm still better looking than most on here. So what are you gonna, I can't complain. But thank you, Andrea. Most appreciated. It's and I truly, man, I appreciate the people that actually give a shit and the positive encouragement, man. I really do. It means the world. It really does. Because, even most of the people in my life, feign caring and all that shit. And I know that's something I'm used to. Like this chick I was talking to, man. It's like, listen, I'm not used to like compliments or fucking I don't know, and positive encouragement. Straight up, like, dude, that shit just like it's a it's I don't even know the word right now. It's a I'd say oddity or just something that I'm just flabbergasted or just not used to at all, So I tell that girl that all the time, and I'm like, yeah. But she's one in a million. But yeah, man, I genuinely am grateful and truly appreciative. And that's really one of the only reasons I ever come on here, man, is the very, very, very select few people that are genuine and I don't know. I guess that I get here what I don't ever get anywhere else, even if it's few and far apart. So much appreciated. I'm trying, Andrea. That's the goal, man, is just to keep it up and shit. Just to keep it up. Oh, I know, Beck. I know, man. Listen, there's people, that have stayed steadfast and were listen, man, I'm a pretty good judge of character, like, who's truly a real person, and it's like I'll show love and respect to, you know, anybody, even if I feel like, you know, they're not being genuine or always 100 with me. But it's like there's people on here that, you know, it's like, yo, they've you know, always had my back through thick, thin, and fucking good, bad, and indifferent, you know. And that's you know, that's how I can tell, you know, who truly and really gave a flying fuck. And, you know, the way they behaved and acted, and, you know, like I said, it's like, you know, behavior, you can tell a lot by behavior and actions and shit. And absolutely, Beck. And I've always fucking you know, had a lot of respect, and you know, I consider, you know how I feel about, you know, saying friends on here and shit, you know, the word friend. But, you know, I would definitely throw you in a category of that, man, for real. Straight up. Facts. You know, who has your back, whether they agree with you, they don't, you know, whether it's a popular thing or it's not going to look, you know, whether it's convenient for them or not, you know. And it's like, I don't know. And I've had, like, you know, people that I guess I could have there's people on here I could have been better friends to, but it's like in return, it's like, I don't know, man. Sometimes, you know, you feel like you give the energy you get and shit. And it's like, sometimes, like, for instance, man, you see people and it's like, yo, a motherfucker will give you shit, right? For this is the most, you know, I think devastating or detrimental thing to any type of friendship or relationship or interaction or even acquaintanceship on here is, you know, a motherfucker will feel some type of way because you interact or talk to or go in somebody's chat that they don't like or they feel like they're enemies with, right? But it's like, let me ask you this. Do those people take that into account and do that and show that consideration to you? Do they, you know, stay out of or do not interact or hang out with people that, you know, you have problems with? It's like, I don't know, man. It's like, you know, you get what you put out. And it's like some people want, you know, people to do things that they won't do themselves. And it's just like, I listen, man, I hold myself to the same standards and accountability I hold anybody else to, you know, and that's all I can do. And I listen, man, people are free to do what they want and, you know, interact with who they want and this and that. It's like, you know, who the fuck am I to tell somebody, you know, this, that, and the other? It's like, hey, I can tell them how I feel or what, you know, how I feel wronged by that person or this, that, and the other. But it's like, I don't ever expect it. That's the other thing is like, I don't ever, I've given up the expectation of somebody taking my side or taking up for me or, you know, even if listen, you know, I can't tell you, you know, how many times I've been in the right and how many times, you know, motherfuckers have, you know, eventually, you know, gone the route I've gone or, you know, said like, all right, you know what, this dude's no good. But it's like, I've seen people, you know, have other people's backs and shit. It's like, I don't ever expect somebody to have my back or fight my battles for me. I just don't. It's like, I'm comfortable and, you know, confident enough to, you know, do that shit dolo. And a lot of people on here aren't, or they get upset with people when they don't. And it's like, but yo, I'll tell you this, you know, some people get fucking triggered and shit when you're like, you know, you say that and they're like, well, it's like, well, yeah. Or I don't know. Like I said, man, it's like, it is what it is. It's like, I don't have those expectations or, insecurities or whatever, man. It's like, listen, man, if I feel a certain way, man, it's like, I don't expect someone to feel the same way. It's like, I'll explain how I feel, why I feel that way, and what brought me to those, you know, conclusions. And it's up to you to make your own decision and, you know, But unfortunately, a lot of people want to sit on the fence, or it's a lot of people don't want to get involved until it's like they feel like they're slighted or they're wronged and shit. It's like, no. It's like, that's okay. They can do that to this person or they can do that to that person, but it's like, I'm not involved. And, unfortunately, a lot of people will fucking privately condemn or talk shit about somebody, but either stick up for them or stay out of it. Again, it's like, and listen, man, I'm like, hazardous material on here. It's like, if you come in here and you back up me and shit, fucking people are going to look at you sideways and shit for whatever reason. It's like, I don't feel like I've deserved or earned that reputation or stigma, but for whatever reason, man, I got it, and that's fine, man. I live with it. When you ask somebody to explain that, they can't, but hey, it is what it is, man. It's like, I don't know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I just don't, fold or bend to like, popular consensus or whatever. It's like, if I feel like, I feel like a certain way or a certain opinion, man, it's like, I don't give a shit if that's what everyone, it's like the cool thing to do, or if that's the popular thing or whatever else. It's like, hey, man, that's how I feel. And then if it turns out to be the fucking, consensus, or that's where the wind blows, it's like, like, yeah, you remember that? It's like, yeah. I don't even get credit. They're like, yeah. No one's like, yeah, I remember Lefty was the first guy to do that, say that. Fucking, it's like, meh, all right, whatever. Oh, fuck. What are you gonna do? But listen, man, if you're, I'll tell you what you would do if you were Jeff Canarsie, man, is just change who you are and what you're about, right?
Is that you don't have to love someone, but you have to respect someone. You can be anything in your life you want to be. My grandfather told me this too. You can be anything you want to be in your life.
Even a human urinal. Yeah. Listen, man, I'm comfortable about who I am and fucking wear shit. Like, listen, man, there's people on here. Hold on one sec. I gotta take this.
I'll tell you, you know the guy from Mob Wives, Joe Berger, the kid Joe?
No.
Was married to Carla.
Oh, yeah.
I grew up with Joe in Glendale. So one time he took
He
his
was like in
father's
a
car.
stock case, right? Or stock or whatever, fraud or whatever.
Yeah, Howie knew him too. They were around Bobby. So he took his father's car out one time, and this guy in his little fucking Pinto or something like that crashed into him. Or he crashed into the guy with the Pinto. And he told him, look, I'll pay you the damages. It's my dad's car. I don't want to fucking go through insurance. The guy goes, no. We got to go through insurance. That's the way we got to be. So he comes up to me with the story. He goes, I got a problem with this fucking guy. I go, what do you want to do? He goes, well, he doesn't want to handle it this way. I said, well, just let's burn his fucking car then. Then he's got bigger fish to fry. You know what I mean? Get it? No pun intended. Fish to fry.
Right.
He goes. He goes. All right, whatever. So I mean, when the guy's car burns down, you think he's gonna worry about fucking somebody hitting it?
No.
And we go over there. We got enough to blow up the fucking block. You know, the gasoline.
Yeah.
And some kid starts. This kid Mike Antonucci, Dave Kevin's brothers. They're wild kids from Woodhaven. I got the kid Mike with me. When I was always like reluctant to fucking be around this kid. He's doing life for murder right now. And I'm like, come on, let's go. So he goes and he starts. We want to steal the car and burn it somewhere else, but he has one of those lops. You know those fucking things. What do you call them? You know that bar right over the fucking.
The club.
The club. He had the club. So we couldn't do nothing. So we just burned it right on the block. And while he's burning, he puts gasoline all over the fucking place. We all go, you know, he was a novice. He puts the fucking thing and the thing goes right up his eyebrows. He went, oh fuck, we thought he went blind, okay? And the fucking car went up and that was it. But it burned his eyebrows right off.
Oh my god. Yeah, that shit. Let me tell you something. That fire, I had a guy that was doing shit at my house. Oh fuck. And so I had a big fire pit. And I was throwing all these trees that I was cutting down inside the fire pit. And so he was in the backyard and I heard a big explosion. I heard like a big bang. So I didn't think nothing of it. But I came down, you know, outside and the kid came around my house. He was the one and he was on fire. He was like on smoke. He was smoking. He was actually, yeah, his eyebrows were gone. The hairs on his arm were gone. The hairs on it. I mean, and he had smoke coming from him. Like, what the fuck happened? I heard the bang. What he did was he threw the lighter fluid in or whatever, the gasoline, and he was in the pit when he lit the match, and the thing went up and went bang, and it caught him on fire. That shit's, you know, the fire is nothing.
What did you guys end up getting charged with each when it was all said and done with the government?
A lot. What I initially got charged with?
Yeah.
What brought me in? I think it was murder, then a conspiracy to murder. I also had an attempted murder. And then I had gambling. Then I had control machine, you know, the Joker poker machines.
Yeah.
I got hit with charges on that, on supervising, believe it or not owning them.
How'd you get
That's
hit
even worse.
body? Yeah.
It was I working in my family's places.
Jesus, and fucking Lee said you were a coffee boy.
I know, right?
Well,
hell, with charges like Lee's. I mean,
that there was another attempted murder that I was charged, that were going to charge me with, but the problem was the guy didn't want to say it was me.
Yeah.
That I shot in a social club, and that was like, I forgot what they were calling, an odor act. That's what they were calling it, and they were gonna, and I was actually gonna, because I was near going to trial. I was gonna subpoena him to say that I didn't do it, which I did.
Yeah.
A lot of arsons.
What'd you use to
put
burn?
it to you this way. I'll put it to you this way. At one point, they were talking about assaults that I might have, and the assaults they were bringing up on me, they were coming from other people. I didn't say, they were like, well, did you ever hit this guy? Did you ever hit that guy? And I'm saying to myself, wow, who the fuck talking to you people? Because I only went with 4 people on that one. I went to 3. I never told her, maybe, you know, I don't know. So at one point, they named about 10 to 15 assaults. And at one point, they were like, we just want to know if you forgot anybody in the trunk. Just remember that. In other words, I'm not laughing at that. What I meant by that is like,
no, right.
Let us know everything, but just we get it. You got a lot of shit, but just we're really interested if you forgot somebody in a trunk somewhere.
Frankie,
So they
what were you
wanted to make
burning? What were the arsons like? What kind of arson?
pizza shops, cars.
How would you burn the like say a pizza shop? Like what would you do?
We would big fucking gasoline, break the window, fucking douse it, and then throw like a. We would throw like a which family member taught me this. I would get like a sock and a lemon.
What do you mean?
A sock and a lemon. I would have put a lemon in
A
the sock.
lemon, a real lemon?
A real lemon, yeah. And then I would
Yeah.
douse it in gasoline, put it up, and throw it from far away. And the only reason
Why
is
why the lemon though? What would the lemon do?
for the weight.
Ah, okay.
You understand? I'd be like
Yeah,
7
right,
feet
right,
or
right.
8 feet.
To give it
for the-
some.
But you would break the window first
Yeah.
Okay.
and then douse it with little gasoline.
Oh, so, yeah. Sometimes we had a way of getting in, and a pizza shop in Long Island. I remember we did it that way. A lot of cars, a lot of fucking cars.
How would
We
you do the
that
cars?
for fun, huh?
How would
Same
you do the
thing,
cars? Just pour the gasoline.
Douse them, yeah. Fucking put a little like gas line, make that little makeshift line. Trail.
And how would you
then-
light it? Like just light the match after the gas line?
Yeah, just not a fucking light or whatever. Hey, one
Let
time
me
we
ask you a
almost-
question. Would the cars blow up?
They would go up, boom, like that, like not blow up.
I know they would go up, but like you ever see them
I
when
never
they go
had
up?
like an
It would
engine,
be like,
not the engine. We usually did
Yeah.
interior.
Yeah, the gas.
And I was careful with fires, and I'll tell you what. I don't really want to get into it. My brother died in a mob related arson in '77, so it was always like something that I was careful.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my older brother did. So you could read about that, but yeah, I mean cars were like always. One time my friend burned his fucking eyebrows right off.
Why not use like a grapefruit instead of a lemon?
Lemon. Okay, I didn't have a a lemon, grapefruit. A watermelon was too big, obviously. And how are you gonna get a watermelon in a sock?
What about like the Molotov? Like put the gasoline in the bottle and put a rag in.
I never liked them because I seen fucking people fuck up, like just catch on fire from throwing them.
Oh
Yeah, they have to be packed tight.
I mean, one time I had this one kid that used to fuck with me all the time, right?
Yeah.
And he used to come in and he used to just sit down and he used to watch this guy fuck with me all the time. He loved me. The truth is, he did love me. And this guy was making a lot of money. And he used to come in with 4 fucking big ass guys, right?
Yeah.
And homeboy was the elephant in the room. Anytime he walked in the room, he was the elephant in the room. You get it?
Yeah.
But this guy was fucking with me, and he had his big boys with him too. And he says, and it was the family coffee shop, right? He goes, make me an ice cream and my friends too. He was being an asshole after we got an argument. Or I said, I ain't giving you shit. I said, I'd rather roll in shit before I give you stuff.
Frank got told to get his shine box.
Basically.
Yeah.
So homeboy starts cracking up. He's really not an emotional guy, but he starts laughing. I go, and he goes, that was great, Frankie. That was great. And the other guy stops and his friends stop because homeboy is the elephant in the room,
Yeah. Yeah.
True story, bro. So he goes, I ain't making nothing for you. I go fuck yourself, It's my place anyway, my family's place.
Right. Like, who the fuck are you to tell me what, Yeah.
Right. You're done. And this is at 5 o'clock. At that point in our lives, we used to all fucking hang out, the Giannini crew, and we used to just buzz balls,
Yeah.
and somebody would come relieve me, and I would go home too. Paulie would go home to eat in his house. Paulie was like my brother, Paulie Russo, and he would go. Paulie's a crazy bastard. He would just go. So it'd be like me, Vito, Ralphie, his friends. He had like fucking bouncers hanging out with him all the time,
Yeah.
and a couple other kids we grew up with.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Vito goes like this. This is like, I don't know, 6 days after, because this would go on every day. Me and Ralphie would get into it all the time. Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. Whatever.
Yeah.
So Vito can't take it no more. So, and it's kind of like a prerequisite for him telling me, I never talked to you like that, because he always had my back, okay?
Yeah.
He's 5 years older than me. Always like, you know, you okay? So he didn't like the way I responded to him that time, and we made it good. But at that moment, he looks at Ralphie and the kid Joe Gambino, and he goes like this. He goes, "Hey," he goes, "why don't we just go around the corner and have a fight?" He doesn't talk much, you know. He goes, "Why don't we?" He goes, "Me and Frankie versus you and Joe Gambino." Ralphie turns, you know, Vito's a G. So Ralphie goes to him, "Hey, I got no problem with you fucking Vito. I don't have no problem with you at all." He goes, "You know what?" He goes, "Ralphie, I don't like you." And Ralphie goes, "I never did anything to you." He goes, "Ralphie, I don't like you. I don't like you at all. And if you want to keep that thing going, we go fight." Anyhow, this shit, he just didn't like him, okay? He hated him. Hated him. One day Ralph had a Mercedes. He was like 23 years old. You hear me?
Yeah.
And we throw a dead fish in his car.
Oh man.
And he was like, we're laughing about it. I mean, we grew up with Ralphie. Ralphie was a scumbag, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, we didn't expect what was going to happen. I know Paulie coming up to me. Me and Paulie are like brothers, you know. But Paulie was he was good-hearted. Like, in other words, if Paulie wanted to come after you, Lefty, and there was a casino in the way, you go to the casino. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he didn't like Ralphie. Ralphie was being an asshole. He was being pompous. He was hanging out with the Gambino guys, fucking trying hard to be made and everything, forgetting about like us. He was getting credit cards and didn't want to share.
Yeah. Not you know.
And Ralphie was just being a fucking asshole. So one day I'm at the coffee shop, right? And Vito comes in. And we called Ralphie Big Head.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I call somebody I know Big Head too.
Vito loved me, and that's why he got a little perturbed when I called him an asshole, you know.
Yeah.
He almost cried, actually. He goes, "Hey, you seen Big Head?" He goes, "You seen Big Head around?" I said, "No." And he looks down. He goes, "You're not gonna see him no more." I said, "Okay." I said, "Okay." This is Vito. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was it. They found him in the trunk.
Yeah.
You know.
You think
And that was the only.
you think he deserved it, or was asking for it?
He was an asshole. He was such. Nobody deserves to die, but he was such an asshole, bro. You know what he did to me one time, and it was pretty scumbagish. He's older than me, okay?
Yeah.
But you know, I'm not gonna tell. I'm supervising Joker poker machines, right?
Yeah.
He comes in there with a fucking key. Takes money out of him. I catch him, right?
Yeah.
I said, "What are you doing?" The older guys come to check the machines and there's money missing.
That's your
And,
ass.
huh?
I said, that's your ass.
Exactly. I didn't tell on him.
Yeah.
I said, "Bro, why would you do that while I'm working?" And he thought it was funny.
Yeah, that is fucked up. No regard for a so-called friend.
No, yeah. And the older guys were like, you know, I know he came in here. Because
Right, but
that's
you're
what he
not going to
does.
rat him out.
I didn't.
No, I know. It just shows, what
And
kind
not
of
only
friend
that,
you were
I
and
mean,
what kind of friend he
to make a long
was.
story short, he didn't even fucking like throw me anything either.
Damn. That's fucking cold.
Yeah. So he's trying to make a rat out of me, you know?
Yeah. Putting you in a position where it's like, it's your ass because there's money missing, and, you're not gonna, he's counting on you being a better friend than he was.
And me and Paul grew up together. He's like, he's gonna get his. Don't worry about it. You know?
Yeah.
I'm surprised me and Paul didn't kill him. We planned it too.
Yeah, you just didn't follow through with it or change your mind? What?
Me and Paul grew up with him.
Yeah.
It's like we couldn't do it.
Fair enough.
You know when you grew up with somebody?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember me, Paul, and Ralphie going to Bobby Glass's.
Yeah.
To open up a gambling sheet. We were young, we were like 18. And
Yeah.
Paul fucked that up.
It's the biting the finger. All right, we were outside and I went out. She ratted on me. I saw the note she sent to somebody. She tried to like send a note out and have it come back in. Like, you know what I mean? And so like it's stupid stuff. Girls are like that. Like that's so like whatever. So she was my friend though. Like I really liked her. So like when I like somebody and they do that to me, I really get mad. Like for some reason, if someone hurts me when I really care about, like when I like them, I get really, really like offensive. But it was fucking. The cops. It was all muddy out. It sucked. It was like I was all muddy, rolling around the mud. Fucking the cops were on top of us in a second, but she got my hair bad. And I was like, the only thing I could grab for, because they had me cuffed in the air, holding me, like laying in the air, holding me cuffed. As I got her, I just got chunked fast. And I got her finger, her thumb. She had, oh my God, it was so bad. I was biting onto her thumb. She wouldn't let go of my hair. And I'm sitting here like, yeah. So like I'm laying in there, picture like laying flat in the air. The two guys have me like cuffed. I have no hands. And I just got and I got her thumb, and her thumb, oh my God, I felt so bad because of course I made up with her in like a fucking day in the stupid hole. And she got shipped out to the hospital. She had to get lost. Yeah, it was really bad. Like her arms black and blue. Oh my God, it went up to like her shoulder almost. They were like, I wouldn't let go for like 20 minutes, and they. They threw me out. I'm like, so when they threw me in the hole, I'm like, and it's Christmas, it's Christmas Eve, and I'm like, so can I take a shower? I got mud everywhere, like in my face. Both of us do. I'm like, can I at least? I'm like, they're like, no, showers in 3 days. Sorry.
Oh.
And I sat there with mud. I mean, I'm talking real mud. Like this is like, because you know what I mean. But that I sat there was the funniest thing because people were like, Hillary's just laying there in the air, biting onto this girl's. I'm like, she wouldn't let go of my hair. I'm like, she lets go. I couldn't talk because I'm gonna let go of my bite.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean. But yeah, but the I should have gotten her in a different way. I should have locked in. But yeah, no, she had to go out. She had to get tetanus shots. She had to fucking. I think she lost like feeling in her thumb. She can't bend it no more and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that I didn't get charged. Let me tell you that.
Yeah.
Waiting for it.
You're getting fucked up.
Your big mouth waiting for too long on
You
me.
don't know anybody. Shut your
Nick,
fucking mouth.
Tell your
and
friends
go
to
sit
take a
back
ride
in
and
your
meet me on
motherfucking
Avenue U
basement.
tomorrow. You hear me? Tell
Go
your
get
friends
your
to
little
meet me on
green
Avenue U
sweatshirt.
tomorrow.
Go fucking sit in your mother's fucking basement,
Come on,
bro,
you little pussy.
and shut your fucking mouth.
You're in a
pussy.
welfare apartment.
You're
you
a pussy. You're a big
welfare
fucking
pays for your
joke.
apartment, you crackhead.
You don't know anybody. You don't know anybody.
You're a
Who do you know? Tell me who you know.
Nobody.
Who do you know? Mention their
Nobody,
first
you
name.
little fucker.
Just mention
Nobody.
their first name.
Nobody. Take
What
a
do you
ride
know?
down the
You don't know
Peace Highway
nobody, you
tomorrow. Let's
fucking
find
cunt.
out. Come on.
You don't know nobody.
You little pussy.
You're a nobody.
You big
You're a
mouth.
nobody.
You'll
You're
be
a nobody.
screaming,
Mention
sorry,
somebody you know. Who do you know?
sorry, You little pussy.
Who do you know? Who do you know, bro?
Are you kidding me? You fucking
Who do you
clown?
know, bro?
Are you
Mention
kidding
one
me?
name.
Don't worry about it.
Mention one name, bro. Mention
Don't
one
worry
name.
about it, you fucking clown. Shut your mouth and go clean
Mention
your
one
fucking $3
name.
shoes.
Who do you know? I'm waiting.
When your friends approach me, then you'll find out.
You already said they approached you, you fucking lying fucking
What?
cunt.
I said I talked to one person you know, and he doesn't want his name mentioned.
Who did you talk to? You
Last
didn't
name
talk to
begins with a
nobody. They
P.
would call me.
It was
They
him
would call me.
and the
My friends
granddaughter.
know
The
who I am.
granddaughter's not happy about it, you fucking
My
clown.
friends know who I am. Shut the fuck up.
The granddaughter was not happy about it, loser.
What granddaughter, you fucking
worry
fake
about it.
fucking faggot?
Don't worry about it, Gilbert.
What granddaughter?
Gilbert, don't worry about it.
Wait, what? Say it. Say it. What are you, in the mob? What are you, a made guy?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
So
I don't have a
then
big
say
mouth.
it, you
I
fucking
don't have a big
cunt.
fucking mouth like you.
What are you? Why
That's
don't you
story.
run your mouth? Are you a made
I
guy?
was raised so different than you. It's
Are you a
insane.
made guy?
You make Staten Island look terrible.
Are you a made
You
guy?
make Staten Island, don't
Are
say
you
Staten
a
Island
made
anymore,
guy?
you fucking- look at you, you crackhead. You're a
Yo,
real crackhead.
Yo, BK, are you a made guy?
You're a fucking crackhead loser.
Yo, my man, are you a made guy?
You're made out of fucking.
Are you a
cookie
made
stuff.
guy?
You're made out of fucking crack. You
Yo,
fucking
BK,
loser.
are you a
Look at
made
you.
guy?
This kid is nuts. You hear this?
I'm
fucking moron?
waiting for the answer.
Where's your Prozac, Nick?
Yo, I'm waiting for the answer.
Gilbert, where's
Cunt.
your Prozac? You have
Yo,
an
yo,
nervous
yo,
breakdown.
cunt. Yo, cunt face. I'm
Tell
waiting
your
for an
friends to take a
answer.
ride. I'm going to be on Avenue U tomorrow, okay?
Yo, I live in Arizona, you pussy.
Tell
Shut
your
the
friends
fuck
to take
up.
a ride over to Avenue U tomorrow.
I'll be there in the morning. Go wait there. I'll see you in the
I'll put a
morning.
video up on my channel, Nick.
I'll see you in the morning. I'll be there in the morning.
You fucking loser.
Fellas, you're not dressed properly. He's gonna have to leave. Properly? Jimmy? What's wrong with the way we're dressed? What's up? This gentleman ain't dressed right. I asked him to leave.
Is there a problem then? The problem is your man here says we're not properly dressed. Like our money ain't green. We just want a couple of beers. That's it. That's it. We'll be on our way. We ain't looking for trouble. Spoke like a gentleman. Give me the beers. Go ahead. I appreciate it. No problem. Oh, you again, huh? That wasn't very nice. Now he's got to leave. I'll tell you when the fuck we leave, all right? Get the fuck away from me.
Go watch the bites, man.
Now you can't leave.
I will never forget the look on their faces. All 8 of them. Their faces dropped. All their courage and strength was drained right from their bodies. They had a reputation for breaking up bars, but they knew that instant they made a fatal mistake. This time they walked into the wrong bar.
Come on, motherfucker! Come on, you scrappy motherfucker! Come on, get him out of here! Drag him the fuck out! Come on, move! Look at me.
Command.
I'm the one who did this to you. Remember me.
This sucks balls, man. How come we ain't getting no rides?
Cause you're doing it all wrong. You gotta give the driver a little incentive.
Like how?
Like this.
Yeah, but what happens when they pick you up and you don't make with the head? Don't they kick your ass to the curb?
Sure, if you don't make with the head. Yeah. Hey, if it'll get me a couple of 100 miles across the country, I'll take a shot in the mouth.
Yeah, but we ain't gay.
Don't be so suburban. It's the new millennium. Gay, straight, it's all the same now. There are no more lines.
Well, there's a line, and on this side of it, we ain't gay.
Hey, all the hitches do this. Why do you think people pick us up? If you get a ride, it's expected. I don't care who the driver is. It's the first rule in the book.
What book?
The unwritten book of the road. Follow the rules of the book, and you get where you're going in no time. Excuse me.
Stand on loyalty, respect, and business, my nigga. Don't take this shit personal. Don't mean no harm. And even though these niggas little, they still can't fit in my circle. In my circle, look, they say I'm too stiff, I should loosen some. Every time I hear that, I go buy a gun. All that shit they be giving me sit on by. He a bitch if he can't look you in the eyes. Niggas feminine, 3-piece all money suit like a gentleman. Give a fuck what you say, give a fuck about your money. I'm judging these niggas off energy. Heard you call a body, nigga, and what? Let me ask a question, what you stand for? When them folks looking for you, you facing 30, you gon' tell on your folks, they gon' man up. What you nigga, how you gon' say what you really won't do? You ain't been in that spot, nigga, cap. These young niggas out here falling victim of rap. I'm just mad at my business, I try not to snap. I told my manager, watching you booking my verses and booking my shows with. Don't be bringing these group ass bitches around, my nigga. You know how these hoes get. I get caught with this switch, man. I'm facing 15+4. You don't trust your security? Fuck no. Yeah, you cool as hell, but show me one fuck nigga saying this shit'll get cut though. Stay on principles, stay on morals. Put an M away just for the lawyers. And my baby mama head 5, but she foul as fuck, so I'm keeping it cordial. But my mama always my little burden. I'm screaming, I stay with Lil Ju, cause that nigga with me. Advice lower than my heart, but ain't nothing feed my family but F&G. And cut, I got a salute him. That nigga grew with me when I was eating noodles. Fuck which fuck I need with a entourage. I'm my own motherfucking shooter. Rap niggas can rap it up. They can free the real nigga, clap it up. And I'm bulletproof and everything I ride, so tell them little niggas come try to blow. Yeah, I'm living like Bentley, a J Prince investment. I still keep a Drake, I ain't over yo. I ain't snitching on pussy, I fuck her and see her with you and act like I don't know the hoe. I ain't snitching on pussy. Cause you said the hit that don't make you a hitter. And cause you got money don't make you a killer. Cause you went to jail, they don't make you a gangster. You gotta be a hitter and a thinker. I ain't switch on them niggas, they switched up. When I went fed, everybody bitched up. Everybody need help, now they clicked up. I'm observing with my feet kicked up, with my stick tucked. This the art of war. You know what I'm saying? When I say the art of war, my nigga.
I break kids, blast when I kick some. A lot of rappers be like one-time wonders. Couldn't say a fly rhyme if there was one right under their noses. I hate those motherfucking poses, but I'm so real to them it's scary. And with my unique skills, nah, you can't compare me. And no, we don't make whack tracks. And all the suckers get pushed back when I'm kicking real facts. I represent, set up shit like a tech boy. You're paranoid cause you're a son like Elroy. And you'd be happy as hell to get a record deal. Maybe your soul you'd sell to have mass appeal. Oh yes, I'm greater than all MCs. When I breeze, give me room please. I be like fascinating when I be updating, cutting off whack kids, pulling their trump cards. I thump hard and make them say that I'm God. Be pretending they're hardcore. Never know the meaning of. But I get props like a slogan, and no man could ever try to diss when I kicks my jam. Lyrically deaf and connecting, complete mic record. No double checking, vocals kill like weapons. But if I have to, I go all out with no mic. Yeah, that's right, cause I survive mad fights. And for my peeps, I truly care. Cause without some of them, I wouldn't be here. And they all know how I feel. The suckers be like playing themselves to have massive fear. I've suffered setbacks, but now I'm making greenbacks. Just like baggy slacks, I'm crazy hip-hop. Check 1, 2, and you don't stop. Your head'll bop when I drop my crop of pure bomb. Just like the seashore, I'm calm and wild with my monotone style. Because I don't need gimmicks. Give me a fly beat, and I'm all in it. Word is born, I go on and on. For you it's tragic, I got magic like wands. So I'ma end this lecture and I betcha those who kick dirt in due time I'm gonna get ya. Cause I be kicking the real while they be losing the race trying to chase mass appeal.
It's overdue right here. Y'all know what it is. The dead is gone, the world welcomes newborns. 1,000 rookies are sworn in uniform. No applications for snitches, niggas, but you can join. Just get your coins and start dropping dime. Superiority, I can stop time, and I am the minority, so who can knock mines? Purposely placed here on purpose to shine. Home purchase, door furnace, my concerns is to grind. Get some M's, then get in the wind and transfer all US currency for yen. A few friends, few next to kin. Yes, it's true, I flew through in that fluorescent Benz. Showroom shopping, copping rims, I'm top 10. Niggas can't respect my pen. Survived in 2 droughts, 2 separate games. So I shout, who a slouch? Get out my lane. My homie's home, he did 10 and change. So we set up in Tony Rome's and I picked at his brain. I explained it's bigger game than just street nigga fame. Them same thoughts I fought like Sugar Shane. Reaching the next chapter, life after I mastered. Fucking fresh to dress these little bastards.
For the range doors on the truck. The European stitch strong in the guts. My nigga M3's doors lifting up. Danbury bitches going off the dust. And the cranberry 6 going off the guts. Light pink heavy wrists going off the cuts. Acting like a steady bitch knowing you a slut. And after we get finished, ma, knowing you gon' cut and you knowing I'm in the truck. and deep dishing it. 5s and 6, the kid keep kicking shit. Pies and bricks, the kid keep flipping shit. I insist to stack and see different shit. Bubble face your paw with sea fish in it. Bubble break, Panars, McLean kitted shit. And duffel bags by Gooch. The white devil stitch on the whore, that's Emilio Pooch. Flow rivers in the booth and I'm speaking the truth. So listen up, young niggas, cause I'm speaking profuse. Yeah.
Big it is, nigga, the hardest fall. If niggas scared that level, nigga, give us the ball. Us the ball. Listen to this, man. I want y'all to listen real close and real careful, man. Very seldom is niggas born with all the 5 senses. The 5 senses are, now listen to this and listen to this shit close. Cause this one is a nigga is a last level nigga. First of all, you have to be born with an automatic understanding of the game. You have to be born with a...
Breaking news. The Sent Some rapper put on social media. Shot at who? Ain't no motherfucker shot at us.
Damn, Ben Mark shot this too?
I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. The hate be so real, the love be fake. Be bumping they gums and bumping my tape. Don't go against me, they ask for my help. Go get out your feelings and get it yourself. Might got the same shoes, but you ain't gon' step. That shit that you just put out, you could've kept. Yup, she got a nigga, he got a shirt. Why? You can't compete when you can't compare. Here. She ate the dick through my underwear. Got up and got herself out of there. I see they put me on memes and things. Don't speak on my life without knowing the real. 8 figures a year, what it cost me to live. Don't hold it, just say what you feel. But watch your mouth before I fly at your bitch. To a place that she didn't know exist. Mediterranean water my wrist. Keeping them pissed how I'm talking my shit. 6-figure check for a show, man, I'm lit. Let's celebrate in my bag legit. These niggas with me with whatever I'm with. Didn't know who did it, got everybody hit. Bitch, I don't like niggas, I don't like bitches, I don't like nobody. We can get gangster, we can keep it cordial. How you wanna go back? How you wanna do it? I don't backtrack, man, fuck that. I don't miss nobody. I don't miss nothing. Left it on scene, I ain't right back. I don't trust nobody. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. These bitches will cry and be lying in your face. Slicker than us, gotta know how they play. If the money wasn't straight, you wouldn't be here today. Ain't it, man? Sure know what to say. You ain't me, so it's hard to relate. But how much cash I fuck off every day? Big bag. Don't play with me, baby. Go play with your pussy. You see them in person, these niggas be shookin'. $100, it cost you a Quavo to book me. I'm worth it, the proof in the pudding. Surrounded by bitches. I'm looking like William, but they ain't my girlfriends. Bro, I'ma spin on your block back to back when they finish. It look like the world end. I ain't asked for it, they did it to me. What? Niggas exposing their hands for free. Get caught in the middle, that's bullseye. Get it too. You got hit, but we were targeting heat. Popping my shit with a capital P. SRT, red eye, red key. Might be ugly, but my bitch precious. She ain't even sneeze, but still I bless her. I don't like niggas, I don't like bitches, I don't like nobody. We can get gangster, we can keep it cordial. How you wanna go back? How you wanna do it? I don't backtrack, man, fuck that. I don't miss nobody. I don't miss nothing. Left it on scene, I ain't right back. I don't trust nobody. I just looked at my wrist, I got time today. Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. I just looked at
Ray Sean on the beat, by the way.
Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
Don't play with your life, little nigga. We don't make a man shoot at my command. Strap up, we don't fight, little nigga. You get shot tonight, you get die tonight. We doing real strikes for niggas. Look, windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till it's spike for niggas. Windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till I spark, till that blast. Don't get caught up forgetting your past. Don't come stroll on this block like we won't do it to you. Don't stroll on this block like you pass. Niggas soft, they don't come around, nigga. Head down when they come around, niggas. Shots off when we come around, nigga. With a bunch of clowns,
Put some
niggas.
respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for you.
Hold your fire until I get the signal.
How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. I wrote the shit behind the wall.
Everybody with it until they charge for the call. Everybody with it until they dog take a loss. Till that lawyer money low and your mama put up a house. Yeah, these diamonds came from struggle, that's just how it came. When I'm in jail, the only time I hear them scream my name. If you down for me, then I should never have to pick your brain. Cause when I'm free, I don't be feeling we locked in the same. If you don't do enough, then they gon' complain. I gave you the world, you want a diamond ring. Real nigga riding for you, but you chose a lane. You must ain't never had a real one. How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. Real one. I opened some doors for some niggas that changed. I gave it to God, I could've splattered their brains. One of the last ones, love.
Rich. I'm one of the last ones left. Stayed solid through the pressure. Seen a lot of niggas change and they had time to address it. Ran up money in their face and I know now they get the message. That shit would make you hate me, but you gon' respect it. Seen niggas jump ships when as the wave rocked off. That's why I stayed blocked off. From the day I popped off. Learn to keep my mouth closed like I suffer lockjaw. Any nigga go against us just might get knocked off. In this fabricated world, I don't feel no one. Been through shit that'll make you never wanna deal with no one. Banana clips, but I don't never wanna peel no one. How many times did I tell you I'm a real one?
How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. Real one. I opened some doors for some niggas that changed. I gave it to God, I could've splattered their brains. One of the last ones, love. Maybe if I wasn't so hard, you'll still have room in your heart. Maybe if I didn't have these sins, we'll still be something like friends. Maybe if I cried it over and I wasn't such a soldier. Maybe if I was a bitch ass nigga, then maybe you would think I was realer. Maybe if I didn't have a big heart, maybe you would love me a little. If I was a bitch ass nigga, maybe you would love me a little. Cause lately you been fucking with the whole side. So now I see that you can't tell the difference. Real one. How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. I'm a dog. Real one. I opened some doors for some niggas that changed. I gave it to God, I could've splattered their brains.
No. Geraldo live on the track.
Hey, CGM, where you at? No time to cuff, just one and done. I gotta chase the bag. If I pull up and your ass run, then I'm gon' chase your ass. I shoot, I don't pass. Batman, Hellcat, that bitch fast. I got rich and they got mad. Better get out your feelings and get in your bag, bitch. No time to cuff, just one and done. I gotta chase the bag. If I pull up and your ass run, then I'm gon' chase your ass. I shoot, I don't pass. Batman, Hellcat, that bitch fast. I got rich and they got mad. Better get out your feelings and get in your bag, bitch. I cut off my last bitch. Man, that was a sad bitch. Man, yo bitch need her ass kicked. She be staying that air, nigga. I got hoes, I'm past pimpin'. Believe twin sisters. They get drunk, they start kissing. Ask Muwap, he my witness. Turn up in the club. A nigga play crazy in this bitch, we send it up. We came in 10 deep, so bitches 10 guns. Don't forget this one. When I shoot, they run. First degree murder one. Beat her back in, pull her tracks out. Slime her like a smackdown. I keep going until she tap out. I damn near blew my back out. Damn, that's fucked up. What happened to? Wish we would've had that sit down. And I see you niggas tryna switch sides. It's only one way for niggas to get out. No time to cuff, just one and done. I gotta chase the bag. If I pull up and your ass run, then I'm gon' chase your ass. I shoot, I don't pass. Batman, Hellcat, that bitch fast. I got rich and they got mad. Better get out your feelings and get in your bag, bitch. No time to cuff, just one and done. I gotta chase the bag. If I pull up and your ass run, then I'm gon' chase your ass. I shoot, I don't pass. Batman, Hellcat, that bitch fast. I got rich and they got mad. Better get out your feelings and get in your bag, bitch.
And it fuck up others, you see what I'm saying? It depends on what type of person you is. Like, if you built, a lot of people ain't built for this shit. A lot of people can't be. You know, I ain't gonna say nobody built for this shit, but a lot of people just can't get through certain shit like other people. A lot of people don't handle situations like other people handle them. So you'll be in jail, you got niggas that's cool. You'll see him every day, he cool. You see what I'm saying? Like me, I'm the type of nigga I come out, you don't see me out there, I be smiling, you see what I'm saying? And motherfucker be wondering, like, why he smiling? shit. I'm like, cause what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cry? I ain't tripping.
That they love you, homie, don't believe it. Constantly asking for money and shit, like I had it easy. If I ever cross you out and stop fucking with you, it was for a reason. One thing about me, I never get mad. I just get easy. Might fuck on your best friend, fuck on your sister, then record it. You lying to me and want me to believe it. You must think I'm moral. I'm fucking the city up, I'm fucking the world up, having an orgy. And these niggas talking like they want problems, but they really avoid it. I'm setting the record straight, I'm willing to demonstrate any day. And I gotta say what I'm finna say. I really came up off the interstate. I got out of jail with no money. I went and found a snow bunny. I came up off the whole money. I got that hustle and flow money. I jumped off the PJ with bags. I loaded them into a Tahoe. I pulled off in a Lamborghini. That shit had me feeling like Rollo. She want me to play in her pussy. I'm finger fucking these papers. These bitches that talk bad about you, didn't wanna fuck you, so I'm fucking a hater. Ay, ooh, I came up. Ooh, I came up. Ooh, that man up. Red bottom, red venture, nigga, red flag, I'm flamed up. When I went fed, I came back home and changed my name up. Now what they call Finesse 2 Federal, fed for real, I'm fucking the game up. My bitch yellow, drink yellow. Kush make me think better. Purge make me fuck better. I'm flirting with the bank teller. I look like a motherfucking Kia. I look like a motherfucking Lord. Shorty wanna fuck with a G. I'ma beat the pussy till it's swole. I'ma eat the pussy like I'm drunk. 9 grams crammed in a blunt. Pull up to the show with the pump. Fuck the back, I'm going through the front. Get the back in, do the show. Find me a freak, then I bounce. Fuck the bitch until she go to sleep. Wake her up and put the bitch out. Get out. Go that way. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole lot of mobs over the world, right? But I'm talking about mom ties, nigga. H-Town over here. Bitch over here to stay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now dig. You got rich, right? They do what they wanna do. And you got broke niggas, you heard? They do what they gotta do. Now ask yourself, which one are you? Fall back, soaking in Remy, sitting back, smoking the scary. That hustling is so in me, never show envy. Got a style unmatched, I'm like back in 84, now smell at that. Unseen when I'm low, but still right in your face. I'm so skinny, but that's right in my waist. Some Jags to Jeeps, hoopties with the raggedy seats. Just imagine how I'm moving if we had any beef. Beats relax me, good keeps me nasty. Lower the when I see the G's creeping past me, ducking the knocks. Born busting Dutchess apart. Love with pretty lips when you get it far. Finna foe, freak for the rims that glow. Rock Timbs if it's summer or 10 below. Love the streets, the signs of is deep. I'm just another next up trying to eat.
I had some problems.
Soul, baby.
You found the answer.
It's all for y'all now.
Told me to take this chance.
But it seems y'all would rather see me hit than see me rich. Get bagged over some bull, see me snitch. Hoping some A's hope leave me sick like I'm a sucker for love with some easy. I did dirt through my days, but hit my work. Even then, still I made sure no kids got hurt. Sweet connects, been on since my feet got wet. From the best, turn back, learn to speak direct. My game sharpened, we all had our days of barking. You could tell styles by their ways of parking while disputed. Doe got us so polluted, paranoid to the point it's like we overdo it. Police pressure, deep how to be Sylvester. Rough up, handcuffed and treat you lesser. Toast on me, where y'all Pope will be. Y'all can bet I'm a rep how it's supposed to be.
I had some problems.
Not a soul, baby.
You found the answer.
It's all for y'all now.
Told me to take this chance.
I got it locked, feel me? Infinite game, get chills on the strength of my chain. It's only real. Certain mention my name, some relate. Others stay numb in the face. Trying to keep steps ahead like we running a race. Nikes and Timbs, lady friends like I'm slim. Light makeup, that blend white with their skin. So what's the issue? All still with you, iceberging. On the turnpike merging, late night, white brake lights, black excursion. Freeze, hustle a rap, I'ma keep roping. Too many niggas got deep emotions, the stress got them. Who else wanna express their problems? Get upset, but feel rest, respect the bottom. True or false, feel a fake love or hate. Right or wrong, as long as the thugs relate. Yeah. Y'all haters better get a hustle, man. Stop with me. I'm trying to live, man. You know what I mean? I've been at the bottom. I was rising, fell back down. I'm trying to climb up, man. Get off my back, baby. I'm sucker free this year. AZ to visualize a return. Once again, love, life. Hey, what? I'm ready. Come on! You know the chronicles, the shit that if mama knew, the stress, the drama do, the text phenomenal, rapid fire, pecs through the abdominal, you bastard liars, me who's the honorable, bathed and clothed up, shaved and close cut, restraint from temptation was drained from both nuts. Now in the physical form, verbalized through the scriptures, I was biblically born as Aya, Jebemiah, conceived through the blunt fire, on Kawasaki's could willy up on one tire, well respected, gel connected, got the method for them pretty females perfected for sure. Very few flaws, heavy Chevy 2 doors. Candy painted to give a nigga the blue balls. Pause, this the life I chose. Then did the 360, the ciphers closed. Come on.
The format is real sickening, contagious.
Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
Still, I don't have to run no game, I've done those things.
Young and gifted, my tongue's prolific. In the beach bungalow is how I bung in Christmas. With a street summer flow from the hungriest district. Switch kicks, crisp when I come to them picnics. Play slow, paper chase stack and lay low. Range road, tinted all black, the same old. Psychic mind, righteous rhymes. Then turned a new leaf for my life of crime. No concerns with new beef, who's as nice as I'm. It's confirmed from few feet, I'm still a sniper blind. Built my fame, spilled my pain. Politic and daily still trying to milk the game. It's obvious that I'm real, rap skills remain. I took some change and I'm still the same.
The format is real sickening, contagious.
Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
Still, I don't have to run no game, I've done those things.
Learned the system, burned some ism. Jotted my Jews down like journalism. How I maneuver now, it emerged through wisdom. A pilgrim, prophesize, putting words to rhythm, relating. I Adam Clayton in manifestation, patient. Meditating with the animals waiting, pacing. Like an inmate that sealed his fate. Let some years escape, but I'm still in shape. I'm chilling, deeply rooted. A beast with music from best out to the east. I'm too at peace to lose it, beloved. I still does it, breathing off a Trump budget. Fresh out of Bloomies with the Louis luggage.
The format is real sickening, contagious.
Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
How we get down.
The format is real sickening, contagious.
Here I come, Daisy. There you go.
How we get down,
Daisy. Here I come, Daisy. Here I come, Daisy. Here I come, there you go. Here I come.
How we get down,
there you go. Here, Daisy. Here I come. Here I come. Daisy.
Goddamn.
Two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. One and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. Then you gotta.
Show these niggas can't breathe when I come through, hum to some shoes. Gotta be 20, man, it's not even funny, they can't. The chokehold's too tight, the left looks too right. You know what? You right. These bitches can't look. They hearts racing, they start chasing, but I'm so fast when I blow past that they can't in the presence of the man. Your future look better than your past if you present with the man. You better. You niggas can't share my air. I walk a mile in the pair I wear, and I'm getting better year by year, like they say wine do. Cops couldn't smell me if you brought the canines through. And I pace myself. I know these money hungry bitches wanna taste my wealth, but I keep them on a diet, embrace their health, or even keep them on the quiet and space myself and just take a deep breath. I got them grabbing their chest, cause it's hurting them to see fabbing is best, and laying they worst. They rather see me laying a hearse than laying a back. And I ain't just laying the verse, I'm saying the facts. I came back with some sicker stones that got these broke niggas looking at me like they choking on a chicken bone. Every chick I bone can't leave a dick alone, so I know it's one of them every time I flip my phone. Breathe.
One and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. One and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. One and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. Then you gotta.
Yo, these niggas can't breathe when I come through. Hum to some shoes, gotta be 20, man. It's not even funny, they can't. The chokehold's too tight, the left looks too right. You know what? You right. These bitches can't. Look, they hearts racing, they start chasing, but I'm so fast when I blow past that they can't. In the presence of the man, the future look better than your past if you present with the man, bitch. I see them on the block when I pass, it's looking like they need oxygen masses. I make it harder, but I keep the Glocks in the stashes, cause the cops wanna lock and harass us and make it harder. They has to react like having an asthma attack when they see the plasma and back. You dudes are wheezing behind me. My flow is like a coupe, breathing at 90. That's the reason they signed me. The slick metaphors and hard punches on the cuts feel something like hard punches to the gut. I address the haters and underestimators and ride up on them like they escalators. They shook up and hooked up the respirators on their last breath, talking to investigators. I'm a breath of fresh air in a fresh pair. Face it, boo, and do it till your face get blue. And then
one and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. One and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. One and then the two and then the three and then the four, then you gotta breathe. Then you gotta.
It's just I like to move smart, you feel me? You might see me in one car, but I got a whole nother 2 rentals sitting up somewhere. I wanna go low key. I'm gonna put the big runner, I just gonna sit in the parking lot somewhere. But the whole time, nigga might be thinking they 5-man runner. I've been a whole nother 2 cars. But you know, I really just put a nigga on game.
And nigga ain't gonna stop touching none of us, believe me, you heard me? It's gonna be you and me. What it is.
Ooh, that's a hard baby.
Speaking on my name, better keep that iron with you. They say they down to ride, but ask them if they dying with you. My partner died, your partner died, you just don't post your nigga. I call a play, young ain't gon' blitz, I'm trying to coach that nigga. Toast a nigga soul with this Draco, you know it's fucking real. Catch a nigga lacking, hit his stomach, I think I snapped the reel. Walking line on papers, people watching, but I'm thugging still. Partner died, the price up on his head, you know I paid the bill. Stepping like he got it on the love, fuck the price tag. I just hit my phone like you a bitch, you better bite back. On Simon say fuck all them bitches niggas, they can't never get they dog back. Go and get a runner, I just zip them through my cash out. Killers in your bushes tryna see what all that beef on. Catch them in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in a runner tryna make today his last dog. Hit him with that pole, play high cold, take a nigga soul. In your bushes tryna see what all that beef on. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in a runner tryna make today his last dog. Hit him with that pole, play high cold, take a nigga songs off a tape and still a pop, nigga. Ain't shit change, I'm still a stay, I'm hollering freely bop, nigga. Stood up like a man up in the can and they can vouch, nigga. Shared a cell with plenty ops and all them used to fuck with me. Bitch, you know I'm really G. R.I.P. my nigga G. Niggas hating bad, they doing sad, they want my energy. Pussy running stupid, doing bad. Empty the a magazine. Draco hit that ass, he get to singing like he pleasure beat. I'm just trying to be at peace, trying to set my life on beats. I promise I ain't lying, dog. I'm trying to put that iron down. My bank account sitting swole, might spend it all just on bodies. Piss me off and I see red, put that bag up on your motherfucking heels. In your bushes trying to see what I like beef out. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner, trying to make today his last, dog. Hit him with that pole, play it high, go. Take a nigga's souls in your bushes trying to see what I like beef out. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner, trying to make today his last, dog. Hit him with that pole, play it high, go. Take a nigga's souls. Didn't swole, might spend it all just on bodies. Piss me off and I see red, put that bag up on your motherfucking head.
Sean on the beat, by the way.
Stop playing like you niggas don't know what's up. Look for ops, turn them into blunts. Instagram making niggas tough. I be chillin', but niggas know what's up. Why they moving like they forgot the drills? Hopping out, Cuzzo got the wheel. Catch them clapping, walking down the kill. Do them dirty, leave a nigga ill. If I don't got it, then I rob it still. Coppers on me, know I keep it still. Niggas fake, but these bullets real. Think you sick, I leave a nigga ill. I don't like argue with you niggas. I be trying to barbecue you niggas. On your ass, stalking all you niggas. Bullying and bothering you niggas. Why the fuck these thoughts in my brain? Do a hit, but I got a name. Fuck it, it's a risk I wanna take. On my soul, I do it for the gang. Couple of them, I ain't get the bun. When I catch them, I'ma send them up. Plenty Glocks, I don't need a beam. 30 shots, only use like 2 or 3. I heard these niggas putting on an act. Since a younger nigga, I've been drilling niggas, yeah, and they know that's a fact. You was playing GTA, I was taking niggas off the map. If you bitches hanging with them niggas on God, all you bitches clap. I ain't showing no remorse. I ain't taking nothing back. I'm free SG, free now, wait, can't wait till my niggas back. Free Billy Kid, niggas know what's up, that's my blah, blah, blah. Niggas know the vibes when they see my face, it's a blah, blah, blah. Look, this is not a song, nigga, that's word to my mother. Every day a nigga wake up, trying to put a sick, thick feet on the back.
Watch me and they see the come up, like, you feel me? I never faked it, ever. You know what I'm saying? When I was down, I was down. As I'm coming up, I'm coming up.
Great Sean on the beat, by the way.
Look, niggas playing disrespect. We gon' catch them, we gon' do it to them. Niggas garbage be the facts. I'ma show them, I'ma prove it to them. Still don't get caught in the DA. Look, niggas gon' see how we play. In the spots where my music on replay. Always lit for the DJ. Giving out shots, nigga, who won it? The game on lock, they know who run it. 2-3 shots. 2-3 shots, how the crew run it. When the circle winning. Please don't confuse the business with the sinning. In the corner, get to spinning. Please do not try to beef him without chicken. She wanna dance and shit. But I do not dance, I told Chops. Ooh, hold on. They know my timing with no clock. We ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. We ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. I broke her back in the Maybach. Shorty horny, she told me to lay back. Love my style, so they rate that. Run up on me, I'm pushing the whip back. She just gon' let me hit it cause she heard about me. Heard I'm getting money, that's facts. Bitch, we the littest niggas in the city. We don't gotta brag up on it, that's that. Checking the sound, they know I started it. She wanna hang like an ornament. We gon' get more than it. She expensive, so I'm affording it. Tell them niggas get up with me. Niggas hot and niggas iffy. We be bringing out the city. We be bringing out the biddies. She wanna dance and shit. But I do not dance, I told Chops. Ooh, hold on. They know my time with no clock. And we ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. We ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. She wanna dance and shit. But I do not dance, I told Chops. Ooh, hold on. They know my time with no clock. And we ain't showing no remorse. Catch them lacking, it's gonna be a body. We ain't showing no remorse, but catch him lacking, it's gonna be a lot. Earn it up to you, you understand? You know what's going on over here? I don't think you understand what's going on over here.
Y'all stay free! Y'all stay set! Free! Free! Y'all stay free! Y'all stay set!
Great John on the beat, by the way.
Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
Look, don't play with your life, little nigga. We don't make a man shoot at my command. Strap up, we don't fight, little nigga. You get shot tonight, you could die tonight. We moving real shice for niggas. Look, windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till it's spike for niggas. Windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till that spark, till that flash. Don't get caught up forgetting your past. Don't come stroll on this block like we won't do it to you. Don't stroll on this block like you pass. Niggas soft, they don't come around, nigga. Head down when they come around, niggas. Shots off when we come around, nigga. With a bunch of clowns,
Put some
niggas.
respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
I'ma need all that power, that money. Don't move funny, cause we get to office shit. Chick will on the line, he coughing grips. One lift from this, gon' leave a mess, should leave a pit. One lift from this, should've do him bad. No cooler, we hit your eyes. Come to carry text like we in a lab. Like we in a lab. Let's talk about money. Look, talk about money, got checks coming in. Whole lot of bricks, I'm a shot, hit the rim. Money all in the duck like you stepped on my Timbs. Told the Lord I repent for my sins. Never talk what I did. Still I will never talk what I saw. Still I will never talk to the Lord.
Right.
Get up and oh, this that Freddie and Jason. Smooth it out.
This that theme music. Some back on your Dean music. Told Swiss gotta put the top down. Drive by my old school just to make my Dean lose it. Always said I'd be a dropout. Yeah, only right I bring the dropout. Look, and every day is first class. Not bad for the kid who never made his first class. Yeah, I'm in homeroom with dime sacks. If you miss something, rewind that. Memories take you back to the time. Take the time to remember that you can't get the time back. Now your boy's invincible. Got me teaching niggas principles. It just make me wanna holler. You can't even get $1 cause I can't talk sense to you. They wanna front till you jump in the back. Shorty named Rosa, jump in the back. House party days, you get jumped in the back. Nowadays, the jump balls just jump in the back. Swish, my jumper is back. The bars is up, high jumper is back. You gon' make one of the gremlins jump from the back. Put the strap over the shoulder like the jumpers is back. Yeah, the Euro step, the German Ruger. You already know Voorhees and Kruger. Kill shit, still move keys to Uber. Real shit, still gotta feed the shooters. First comes the torture, then they abuse you. Are you the victim or you the accuser? Nowadays the dealers, worse than the users. Besides that, the system thirsty to lose us. Yeah, flow smooth over the Marvin. Show 'em prove over the talking. They told me as a young G, even when you hungry, never move like you starving. Any questions, asking above. Any problems, mass in the glove. Jason and Freddie, basically ready. I'm like Masika and Alexis, how I'm chasing a Fetty. Goddamn! That's all I do. Please don't make me call my crew. Life's a bitch, don't make me call my boo. They get the drop and them killers there fall right through. Yeah, I'm in the projects hella late. Shooting dice, playing spades, and they selling plates. The love is for free, but they selling hate. Even selling weight to you when you're selling weight. Yeah, this that theme music. Some back on your Dean music. This that theme music. Some back on your Dean music.
Get up and goddamn! It's that Freddie and Jason, huh?
This that Freddie and Jason, huh? It's about to get ugly in the streets. That Fad, that Jada, that Swiss. Middle fingers to your haters. Come on, man, get a plate. Get your own plate. Get a seat at the table. If you're lucky, huh? Back on that thing. Back on that BS business. Can't even walk the streets. About to make it so
Even when I was just another low-level dog on the streets, I hung out with bigger people.
Put the hood on.
You don't know anybody.
Chains on.
You don't know anybody.
God damn it.
Mention one name, bro. You know, more important people. I had the best connects. Who do you know, bro? Mention one name. Yo, I'm waiting for the answer. You're a nobody. Mention somebody you know. Who do you know? It's one of those two can keep a secret, or three can keep a secret if two are dead type situations. You know what I mean? Who do you know? Who do you know, bro? Why don't you run your mouth? Are you a made guy? Are you a made guy? Ain't telling a single person. What are you, in the mob? What are you, a made guy? No. Why don't you run your mouth? Are you a made guy? Enough that you get away with shit. Listen, guys, I did some crazy shit, a lot worse than drug dealing. Some of it I was investigated for on multiple occasions. Okay. What's that? I keep my mouth shut. That's all. You fucking lying fucking cunt. What are you? Why don't you run your mouth? Are you a made guy? You meet people and talk to them.
You have no idea who I am. You have no fucking idea who I am. And you especially have no idea who I was, or you wouldn't be making comments like that.
Are you in the mob? What are you, a made guy? You better look into my fucking history. What are you, in the mob? What are you, a made guy? You don't know nobody. What's up? You're a nobody. I was the craziest when it came to doing violent shit. I haven't fought anybody. Keep your fucking mouth shut. You'll get beat up bad. I think, maybe I should have said it like a lot of these people are drawn to me. A lot of the people that most people will never wind up around. Bro, you don't know anybody. You don't know anybody. You're a nobody. You're a nobody. Guys that, they don't even talk to lower level dudes, shit like that. Oh, my man, are you a made guy? You don't know anybody. Who do you know? Tell me who you know. Mention one name, bro. You don't know nobody. What's up? Yo, I'm waiting for the answer. It's just the way I've been my whole life. You're a nobody. If I would have stayed in New York, I would have wound up somehow, very close to a boss or a captain. Hey, okay. What's that? I realized the place where I spent almost my entire life is rougher and tougher than anything you've ever even fucking seen. Fuck you and your fucking friends! Are you kidding me? I've seen crime you couldn't even imagine. I've seen fucking murder. Your fucking mouth shut! You fucking cunt!
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Raised an arch fucking criminal, bro.
Yes, you did.
And a gangster. You kidding me? I could have been a made guy if I wanted to.
Agnostic, you still got his back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck off. Yes, sir.
I was...
Call them rats, because a rat will do anything to survive. Isn't that right, Mr. Hill?
Objection. Objection sustained.
Look, I don't know nothing about being a rat.
Mr. Hill, you know everything about being a rat.
Objection. Everything was for the taking.
And now it's all over. And that's the hardest part. And today everything is different. There's no action. I have to wait around like everyone else. Can't even get decent food. Right after I got here, I ordered some spaghetti with marinara sauce, and I got egg noodles and ketchup. I'm an average nobody. Get to live the rest of my life like a schnook.
Feel this. America got a thing for this gangsta shit. They love me. Black Chuckers, Black Scully, leather Pele Pele. I take spit over rainbow shit. I'm a vandal, got that silver duct tape on my tray handle. The women in my life bring confusion and shit. So like Nino and New Jack, I holla cancel that bitch. Look at me. This is the life I chose. Niggas around me so cold. Man, my heart done froze. I build an empire on the load and ops don't know I'm the weatherman. I take that cocoa leaf and make that snow. Sit back, watch it turn the dough. Watch it go out the door. O after O, you know. Homie, I'm just triple beam dreaming. Niggas be scheming. I finna live the good life. The fiends are just fiending. Conceal my weapon nice and neat so you can't see. The penitentiary is definitely out the question for me.
I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle. Nigga, you get in my way while I'm trying to get mine, and I'll buck you. I don't care who you run with or where you from. Nigga, fuck you. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle.
I don't know shit about gymnastics. I somersault bricks and black talent start flying. When a nigga flip, I cook crack in the microwave. Niggas can't fuck with me, man. My codies call me Chef Boy all 50. Check my logic. Smokers don't like seeds in they weed shit. Send me them seeds, I grow them what they need. Them ain't chia pet plants in the crib that's chronic, and I'm selling them for 500 a pop. Goddammit, I sell anything. I'm a hustler. I know how to grind. Step on grapes, put it in water, and tell you it's wine. If you analyze me, what you will find is the DNA of a crook, and what goes on in my mind is contagious, hypnotic, it sounds melodic. If rap was the block or spot, I'd be that potent product. Now get a load of me, flashy, far from low key, and you can locate me wherever that dope be. Getting money, man.
I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle. Nigga, you get in my way while I'm trying to get mine, and I'll buck you. I don't care who you run with or where you from. Nigga, fuck you. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle.
It's a hustler's ambition. Close your eyes, listen, see my vision. Mossberg pumping, shotgun dumping. The drama means nothing, it's part of the game. Catch me in the coupe switching lanes, or in the jeweler switching chains. I upgrade from 30 BS to clean VS. Rocks that I cop with proceeds from the spot. I got the energy to win. I'm full of adrenaline. Play the curve and get nauseous. Watching the spin. I make plans to make it a prisoner of the state. Now I can invite your ass out to my estate. Them hollow tips bent me up, but I'm back in shape. Pour Cristal in the blender, make a protein shake. I'm like the East Coast #1 Playboy B. Hugh Hefner tell you he ain't got shit on me. The feds watch me, icy, they can't stop me. Racist, pointing at me, looking nigga-rachi. Hello.
I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle. Nigga, you get in my way while I'm trying to get mine, and I'll buck you. I don't care who you run with or where you from. Nigga, fuck you. I want to find the things in my life, so I hustle.
When you handle your own
coming to check out, unless you looking to check out. What a mess now, come on. Ain't much I can do, but I do what I can. But I'm not a fool, there's no need to pretend. Just because you got yourself in some shit, it doesn't mean I have to come deal with it. And handle your own when you become a man, and become a man when you handle your own. Ain't much I can do, but I do what I can. Well, what can I do if I do till it's gone? Oh, oh, till it's gone. Oh, oh, till it's gone. Oh, oh, till it's gone. Oh, what can I do if I do till it's gone? I jump to the sky for my people. I walk through the fire. I give love when it's equal. Don't tell me not to complain about my money and fame. When you come around me telling me I changed, damn right I fucking changed. When this fucking change in my pocket hit the bucket, it was a rocket all of a sudden. I went from shopping without nothing to going shopping for my cousins. Now that the cops know that I'm buzzing, they wanna drop me in the oven. Pull me over just to say I'm a fan. Hip hop, you gotta love. Fuck it. Ain't much I can do, but I do what I can. But I'm not a fool, there's no need to pretend. Just because you got yourself in some shit, it doesn't mean I have to come deal with it. And handle your own when you become a man, and become a man when you handle your own. Ain't much I can do, but I do what I can. But what can I do if I do till it's gone? Oh, oh, till it's gone. Oh, oh, till it's gone. Oh, oh, till it's gone. Oh, what can I do if I do till it's gone?
Hey, Frank. You a piece of shit.
Tony, what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, you fucking cockroach. Do you know what a hassa is, Frank? That's a pig that don't fly straight. Neither do you, Frank.
Hey, Tony, why the fuck would I hurt you?
I stay loyal to you. I made what I could on the side, but I never turned you, Frank. Never. A man ain't got his word. It's a cockroach.
Please give me a second chance, huh, Tony? Oh, Tony, come on, I'm begging you.
Get up! Jesus! Get up now! I ain't gonna kill you.
Oh, Christ, thank you.
Get up.
Thank you.
Manolo, shoot that piece of chip.
No, no, no!
How can you love someone and learn to let them go? How can we fall apart on things we'll never know? Isn't it funny you can change your ways for someone to fill in your empty space? Tell me, is it really love if you have to ask if they'll stay?
Yeah, I got somebody I love, someone who's really important to me, but now they addicted to drugs. Someone who not who they used to be, and we ain't been keeping in touch. I ain't gonna say any names at all, cause I don't want no one to judge. But I wrote the song, I hope when they hear it, they'll never forget who they was. I hope you feeling your spirit enough. I wanna just tell you I love you in case that you really don't hear it as much. I know we ain't talked in a while, but fuck it, I really don't care what it was. I wanna reach out, but you keep on shutting me down, and you ain't been caring as much. What the fuck happened to you? You losing a fight. I never thought I'd see the day that you let addiction ruin your life. Everyone calling that shit a disease and making you feel like you in the right. But I hate the fact that you really be using that as an excuse to do what you like or do what you might. And I keep on praying and reaching for you. I hope you look in the mirror and see all the things I've been seeing in you. Hope your reflection will send you a message and show you this shit is much deeper than you. If you don't believe in yourself, then you'll never believe in somebody believing in you. And I gotta tell you the truth, cause I'm about to lose it. And you in denial about it and just wanna make up a million excuses. Tearing our family apart, but you leave us scarred and everyone bruises. Every decision affecting us all, and if you get lost, then everyone loses. For real. And I'ma be next to leave. I know that guy got a plan and you ain't fulfilling your destiny. Much as I need you, I will not be sticking around or watching you rest in peace. I promise I love you, but I gotta do what's best for me.
How can you love someone and learn to let them go? How can we fall apart on things we'll never know? Isn't it funny you can change your ways for someone to fill in your empty space? Tell me, is it really love if you have to ask if they'll stay?
Look, I know you've been calling for me. You hit on my phone, but I've been alone so long I'm harder to reach. I know you ain't saying any names, but I got a feeling you talking to me. I hate when these demons get into my soul, I feel like I'm caught in the beast. How do I let go of something I know is bigger and stronger than me? If I could be honest, I'll tell you the truth, I'm not who you want me to be. Nobody is perfect, not even you, so why you keep targeting me? I feel like we can't even have a genuine convo without you starting to preach. I feel like a dog on a leash, it's not what I need. Living that hell, wondering when I gotta leave, like how can I breathe? How you gonna tell me addiction's not a disease? Fuck do you mean? If it's not a disease, then why has it gotten to me? It's not what it seems. But you always be making me feel like the problem is me. I'm not gonna be who you want me to be, like God decided for me. And speaking of God, how the fuck you know all of the plans he's got for me? So give me a break. I've been inching away from trying to get out of this dream. I'm drifting away. How come you only there for me when I be trying to get clean? My biggest mistake is me wishing that things were different. I felt like the drugs is made for sinning. That's why I've been stuck in the same position. Fuck. I'm falling, but I cannot budge. Been wondering why I'm in love with a strange addiction. And why the fuck you always playing a victim? A lot of this shit that you hate to mention. It sucks that I had to taint your vision. But ain't nothing left for me, so you can just quit addressing me. I guess it's just my destiny. So take me as I am, or let me be. Tired of you stressing me, cause shit I gotta do is best for me.
How can you love someone and learn to let them go? How can we fall apart on things we'll never know? Isn't it funny you can change your ways for someone to fill in your empty space? Tell me, is
stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Heard you caught them bodies and you kept it solid. Get more money than a nigga graduated college. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Put your hands in the air. Yeah. If you never fall. Yeah. Jump before dishonor. Yeah, we sticking to the cause.
Yeah, them people ran up on me, asking me, do I know son? Looked them in their eyes and said if I knew son, I wouldn't know none. Heard a lot about me, you ain't never heard that I told none. If I'm hungry, I go hunting. I ain't doing no GoFunding in the afties at Faux Sun. Drink up, smoke son. Big boys, no youngins. Run it up, no running. Big rings, no funyuns. Lamb chops with no onions. And a bad bitch that knows money. She's so cold, how your nose running. Lost friends when I found stacks. Lost it all and then bounced back. Only counting on my niggas. Any other time I count stacks. But money don't make real niggas. Real niggas make money. Money come and go. Real you can't take from me.
Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Heard you caught them bodies and you kept it solid. Get more money than a nigga graduated college. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Put your hands in the air. Yeah. If you never fall. Jump before dishonor. Yeah, we sticking to the cause.
Lips sealed. I can do sign language in order to key. What I look like being thirsty when water is free. I ain't bring them people to you. You brought them people to me. Still I never said a word. I just knocked off every bird. All them bundles on the benches, on the front line in the trenches. All them Bentleys, all them Benjis. Shit you was doing was senseless. On the road we was caking. And cold you was breaking. Get exposed when you faking. Let you tell it I'm just hating. Not the case, I do the safe. You rather do the mall first. Law forbid they ever pick you up. Who you gon' call first? Yeah, you know how I'm getting down. I'ma hold it on the strength. I don't know about sitting down. All my
real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. Real niggas stand up. Heard you caught them bodies and you kept it solid. Get more money than a nigga graduated college. Real niggas stand up. Stand up. 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 Put your hands in the air. If you never fall. Jump before dishonor. Yeah, we sticking to the cause.
The size of their presence, and maybe even dive into what makes their influence seemingly so difficult to either dismantle or destroy. I know that's a super broad question, but it allows us to go from big to small.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the shocking things that we found out, I've been covering the cartel for many years now. I think I've reported more from Sinaloa and Mexico than anywhere else in the world outside of the U.S. And I think what even shocked me was when we started, I realized, having reported on the cartel, that they have a huge presence here in the U.S. But so I wanted to do a story about just what is that presence? What does that mean for the U.S.? How is it what impact is it having on law enforcement, on society at large? And I think one of the things that shocked me as soon as we started reporting was realizing that a lot of these cells are operating from small town America. So, we usually think drug violence, we think big criminal organizations, we tend to think New York, LA, Chicago. But through our reporting, what we found out is when we started wanting to meet with these cartel operators here in the U.S., that a lot of them were operating, again, in really small town American, even as far as Alaska, like small towns in Alaska. And we, one of the scenes we filmed was with Georgia Bureau of Investigations. They have a great team out there, and we were in sort of rural Georgia doing it, where we interviewed two agents who had basically brought down a cartel cell operation that was operating in rural Georgia, where it was a crazy, crazy story. They got a call from a guy who owns a cottage in the woods and rents it on Airbnb. And they got a call, 911 got a call from this guy saying, I have my surveillance cameras outside my house, my Airbnb, and I'm seeing they're bringing in like a body into my Airbnb rental. And
What?
Yeah, it was crazy. It's insane. And the police, the local police went there and realized that there was something bigger that happening, because basically they brought in the body and then left with bags or something that was suspicious to the owner of this Airbnb rental. And the police was called, and then eventually the FBI was called, or the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, were called. And what they found was that there was this woman who the leader of this cartel cell in Georgia, she was a drug distributor for them, and that the leader believed that she was skimming money from him. And so they had called her into this house and they had tortured her in a bathtub. They had cut off her, I think it was a chainsaw, cut off parts of her body. They had used pliers to cut off her fingers. But they had done a really good job of cleaning it all out. So they couldn't find any evidence that this had happened, but they knew something had happened here. So it was this agent that when they started looking inside, they decided to open the drain for the bathtub and realized that there was lots of evidence there. And again, this is like small town America with a cell that's sort of connected to the cartel. So yeah, this is unfortunately happening all across the U.S.
Would you say they have presence in all 50 states?
I would say yes, absolutely. I mean, through our reporting, finding out that everywhere. I mean, we spoke to sources that had presence in Alaska, or that talked about operations in Alaska, in North and South Dakota. I mean, yeah, it was wild. I didn't expect it. And I think, to me, a couple of other things that were really shocking in that story was, first of all, we interviewed a guy who was American, El Gringo, who goes by the name of El Gringo. Obviously not his real nickname, but he's American, born and raised in the U.S., doesn't even speak Spanish, and is one of the biggest distributors for the cartel here in the United States. And for me, that was shocking. And he told me that is actually quite common, that they use a lot of American citizens to distribute their drugs. So to me, that was surprising. I didn't know that was. I knew that obviously they work with some collaboration from Americans, but I didn't know it was so widespread. And then the other thing was that the corruption angle, and the agents from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation spoke to me about this. A bunch of different law enforcement groups I've spoken to have talked about this, but there is so much money that we're talking about, right? It's the drug business alone. It's estimated at over $600 billion a year, billion. So, and the cartel is making, billions of dollars from this illegal trade. And when you're talking about this much money, it's easy, unfortunately, to corrupt people, but, we're talking about Border Patrol, we're talking about small town sheriffs, but we're talking about federal agencies as well. And that was the scariest part is, with the cartel, they bring in the violence, they bring in the drugs, the deadly drugs, but they are also bringing in corruption. And once that affects our government, obviously that's a huge problem for all of us.
Yeah, I want to talk about El Gringo and the Americans, but I'm curious your thoughts on this. I've talked to a few people who report on the cartels, and it seems as if it's not difficult for them to find sources that are in the cartels that will talk to journalists. And I'm just curious.
Why?
Yes. I mean, I don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about criminal enterprises. For clarity, I have no criminal enterprises. I'm not involved with them. But if I was, I think one of the first things that I would not do is talk to a reporter. I'm fascinated why they're so willing to talk to the press.
I don't think they talk to all reporters. I think you have to know the right people. I have been reporting on the cartel for many years, so I think there's a trust there. I also have, I work with one of the best journalists in Mexico that has a lot of connections and sources in the cartel. It's the same person I've worked with for decades now. And there's a lot of trust both ways. I know that, I call him and I say, hey, Miguel, we're looking, his name is Miguel Angel Vega, he's an amazing journalist. and I call him and I say, "Hey, Miguel, we're doing a story about shark fins or fentanyl or guns, and do you know anyone who's connected to this in the world of the cartel?" And it's either a yes or a no, and then once if it's a yes and he's found some people that are willing to talk, first there's a meeting, right? They want to meet us face to face without the cameras. They want to make sure that I am in fact a journalist, that I'm not, a DA agent, for example, and there's that.
This machine could change t-shirt printing forever. I printed this t-shirt with the back.
We're having technical difficulties. Please hold while we adjust and fix the issues.
I finally upgraded my.
None of this would exist, right, without the buyers in the United States and without the supply of guns in the United States. So it goes both ways, right? It's the consumers of these drugs that allow this business to flourish here in the United States. And it's the easy supply of guns from the United States down to Mexico that allows the cartels to survive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Change Agents, an Ironclad original presented by Firecracker Farm. Today, we're going to be talking about the global criminal underworld with my guest, Mary. I know that's a super broad question, but it allows us to go from big to small.
Well, one of the shocking things that we found out, I've been covering the cartel for many years now. I think I've reported more from Sinaloa and Mexico than anywhere else in the world outside of the US. And I think what even shocked me was when we started, I realized, having reported on the cartel, that they have a huge presence here in the U.S. But so I wanted to do a story about just what is that presence? What does that mean for the U.S.? How is it what impact is it having on law enforcement, on society at large? And I think one of the things that shocked me as soon as we started reporting was realizing that a lot of these cells are operating from small town America. So, we usually think drug violence, we think big criminal organizations, we tend to think New York, LA, Chicago. But through our reporting, what we found so in Georgia, uh, she was a drug distributor for them, and that the leader believed that she was skimming money from him. I didn't know that was
Time thinking about criminal enterprises. For clarity, I have no criminal enterprises. I'm not involved in them.
face to face without the cameras. They want to make sure that I am in fact a journalist, that I'm not, a DA agent, for example, and there's that. But I would say at the end of the day, Andy, to answer your question, there's three main reasons I think people talk to me. It's impunity. I mean, particularly in Mexico, particularly in places like Sinaloa, right, where there's so much corruption. It's not as if the police doesn't know who works in these cartels or where they're operating from, but there's
Yeah, for
just a lot of corruption. So they don't see a downside to speaking to a journalist like myself. Secondly, I think it's wanting to boast, right? Ego, wanting to say that the Sinaloa cartel. I've interviewed like the Cartel del Golfo in Colombia. One story we did about organ trafficking and for cocaine trafficking as well. And yeah, there's so many different groups and cartels, criminal groups in that area that they just want to talk about how theirs is the best, right? Anyone? Do you know who runs the biggest fentanyl operation in Mexico? It's Ox. There's boasting about it. And yeah, it's like cool, right? You have a 22-year-old Sicario who, just one amongst hundreds or thousands of Sicarios, and here comes an international team of journalists that are willing to put him in a cool looking mask and where he's holding a gun and he can boast about what this he does. So there's a certain like street cred I think that comes with that.
Yeah.
And then I think the most important reason that I will always say, and it's often forgotten, which is just the wanting to be understood. I approach all the people that I interview with empathy, and I tell them, "Look, I'm not here to judge them, to judge you. I have not walked a second in your shoes. I don't know what your life is like. I don't know where you came from, and I think it's much more important and valid for me to sit down with you and try to understand why you do what you do than it is to judge you." And I think that really goes a long way. People want to be understood.
I can understand, especially in a place like Mexico, where I would say the cartels, I hope, have a more established footprint than here in the U.S. Historically, at least. I guess I could understand them, especially through the lens of impunity, talking to the press. Here in the U.S., though, small town America, I'm trying to think of what the upside would be. Because even if you were anonymous, if you were to talk about specific regions or zones, that could in fact swing a little bit of the attention of law enforcement. I just don't see an upside to it.
I'll tell you, Andy, it's much harder whenever we do our traffic stories to find
Okay.
people in the West that are willing to talk to us. And for that cartel story in particular, this is what happened. We had to go to Sinaloa to ask permission from the high ups in the cartel to talk to the cells here in the United States. And it took us a couple of trips actually to Sinaloa to finally get that go ahead. And we spoke to sort of what was he? He's like a lieutenant kind of guy. He has people way above him, but he has a lot of people that work for him. And he was the one who supposedly had connections to cells here in the US. And so we met him a couple of times, and he told us he never travels to the US, that everything is done, via encrypted messaging apps and whatnot. And he said after months, he kept on giving us dates and it never worked out. You never know where we're going to go tomorrow. It could be like tomorrow in, I don't know, Idaho. And then we like have everything set to go to Idaho. And then he turns out and says, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. We can't, my guys aren't available." And then eventually he said, "Okay, it's the meeting is here. It's in a town. I believe it was in Minnesota." We get to Minnesota, we traveled, and he calls us and says, "Just kidding. It wasn't actually there. It's in another state, and you're not able to disclose what that state is, but meet us there." And I travel all the way there. And then it was him. And he told me he lied to me. And it was the first thing I said when I saw him. So after all, Lieutenant, it's you. You tell me you never traveled to the US and it's you here. And he says, "Yeah, I couldn't tell you the truth, but it's me." So he agreed to talk to me and show me the cocaine business. But I ended up talking to a Mexican, not an American. And then the gringo, who was the one American that I spoke to us because he had contacted me. He's seen the show. He was interested in what I was doing. He was interested in the fact that I don't judge, that I try to understand. And he's been living this life for so many years, and he thinks that maybe one day he'll be killed or go to jail, and he wanted to share his story.
God damn. See, I need to fucking put some effort into that and should get some motherfuckers like this on. Yeah. I feel like that would be a.
So El Gringo is an interesting one. Smuggling drugs on domestic Delta flights.
You watched the episode. Good.
Interesting.
Well, it's fascinating. And again, I am not involved in any level of criminal organization, but I travel substantially. And I know that not all security is the same, and international and domestic have different screening policies. But man, if I was trying to move drugs, I would not do it at a place that I know has a security screening. I mean, I guess I would get a truck or a vehicle or something like that. I'm just fascinated if you could explain how that scheme or operation works, and what is it about domestic flights that's even allowing this to be able to happen?
Yeah, I was shocked as well. When I asked him how are the drugs distributed in the US, I really didn't expect. I thought I was thinking like vans or trucks or.
Damn, yo,
What
Fish
somebody would
gave
say
an
because
interview
you're,
about his
hey, our
cartel
stuff gets
connections,
X-rayed.
apparently.
TSA makes me take my shoes off. It might be a little bit harder to smuggle cocaine, but apparently not.
Still smuggling
You're
drugs to the
definitely going through law
airplanes.
enforcement. if
Yes,
you're going
intentionally.
through the
You know
airport.
you're going to encounter security screening. Maybe let's not take drugs. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, what he said is that they don't check when it's domestic flights. That they don't check. It's a faster way. They employ usually women, usually a lot of plain strippers, and that they're willing to do it for money. And it's the fastest and easiest way to get like 10 kilos of fentanyl or whatever from the West Coast to the East Coast. And he said the likelihood of
Holy
if you fly
shit.
from California
10 kilos.
to
Fuck.
any state on the East Coast, the likelihood that that plane has about at least one of the bags has drugs in it is very, 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 very high. He said it was surprising. Yeah.
Haven't we spent billions of
God
dollars,
damn.
if not hundreds of billions of dollars post 9/11 creating the TSA
That
and
shocks
enhanced
me.
security procedures? I thought we had tackled this one.
Wow.
Yeah. And instead, it's us not carrying drugs, having to take off our shoes and our small little bottles of water.
I mean,
It's
so I
like,
have a miniature dachshund who is all of 12 and a half pounds. He's a service animal. He obviously doesn't go through the X-ray conveyor, even though that's what happens in all the movies, and then the dog skeleton comes across. So I carry him, and then they swipe my hands for explosive residue because I have to go through the metal detector instead of the X-ray chicken cooker machine where you have your arms up. So I'm doing all that, right? I got my mini dachshund. I'm getting swabbed for explosives, and you're telling me that they're just stuffing 10 kilos of fentanyl in a check bag because it's a stripper and she's getting away with it? I mean, I feel like we have our priorities misaligned here from the TSA perspective.
I was absolutely shocked as well. Shocked. I don't know if it's 10. Yeah, around 5 or 6, I'd say. But yeah, it's crazy. And the fact that they have their preferred carriage, which is Delta, was interesting too.
I wonder why that is. Because I'm not aware of whether or not the airlines do their own baggage screening. I thought for some reason that it was all controlled and
It has nothing to do with the screening. It had only to do with the fact that Delta has a great that you can take up to a certain amount if you're in a certain class for free in
Yes.
terms of weight. It has to do with the weight and the fees that you pay, and not with the screening particularly.
As somebody who flies Delta, the medallion program is fantastic. I highly recommend everybody do it. Apparently, drug runners have already figured that out, so you're slightly behind the power curve. Yeah, I think it's 3 bags for free. I have not thought a single time of putting meth or fentanyl in there, though. Maybe I am actually missing out and not thinking correctly.
I can connect you to some people, Andy.
No, that's a hard pass. I enjoy not spending time in prison. So,
Yes. Me too.
so one thing I think is interesting, especially through Western eyes, American eyes, it's easy to fall in the trap when you talk about cartels of pointing externally. And this is it's only people that have a different moral view or ethical view or even a different visual perspective, right? Different levels of melanin in their skin. But as you mentioned, the more I've talked with people about this angle of American facilitators continues to pop its head up. And sometimes it's through the lens of people who are doing straw purchases for weapons in southern border states. And they are, the Iron River, as they called it. I think it was 500,000.
I did.
It was 500,000 guns last year alone.
Yeah, I did a story about that in season 1. Guns.
Yeah.
bullets.
How is it just money? I mean, how are the cartels? The recruitment, finding the right people, to me is fascinating. And and I've talked with some ex-agency officers, and I talk with them about recruitment as well too. How do you think they do it? How do you think they pick the people that they know are going to be susceptible? Are they looking for higher risk people? Because it takes time. I assume they're just not driving down the road in an A-team van looking for people to throw money at it. Do you have any idea of how they spend their time recruiting these people?
Yeah, trust is the most important thing. So usually it's family members or people that they've grown up with. So usually family members that have come to the United States and that they can really trust, or people that they know very well. So trust, I think, would be the number one most important. But I think you touched upon an important thing there, which is none of this would exist, right, without the buyers in the United States and without the supply of guns in the United States. So it goes both ways, right? It's the consumers of these drugs that allow this business to flourish here in the United States. And it's the easy supply of guns from the United States down to Mexico that allows the cartels to survive. Because without the guns and without the violence, they wouldn't be able to run their operation. And I think, in many ways, they're you can look at Mexico and see it as being very lucky to have such a powerful and rich neighbor, but also very unlucky, right? Because their neighbor, you look at the numbers and the thousands of people that are killed every year because of the drug violence in Mexico. I mean, in my profession alone, the hundreds of journalists that have been killed since the start of the drug wars in Mexico. And it's really tragic. And I don't think that that would happen if it weren't for the fact that geography, if it weren't for the fact that they're neighbors with the United States. You look at the biggest money makers in Mexico is the oil business, it's the tourism business, and these dwarf in comparison with the money that is being made by the drug business. And again, the buyers, the business all happens basically mainly here in the United States, and we can't forget that. And yeah, we can point the finger, as you say, and say it's all that everything they're to blame. It's all Mexico and to Mexican government. But I think we have to take a deep look at what we're doing and take responsibility for where we, for the responsibility that we have in all this, basically.
Are you looking to sell your house as is without paying for costly repairs, inspections, or expensive realtor fees? Then listen up. Not only will
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard me talk about Firecracker Farm and their hot salt. You've probably heard other people talk about it as well. If you haven't tried it yet, let me just tell you, you're missing out on some serious flavor. Their hot salt is delicious, and it really makes pretty much anything that you put it on even more delicious. It's hot, but when you use it in moderation, it's not too hot, and the flavor that it adds enhances without overpowering. It is handmade, super premium, and comes in awesome stainless steel push-button grinders like the one I have in my hand right here. You can take them anywhere. Hot sauce, if you've had this experience, can very easily overpower other flavors and always runs out quickly when it's good. Hot salt lasts and lasts. The push grinder holds over 500 plus pumps, and when you consider the refill it comes with, it's thousands of servings, and it's a great deal and a lot cheaper than the sauce. For those of you that like flavor, you have the Tac Pack Standard, which is a $59.95. Able to meet with somebody in the U.S. Yeah. Is there some unspoken or perhaps very spoken line that these people are crossing? Okay.
Except they're way braver than I am. These are people who are exposing corruption, exposing the ways the cartel operate. Usually it's corruption that gets them killed, right? And it's usually not about the corruption of the cartel itself. It's how the cartel is corrupting politicians or local business leaders. It's once they start reporting on that's what gets them killed. The reporting I do is very different. I am definitely, I always say that they are the unsung heroes. They are the ones, when people say that the reporting I do is brave, I appreciate that, but it's actually nothing compared to what these people who have a lot less resources than I do as a Western journalist, who don't have the privilege of going back to the safety of their own homes like I do here in the United States. They, live amongst the crime. That is, they're surrounded by the crime and by the criminals that they're trying to expose. I'm always, I find the reporting that they do and the people that they are incredible, and I take great inspiration from them.
I know this question just is based off your personal experience, and I guess I'm asking you to hypothesize here. Corruption in Mexico, not easy to document, but it is a long history of the documentation of the involvement in cartels and how far they've permeated. What would your hypothesis be? I know we touched on this briefly, whether it was local law enforcement, federal agencies here in the U.S., how high up do you think that the cartels have been able to create influence?
In the US, I mean, it's a hard question. I know, and I'll tell you what I've reported on. I've seen a woman with 4 kilos of fentanyl cross the border from Mexico to the US. And I've seen her being stopped by Border Patrol. And after she told me that some of that her boss basically pays money to certain Border Patrol agents at that crossing. And I'm sure it happens at other crossings too, because I've also reported on other crossings as well on this. And that pays them to allow the drugs to come in. So Border Patrol corruption exists. I mean, you don't have to take it from me. You go online, you do a search. There have been many reports on this and people who've gotten in trouble for it. I know that it happens also in smaller towns and police offices and sheriff's offices and all that. How high does it go? I mean, I'm an optimist and I'm hoping that it doesn't go very far, but at the same time we have to be realists and we're talking again about billions of dollars. And
Yeah.
when we did this story about human trafficking and it was about coyotes and the business behind the human smuggling of people to the United States, of our immigrants to the United States. I interviewed a guy called the King Coyote. He's runs one of these biggest human smuggling operations down in Mexico, and he's responsible for bringing like 2,000 immigrants every week, I believe it was, from southern Mexico to the north to the border with the U.S. and all the way to the U.S. And he was telling me how he they have his business. They have a human resources department. They have lawyers, American lawyers that they pay to monitor all the changes in the law. And it wouldn't shock me that if there's law enforcement or, government agencies paid in the process as well, because he runs a big operation.
Have you found that there is, specifically when talking about cartels in Mexico, have you found that there is one that is more effective or impactful with their influence north of the border, or is it all relatively the same across the board?
I mean, we know that the Sinaloa cartel has been running. I mean, they're responsible in large part for the fentanyl crisis in the United States. I was in Sinaloa in 2000, was it 2015 or 16? Uh, 2016, I believe. Yeah, they just started. The fentanyl crisis had just started here in the United States. Most people didn't even know what fentanyl was. I'd done the first story I'd ever did about the opiate crisis called the Oxycontin Express. This was in 2008. And then I did another story about how people who weren't being able to get access to the pills were then moving on and becoming addicted to heroin, which is another opiate. And then I started hearing from my sources that a lot of people, addicts, were starting to use a new drug called fentanyl that was hitting the streets, but it was still sort of unknown. And it was a pharmaceutical drug, much like Oxycontin was initially. And I went down to Sinaloa and I interviewed members of the Sinaloa cartel who told me that they had hired a Colombian chemist. They had paid him, I believe, 40 something thousand dollars to teach them how to make fentanyl because they were hearing that there was more demand for a new drug called fentanyl in the United States. And they learned how to make it. It was a great investment, 40,000, and they made, millions and millions of dollars from this drug, but they were the first ones. And they created a
They
huge
used to cut
operation, a fentanyl operation
dope with
that was
fentanyl,
shipping,
and people used to get
millions
fucking
of,
shot, and
I don't know how
people
much,
used to
but
bitch and
lots of
moan, and
fentanyl on
then
a monthly
fucking
basis to the
it
United
went from
States.
that to
And it created the
the
prices that we were
dealers only
seeing. That
wanted
year, when we
fentanyl
did our
and
story,
no
New
dope.
Hampshire was the only state, it was the first and only
Eventually,
state at the time
the
where
market
more
changed
people were
drastically.
overdosing from fentanyl than from heroin. And within a couple of months after our story came out, it started slowly changing to the point
So
where,
I heard.
now
So
fentanyl
I've
is the
heard.
number one cause of opiate overdoses in the United States in every single state. And that was created very much by pharmaceutical companies here in the United States to begin with. It followed the exact same uh, um, blueprints that Oxycontin back in the day. And then they realized, the cartel realized this was good business, and they started, you know, giving producing those drugs for consumers here in the U.S.
Do you think it's possible? It's possible to solve the demand problem? This is one I toil with, and I've landed on. I don't think there is.
I think what we're doing is not. It is
You
whatever we're
think
not doing at the
people could
wrong,
It's
solve
right?
because we're
the
not doing
drug
enough. We need another 20
smuggling
years of a
problem
war on
without the
drugs.
Yeah,
desire
more
or
millions and millions of
market for
dollars,
it?
right? It's
Or do
just
you feel as long as
it's
there's a market,
crazy
there's
to
always
think
going
that
to
we
be a
keep on trying
supplier,
the
no matter
same
what or
thing and it's
where?
not working, and we keep on insisting on doing the same thing. It's just not working, right? You can police the borders all you want. You can, you know, build more walls. You can spend more money trying to combat these cartels, but that is just not working. I think that the policing our we're not policing ourselves out of this crisis is not the solution. I think this is a public health crisis. If you go to Kensington outside in Philadelphia and you look at what is happening there. We did a story on fentanyl for this season, and where you have people that look, it is a horrible way to say it, but this is the reality. They look like zombies. They're bent, leaned over,
Is
walking
this
the
the
streets,
trank
leaned over.
epidemic as well
Yeah,
too?
trank, yeah,
Yeah.
trank dope.
Yep.
And people with wounds that look like they have leprosy,
Yeah.
full out. They have to be their limbs have to be sometimes amputated because the wounds are so massive and festering and creating gigantic infections that they have to be amputated. And there are people living, thousands of people all throughout the United States on the streets right now living this way. And we drive by them, all of us, every day. And nothing is being done. And meanwhile, we're spending millions on trying to combat the flow of drugs coming from Mexico, and it's not working. So I'm a strong believer in using that same money to address the public health crisis that is happening on our streets amongst Americans. These are not, we can both try, we can, if we want, try to forget and think that this would never happen to us. The vast majority of the people addicted, addicts that I've spoken to for the opiate crisis are people just like you and I who got an injury, went to the doctor, were given Oxycontin back in the day, and created and became addicted because of it. So yeah, we can call them junkies all we want, but any of us could become a junkie, and any of us could be living on the streets right now. And it's a disservice for all of us to not be treating this the way we should be treating. They're our fellow citizens, and they are dying, and it seems like we don't care. A million Americans have died in the past 20 something years because of the opiate crisis, and we have done nothing. 3,000 Americans died on 9/11. And we changed our government. We spent millions of dollars trying to combat terrorism, and yet, 3,000 Americans die every week with addictions, both drug addiction and alcohol addiction. And it seems that we're incapable of trying to address this problem.
Meanwhile, strippers are taking bags full of drugs through Delta First Class Diamond Medallion.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so easy to take an absolutist approach to the demand. Well, we need to drive it down to zero. And I don't think that's possible. I think the reductionist approach of doing everything we can to get it as close to zero is way more plausible than actually getting it at that literal and round number, because I just don't see that happening. But I definitely agree with you. I think we could do better.
Yeah. I also think that we should consider drastically radical changes. I think my country, I come from Portugal,
Mhm.
we legalized drugs, or we decriminalized drugs, which is different. So what we did is if you're caught with a certain amount of drugs, instead of immediately going to prison, we give you an option. You can go to rehab or you can go to prison. The majority of people choose to go to rehab. And actually, it's less costly for the government to send somebody to rehab than it is to send them to prison. And it's had a huge, it's been widely successful. I think it's been 20 years now. It's decreased the prison population in Portugal. It decreased the AIDS, the number of AIDS patients with AIDS in Portugal. Uh, you know, Drug related violence, drug addiction, all of it went down because of this. And I know people usually say, but Portugal is a country of only 10 million people. How can you do it at scale here in the United States? Or people will tell me, well, we tried it in Oregon. They tried decriminalizing drugs there and it was a disaster. Yes, but you can look at Oregon, and what they didn't do was prepare. You have to have a structure in place, right? If a person is deciding not to go to prison and they want to go to rehab, you need to make sure that you have those beds available and that you have that support group and the infrastructure ready to take in these people. That, from what I've been reading, was not the case in Oregon. And I think you approach it, it's at scale, but approach it, town by town, city by city, state by state. And there is a chance, because whatever we're doing right now is not working. So I think we need radical answers.
I want to thank our partners over at Ammo Squared. They've built what they call America's Ammunition Reserve. Basically, this is an ammo savings account. You can sign up, pick from more than 70 different calibers. You can set an auto-buy budget and either choose a shipping schedule. Those tools and can help you make it happen. Two, take the assets that they had been using when it came to fighting the criminalization of drugs and put them into what you were talking about. The structured approach for the alternative to that. And guess what didn't happen? Exactly that. They decriminalized, but didn't apply or align any other assets. So yeah, your plan's going to fall on its face. And so it's easy to say that doesn't work. But and again, we only have an N of one that we're talking about in Portland, but that control wasn't executed in the way that it was supposed to. So yeah, the outcome isn't going to be what you want it to be. It makes me wonder what would have happened if they would have put that energy, effort, money, manpower, resources, all of those things, because it didn't happen. So yeah, of course, decriminalizing drugs without the support network that these people need. I mean, how could you expect anything else if that's all you do? You're just like, okay, yeah, cops don't arrest those people anymore. Yeah, that's going to be a nightmare.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. And it's sad because we're finally trying to figure out a way to give answers to this gigantic problem, and we failed at our first attempt, and now it's being seen as an example as why we shouldn't try that. But actually, look at the example of Portugal. Here's a country where it did succeed, so there's no reason why it wouldn't be able to succeed here if we do it correctly.
Yeah.
Right. And that's, I think, where it failed. I no interest in legalizing drugs. I don't have a personal interest in trying to legalize drugs. I see it through my reporting, through my personal life. I'm the mother of a 15-year-old kid. I know how dangerous it is. I know how crazy it might sound that we should legalize all those drugs. It's no personal interest here. And I realize that there is a lot of danger in that as well. But I do also see that there is, again, I'm going to repeat this because I don't think it's talked about enough. This isn't a drug problem. It's not a violence problem. It's not a cartel problem. This is a public health problem. Our American citizens, our friends, many times our friends, our families, people that we know are dying. And we are not taking this, and we're not doing enough. So we have to change our thinking and try to come up with a completely different approach to whatever we've done so far. And maybe legalization is possibly the way, because so far it's the only one that I've seen has worked anywhere else.
Yeah. Wanted to shift gears here with you a little bit. I know, so season 5 is out. One of the episodes you did was called Brides for Sale, which essentially is following traffic brides from Vietnam to China. Again, criminal underworld, I suppose, different expression. Can you unpack for the listeners what that episode was about and what you uncovered?
Absolutely. It was such a crazy trade. So there's, because of the one-child policy in China for many years, families were only allowed to have one child. When they found out the sex, if it was a female, they would actually abort because the sons, sons are usually the providers for families later on. And so there's a lot more men in China than there are women. And because of it, culturally, it's looked down upon for a man to be single. You want a man who marries, who has kids, who gives his parents grandchildren. And there's an enormous pressure on men to get married and have children. And there aren't enough women in China. So they had to figure out a way to be able to find those women. So whenever there's a demand, there is going to be a supply, particularly in the black market. So there started these criminal groups in neighboring countries, in this case is in Vietnam, that started looking for vulnerable women, a lot of times from small minority groups like the Hmong communities in Vietnam, tribal community and indigenous community. And they started
This game, you're not ready for it.
There were two guys that I worked with, some of the first people that I lost. We never found them. They disappeared completely. It was this mystery for years, and then there's some that we did find. One of them's last name was Arenas. He got picked up by dudes dressed as federal agents. When we found him, he had his ID screwed to his forehead. Now, there was this big corruption thing uncovered in the institution that I was part of. Everybody was brought in basically for questioning. So there's a military barracks where they have a giant Mexican flag in Tijuana. Every now and then you would hear music coming out of the military barracks. Weird music, Sweet Child of Mine, like that. Sweet Child. And then just the volume would crack up. They called me to the office, and then all of a sudden I find myself in that same military barracks, this time with a hood over my head, which is a sign for special operations. This was a plastic bag that was utilized multiple times to try and asphyxiate me. And then I realized why the Sweet Child of Mine would be playing in that military barracks.
God, they're drowning it out.
And I was let go. Then I got a call from the director of the job that I was in, and I got
But that's sick.
because they said that I just passed the most rigorous confidence filter in Mexico.
Hey guys, if you're not subscribed, please smash that subscribe button and hit that like button on the video. And if you don't have time to watch this episode right now, no problem, but I'd really appreciate it if you would save it to your watch later playlist. Finally, if you'd like to follow me on Instagram and X, those links are in my description below. Thank you.
I'm an immigrant myself. I understand it more than most. I also understand that there's people making a business out of that.
Absolutely.
I also understand that there's people trying to virtue signal through their support of immigrants and the number one and the president number two.
Are they separate?
They're separate. And if people want to know how much power the Mexican military has in Mexico, you had a figure released and just released by a judge and just disappeared into Mexico before he was subsequently arrested again. So she said that they were about to release a lot of these guys, which is completely bogus. I don't maybe one or two of them
So in an attempt to appease the U.S. and like really not have these tariffs come through, he sent original members of the Zetas, Caro Quintero, a bunch of these guys to the U.S. With realistically, this was basically an offering to Lord Trump in a lot of ways, you know. That and then the tariffs actually, they said, well, you know what, no go, we're still going to do the tariffs, and now they're backing them down. So there's this weird back and push thing with the U.S. and Mexico right now. On the Trump side, these are people who are adamant about the Mexican government and the federal government's involvement in cartel activities. On the Mexican side, it's like the U.S. is also complicit in sending weaponry, having a giant consumer base, and responsibilities are being just tossed back and forth. And also corruption on the U.S. side. There has to be.
Of course.
There has to be some of that. So
it's not one-sided.
So politics on both sides are about pointing fingers at each other, and in the middle are us, citizenship. On the U.S. side, a giant generation of kids being eaten up by this fentanyl epidemic that some of it does come from Mexico, some of it comes from other places. And on the Mexican side, mass graves being discovered across the country. The war is very real. People march for Palestine in the U.S. or march for the Ukrainian wars or for Ukrainians. Meanwhile, on the southern border, there are.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI.
Thousands of people missing. And when I say missing, I mean they're gone. Talking to somebody in Monterrey who is a part of some of these special operations, working in some of these cartels, he described to me this method of body disposal. And mind you, I lived through the Pozolero thing in Baja, where he was using caustic soda to get rid of bodies.
Caustic soda?
Caustic soda, yeah.
How does that even work?
It's a chemical mixture. You can get it all at Home Depot, and it's basically a homemade acid that you can dissolve bodies with.
Oh my God.
This was something that he said he learned from Israeli special forces guys that went to train some of the cartels on the border, right? Again, don't quote me on that. There's a bunch of books on this. That's in his testimony. That's what he said. Then I go to Monterrey recently, and I hear this method. I'd never heard about this method, but it's an interesting one. You heat up diesel fuel in a drum, and diesel won't burn, so it just gets really hot, and you put the body in diesel fuel, and it will just cook and dissolve everything. He told me this method, and just imagining the nothing is left. Maybe some sort of dental prosthesis you might have, or some sort of I don't know, implant, but that's about it. Everything else gets gone.
All right, so we all know that cannabis has slowly started to become legalized across the United States. And obviously, I just had Redman in here a few weeks ago who wants to expand some of the progression on that. But that said, we are getting to a point where you can enjoy cannabis in the comfort of your home without having to worry about it. Now, with that in mind, did you know that there's an online cannabis company that ships federally legal THC right to your door? And that this company has found a way to combine THC with carefully selected functional ingredients to target nearly every mood and health concern you can think of? If you're not familiar with this mystery company I'm talking about yet, I am talking about mood.com and their incredible line of functional gummies. And you're really in luck today because you can get 20%
and stuff like that started showing up from cartels. That came from U.S. propaganda training that some of these Zeta guys had, which then inspired the ISIS videos that you see on film.
Yep. I remember those. Yeah.
I just wanted to put that out there as far as because the U.S. has a responsibility here. And I just want to make that really clear as far as these these entities in some way, shape, or form at a root have U.S. training or have some sort of U.S. involvement with their creation. The Zetas became what they became. A counter to that were these Mata Zeta groups, these tactical units set up in and around places like Sinaloa, where they were going after the Zetas. This is where the new generation cartel comes from. It's a highly militarized, hyper violent group of cartels. This is not the guys that have a tiger in their backyard rolling around the city with AKs in the back of a truck. There's some of that.
These are like almost uniform type motherfuckers.
They just issued this warning against some of the Michoacan family to cartels that they're going to go to war with them, and you see them. Like there's a video of them out there right now. The new generation cartel issues a statement of war. It says, I think.
Oh, a statement.
So interestingly enough, they're going to war with La Familia Michoacana in Michoacan. So again, if the U.S. feels no responsibility, all of our avocados and a lot of our that's where it comes from. So if you go to Chipotle,
I don't go to Chipotle, but I eat avocados every day.
Well, that means that we are responsible for a lot of this violence down there, because a lot of these avocado orchards are paying paid protection money to the cartels, and now they're fighting it out for this.
Yeah, because isn't it like, I didn't know much about this, but I think Kat Schultz was telling me, if my memory serves me right, like avocado trees take a long time to grow. So if they're even destroyed at all, your whole business is fucked.
Yeah. So if you don't pay us extortion money, we'll burn your fucking field.
Jesus Christ.
The new generation cartel issued a threat of war against these families that control parts of Michoacan. These families these are cartel families, La Familia Michoacana.
Yeah.
They've been fighting with the federal government against the new generation cartel in drone and trench warfare in Michoacan for years now.
Trench warfare?
Trench warfare.
That's my next question was going to be, what does this warfare look like? Now you're kind of answering it.
Trenches, drones being sent over, dropping bomblets.
Oh my God.
IEDs being used to target military. There's a current petition by local authorities to a federal judge to like, hey, can you clear these mines out of the way? Because that's going on in Michoacan.
Oh my God.
I explained all this because they just found this mass grave in Jalisco, Auschwitz-like. It's being called the Mexican Auschwitz.
How big we talking?
It's a giant compound. It was utilized for training, is what they say. So people would be recruited forcefully. Like, hey, you want a security job? Yeah. Oh, come meet me here. Oh, hey, you want to work at this call center? Hey, come meet me here. And they were looking for young individuals. Basically, you get bussed over to this field somewhere, and then your instructors come out, and if you don't achieve the elements of the instruction that you're about to give, you get a shot in the head, or you get fed to the lions, is something one of the survivors said, that they had lions there, or you would get disappeared. There's shoes everywhere on this place, and clothing. And again, if people want to know how serious the Mexican federal government is about any of this, that same farm was already raided by the federal forces
before the mass grave happened.
Before they found this mass grave, they just went there, found a bunch of guns, found some dudes, arrested them, and left. And they didn't do any investigation.
No smell, no nothing.
They didn't do any investigation.
Come on.
That's what they say. Then these groups, there's several groups across the country of Madres Buscadoras, basically mothers of the disappeared. There's one in Jalisco who found, hey, there's bodies here. There's a ton of clothes, luggage, and pictures of people in this place. We should investigate. And that's what brought the attention of the media. There's a lot of shoes there, and people's shoes don't get taken usually unless their bodies are going to be disposed of. Yeah. And they don't burn the shoes because they create a lot of smoke, and a very big black pile of smoke coming out is probably going to be something that's kind of suspicious. So there's no calculations exactly how many bodies are there, but a lot of people died in that place. There's a letter.
I heard they had
found there.
Pizza oven type shit.
I don't remember all of the letter, but I just remember.
Wow.
It said something about it if I don't come back, I hope you remember me, and I remember that I love you. Right. This just handwritten letter by this kid. I mean, he was probably 19. Who under false he was just invited to this place for a job, right? There's been many of these cases across the country. Now we have the eye of the world right now because of what's going on in Mexico and the border and all this pressure, but this has been going on for years.
Yes.
It's only now that the horror of what this is has kind of like seeped into the American populace as far as what the news and people speaking about some of these things.
Not enough, though, by the way. Not enough.
Not enough. I've been called a fear monger or that I exaggerate some of the stuff that goes on in Mexico many times. And the amount of just death alone.
If your child has used Roblox, you might be owed significant compensation from a lawsuit currently underway. Find out if you qualify. While marketed as safe for children, Roblox has allegedly become what investigators call a hunting ground for predators, targeting kids as young as 8.
Alone. 90%, if not more, of the homicides in Mexico are never solved.
90%.
90% or more.
Do they even try to solve them?
I was a state agent, and among many of my roles that I performed there, a lot of them I had to take custody of certain pieces of evidence or things that could be utilized for an investigation later on. And it was almost a running joke that a lot of the stuff that we secured or collected. I remember this one time we collected a lot of casings. They put them all in a bag, and the guy just laughs at it and grabs the bag casing and just throws it in this room, right, full of other casings. And you have to think about it this way. Like in one of the offices that I used to work with, the forensic service was probably 20 people. And at the height of the war in Tijuana, there was like sometimes 12 bodies coming in a night. So I get it. It is an attempt to solve a criminal aspect when it's really a war fighting, like insurgency.
Yes.
So it's just a very absurd government effort to try and solve issues in Mexico that are of a criminal base when you have a group like Zetas who are special forces trained individuals who then showed other people how they did their thing. And now you have a country that has whole sections of it being policed by cartel forces.
Yeah.
Or has whole elements of its political class be basically paid for by some of these cartel organizations. And people might consider that exaggerated or like, hey, no, this is propaganda. There's a reason why so many political candidates got assassinated and have been assassinated in Mexico in the past few decades. It's because people thinking it's going to be a cakewalk or fooling themselves. They should actually look and speak to some of the people that are actually involved in military planning. And plans to invade Mexico are already on the books out there. You can research. There's some people online there's a YouTube video of some general somewhere talking about what.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Other than what they do now?
I mean, speaking to my friend Gafe in Jalisco,
Mhm.
he was trained to be like this elite warfighter. Like Gafe is a scary dude. Like
Mhm.
I know shit, but I'm scared of him. You know, he knows how to take down a fucking small government, probably. And then he was let go.
Mm.
Like he's one of many out there like that. I think a friend of mine shared this quote from True Detective. You know, be careful what you get good at.
Oh yeah. It's a
And
good quote.
and Mexico has a lot of people like myself that got good at just a specific thing. And they're out there. What are they going to do if this all, you know? I think I said there was going to be some sort of incident in Mexico that's going to make the U.S. act directly on the ground at some point. I said that 5 years ago, and here we are with open warnings for the Border Patrol that certain cartel elements are planning on using drones to drop bomblets on them.
What's going on there?
I don't know. That doesn't seem like something that would happen. That cartels are going to say,
That would be an act
announce
of
it.
war now, right?
I think that would be an excuse for the United States to do what it wants to do anyway.
Which is?
Have control over the future of Mexico as a country and its potential.
Through a potential invasion type scenario?
Yeah.
You think that's a possibility?
We are in a country that had 2 buildings knocked down by a bunch of Saudis and some Egyptian people.
Mhm.
And then we proceeded to attack Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah.
If your child has used Roblox, you might be owed significant compensation.
So yeah, I think it's in the realm of reason that something could happen on that border, real or staged, that could cause the United States to put boots on the ground in Mexico. I think more realistically, what's going to happen? Hopefully, none of that happens, because that's going to be fucking horrible for both sides. People thinking it's going to be a cakewalk are fucking fooling themselves. They should actually look and speak to some of the people that are actually involved in military planning. And plans to invade Mexico are already on the books out there. You can research. There's some people online there's a YouTube video of some general somewhere talking about how invading Mexico would be kind of difficult. And the main thing I think is the economic effects are going to be felt right in your front door. So this is not going to be like, there's a war in Afghanistan and all we hear about it is on the news. Now we're going to feel it economically. Products are going to be products are not going to be on those aisles. People are not going to show up to work. Maybe people are going to have to go back. I don't know. It's not going to be we're going to feel it if it happens, like directly. That could happen. Or
what would the cartels do in that scenario? Would they team? I mean, they already are teamed up with the government, but would there be some official insurgency teamed up with the government?
I had this conversation when, again, Gafe, who is
badass.
He's a ninja. His response was this: if the U.S. decides to attack in a very overt Afghanistan, Iraq type way, shock and awe type way.
Hey guys, if you haven't already subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. It's a huge, huge help. Thank you.
A criminal institution or a cartel that has some sort of governments in the local area that it operates in, it's going to turn them into martyrs. And it's going to turn them into freedom fighters instead of cartel members. And in that case, we're currently living in in Mexico has an antagonist government against the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So if the U.S. attacks one of these cartel groups and affects a local populace in a direct way, or there's a lot of collateral damage, it's going to be hard for them not to decide with whoever was attacked.
Oh yeah.
And the sentiment that he expressed to me is that if the U.S. makes the mistake of doing something like that,
The Trump administration has authorized covert CIA operations in Venezuela, aside from the strikes already happening. And DHS is warning that Mexican cartels have put bounties up, upwards of $25,000 to $50,000, on targeting federal law enforcement agents.
The opinions of the guests and host are their own and do not represent the opinions of Ironclad, the Border Patrol, or the Department of Homeland Security.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to this episode of Borderland Dispatches, an Ironclad original with yours truly, Katarina Schultz. I put up a poll on my Instagram asking you guys what you wanted to hear about, because these are sort of two major news events that we've had happen this week, and we're only halfway through the week. And it was literally 50-50. I lifted up for 6 hours. So clearly both of these issues here, whether we're talking about the CIA in Venezuela or the fact that this administration is saying that Mexican cartels are urging people, paying people to gather intel and even take out federal agents is absolutely insane. And there seems to be a lot of interest. Here's the thing. This is looking like a Latin America shadow war. Okay, this takes us back to history, to the times before I was even born. And don't give me shit for that, because you guys know that I lock in with the information. I can't be 100 years old, unfortunately. I'm sure I'd have a lot to say. Don't shut up already. But get this, according to the New York Times, the Trump administration quietly authorized covert CIA operations in Venezuela, which basically targets narco traffickers, paramilitary networks aligned with President Nicolas Maduro. The reason why I put covert and quietly in air quotes is because this is public information now. I mean, how covert could this possibly be? And that's why, before I get, I guess, into the analysis, I would just like to say right off the bat, I almost feel like this is very much a message to the public of FAFO, fuck around and find out. They kind of want to say, hey, listen, CIA is going in there. We're already striking these boats, whether they are or are not narco vessels. And so quit it while you go ahead. End it. That's what this is sort of kind of signaling to me here. President Trump even himself publicly confirmed the authorization, and he cited drug flows from Venezuela into the US and said that Venezuelan prisons are being emptied in the US. One thing about this is, honestly, and you guys know this, when I'm talking about policy from the administration, I will tell you if I think it's good, bad, I like it, I don't. Whether you think my opinion matters or doesn't is up to you. But I think that, unfortunately, Americans were seeing this super extreme uprising in crime and criminal syndicates that came from Venezuela. And so there has already been, at this point, this standing narrative that criminals from Venezuela were hitting US soil. And so the rationale behind this, in terms of Venezuela targeting, or criminals and military regimes targeting Americans or having some sort of impact on American ground, it stands, to be completely frank. But, and everyone keeps asking me about this, and I've done so many news shows in the past couple of weeks, about the strikes on the boats in the Southern Caribbean and coast of Venezuela. And to be completely honest, yeah, I'll say it again. I said it in my Q&A with Vince Vargas. A lot of you disagreed with me. It is really hard for me to say 100% these are narco vessels. We just don't have enough information. And when we're looking at narco marine vessels, typically, you don't really see 6 to 11 people on each individual boat, okay? These marine trafficking operations are typically kept really tight. The team is small, and so it does beg the question to me. I mean, I previously said, like, what if they're fishermen? But realistically, what if you have human trafficking victims and there is collateral? I know a lot of you who watch me probably won't give a shit, but you know that I do give a shit about that. There's around 27 people who have been killed in these strikes so far. Um, these strikes started in September of this year, and now the admin is essentially expanding what they're calling to be these anti-narcotic operations in Venezuela through the CIA. And here's the thing. The CIA has long had a presence in terms of combating narco trafficking all across Latin America. Very obviously in Mexico. I mean, President Claudia Sheinbaum will say, hey, no, 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 no DEA, but the CIA is there and the FBI is there. So this is something that we have seen before. In terms of these operations being covert, I question that because we all know about it now. How covert could this really be? So I really do wonder and believe that there's some sort of underlying messaging there. In the earlier strikes, which started on September 2nd, guys, I try to stay locked in with these dates, but holy shit, it's like breaking news after breaking news these days. Trump claimed that 11 people on a singular Venezuelan linked speedboat were members of Tren de Aragua, which the US declared as a foreign terrorist organization. So if that's the case, honestly, I would love to see the names of these individuals. And the reason I bring that up, and I know a lot of people have been kind of refuting my point in terms of give me the names, and their rebuttal comes from the fact that, well, it can't interrupt like any of the intelligence gathering and like future operations. Sure. But we have seen this administration be very transparent with who they're targeting, who they've gotten, who they've, I guess, killed. I mean, no, but who they've charged since the FTO designation, whether it's high up on the food chain or even lower down. Like, someone is charged with trafficking arms for CG&G and they're an American citizen, we literally get that name stat, or if they're a Mexican national, whatever it may be. And this is just like pretty much a regular schmegular person doing illegal activities for a cartel designated as an FTO. And we're getting those names. So I'm just not understanding why we aren't getting the names of the people who are being killed. You know, if the admin is so sure that these are narco boats that are trafficking kilos of coke or meth, whatever it may be, we want to know who these people are. Who are these traffickers? Who were they working for? Okay, sure, they were with Tren de Aragua. Who were they supplying these bricks to? They were allegedly going to Mexico. Okay, was this going to Sinaloa? Was this going to New Generation Cartel? Was this going to the Gulf Cartel? Where is the link? That's, I need some more substance here. And so it also is very hard for me to give you guys this fully fleshed out analysis of what's going on when we're just not privy to all of the information regarding these operations. Punto final. Now, this is another question that I've had. what is the evidence that, the intel that's being gathered? And I know that we will likely never see this information come to the light of day, but what is the evidence that is connecting these boats and these people to trafficking or terror groups? How do we know for a fact that there are tons of drugs on this boat and that every individual that is dying in this strike is connected to that trafficking operation? Honestly, I will keep saying it because especially after I've started covering human trafficking, unfortunately, more in depth lately, it does concern me that some of the people on this boat are there again on these boats are there against their will. They're part of human trafficking operations. There may be a few kilos on the boat that are heading to Mexico, along with maybe 3 18-year-old women that are headed to Mexico. I don't know. At this point, I always say reality is scarier than fiction. Um, and what's going on in Venezuela, I mean, we've seen a lot of human trafficking and a lot of sex trafficking coming out of Venezuela, especially in recent years, and a lot of these individuals ending up in Mexico. It kind of aligns where these boats were allegedly heading. Why have we not seen any formal confirmation in terms of photographs, the affiliations? None of that has been publicly shared. The names, like I said, this is very contrary to prior US narco operations where we get the identity right away, like I said, but also we're getting the pictures of the kilos floating in the water. That is literally textbook um political and policing flexing. Okay? There's no better way to put it. I just wrote about this on my Substack, how Canadian law enforcement loves to do this and be like, look at our 157 kilos of cocaine, kiss me type of shit. Um, and so I just would expect that from this administration, is seeing this is what we stopped from coming into the United States. And we're just not getting that. Why? You know? In the past, US or DEA operations, these dead traffickers are named very quickly. Uh, Cartel banners or claims appear. People from the organized crime group that these dead individuals are linked to typically will say something, or there may be some type of retaliation, whether that be on a high level or a low level or something on social media. And the network affiliation is confirmed pretty quick. I mean, we even just saw the Gulf Cartel do one of their press conferences. They have the video denying that they were part of a certain attack. We see this time and time again. And I just would expect some sort of response from anyone. Maybe I'm just blind to it. Maybe I'm not seeing it. That's not true because I literally see everything, almost everything. And we're not seeing any response. So who are these people? We haven't heard
You want my last name? You got my last name. I'm not hiding anything. And when you put on a uniform in Mexico, they can just take issue with you and decide that we're just going to go get that guy and that's it. So that's the deal that we make.
This is Dave Frank, and he made it his life mission to take on the cartels who sold him drugs as a kid. That mission took him to Mexico, where he became a bodyguard for a high-ranking Mexican general.
So in order to get the job, you had to fight 3 of his guys.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Tapping one out with the chokehold real quick while I'm getting kicked by the other 2, and then putting another one in an arm bar and going to snap it. He quit, and then I got up and fought the other one and won.
And that win earned him a uniform and a front row seat to the best and the worst that humanity has to offer. And he's actually lived to tell the tale. I mean, everything you need to know, from what it's actually like to battle the cartels, the operations that they went on. If you are interested in how the cartel actually works and what it actually looks like to be on the front lines battling with Mexico's most dangerous men, this episode is for you. So without further ado, sit back, relax, and welcome to camp.
My name is Richard, and I take care of my mom. It's my mom. It's only one mom you have in this world.
They had sent a bunch of work south to Mexico. We were working on what was called a low-cost company, which was basically supplanting American workers with foreign workers to pay less than wages. And I don't want to name the company that I was working for to avoid any type of legal problems, but it was a $60 million factory, and the first team went down there and they failed. And I had told them originally that I'm not going to sell my guys' jobs out. And when the first team went down there and failed, I'd shot myself in the foot at that company because they don't like to be told no.
Yeah, of course.
And so I knew I wasn't going anywhere, and I didn't want to hang out at that company. So when they came back to me, they told me that they would pay me a $5,000 a month bonus to go down there and get that factory online, because it was a major deal. It was a supplier to Boeing and Airbus. And basically the challenge was coming up with a way that you could get Spanish-speaking workers to produce parts with English work instructions and French work instructions, whether it's Boeing or airline. And I have a lot of expertise in that area, drafting technical documents and whatever. So I went down there and I started training people at a factory in Zacatecas, Mexico.
Oh, wow. So you go from managing this plant.
Right.
But even managing a plant, I know a lot of people that work in, like corporate management. That's a far cry from defending a Mexican general. So when does the Mexican general come into play, and why do you start doing that?
Well, long story short, I was in Russia and I was living there for a little while, and I don't really want to know if we should get off on that tangent, but I have a daughter, and she was born at the Soda Hospital in Sterlitamak, Russia. Her name is Yekaterina. Her middle name is Davidovna. She's 100% my daughter. She's beautiful and I love her. But my ex-wife came back, and I was practicing jiu-jitsu and judo at Gokor Chivichian's Team Hayastan in North Hollywood. I had wanted to become a professional UFC fighter earlier, so I was training all the time. And when my ex-wife got back to the States, I had agreed to let them go take my daughter to Russia for a visit. She came back to the United States without my daughter.
Whoa.
Yeah. And to this day, my daughter, all these many years later, and we're talking 18 years later, my daughter still lives in Russia. My ex still lives in the States, has the entire time. So when she came back without my daughter, I offered her $10,000 cash to give my daughter back, and she didn't want to do it. So I agreed to take the job in Mexico managing the factory. And it was just weird the way everything coalesced. I had also previously written the PGR, which is the Procuraduría General de la República.
And what is that?
That is the Attorney General. It's the American equivalent would be the Department of Justice, the FBI, Homeland Security, this type of thing. And they hadn't written me back. I had wanted to go down there because I knew that I wasn't going to hang out at that factory for a long time after I told them no.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 months later, they had written me back, and my ex had already come back without my daughter. And I'm like sitting there hanging out, trying to get my daughter back. And my ex is thinking she's just going to ring me for money. And ultimately she did. And I don't want to really turn this into that. But I agreed to go to Mexico because the PGR had written me that back, and they told me, Señor Frank, en este momento no puedes trabajar para nosotros. That's literally word for word what they said in that email, and it meant at this moment you can't work for us. The answer is no. And I thought that's fantastic news because they didn't say no. They said, not right now. And so I thought if I go down there and work for this factory, I can go down there and do what I want. I'm not liking being married. It was a very frigid marriage. And I wish my ex all the success in the world. She came from a very hard life. I have no animosity towards her. My daughter, if she sees this, and someday she might, I love her dearly. I always have. Katya Yatibulu. But I agreed to go to Mexico and hang out and do the management position there, and they were paying me handsomely for it. And it was,
which area of Mexico was this?
This is in Zacatecas, Mexico.
Zacatecas.
It's central northern Mexico. If you say northern, Mexico is a very long country. It's longer than people know. It's about 1,200 miles long, I think. And Zacatecas, because of the funky angle border with Texas, when you say it's like 700 miles south of the border, people really don't get where it's at, because a lot of times people will describe Zacatecas as northern Mexico. It is northern Mexico, but it's just above the center. So if you threw a dart at the dartboard, it'd be just outside of the bullseye ring. So that's where Zacatecas is. And it's in a very hotly contested zone. So I wound up in Mexico managing this factory. And every day at 7 o'clock, they would pick us up at the hotel and they would drive us out to the airport, which is where our factory was. And I would work there. And every night at 5 o'clock, I'd get off. And as soon as I'm off, I'm knocking on the PGR, the Attorney General's door, which is right down the street from the airport. And they're like wondering, what's this guy doing? I'm like, you sent me an email. You said I could work here. I want to work here. One of the things I'd asked him for was just enough money to pay for some razors, an apartment, and enough to eat. So I wasn't looking to make a lot of money. I was looking to confront people that were giving drugs to kids, which is something that happened to me when I was a child. So I decided to go down there and do something about it.
So you're seeing crime while you're doing this management job. You're kind of seeing what's going on.
It was wild because when you first go to Mexico, if you go there as a tourist, and I did too. I mean, I've gone to Mexico on and off since I was 16 years old, but on the Baja California Peninsula. And Mexico's probably got like 5 distinct regions in it. It's got the Peninsula region, which is separate from the rest of Mexico. It's got the border region, which has a huge influx of American and Mexican influence, and different tipo de cambio or exchange rate than the rest of the country does, given its proximity to the border. You've got the southern Yucatan Peninsula, which is also tourism and whatnot. You have the Sinaloa Golden Triangle region, which we'll get into, which is where the Chinese started growing opium going way back, and why the cartels are located along the border. And it's not because of the proximity to the United States. It's because the Chinese that went there to work were growing opium for their own personal use. And then after and that was right at the turn of the 1800s and 1900s, early 1900s, the local Mexicans started seeing that the Americans were coming over to buy this stuff for cheap. And so they started taking over the market. And when Vietnam happened, the opium and heroin use just exploded.
Oh, wow.
And also there's more to it. The Nazis get in there too, because the Nazis wanted Mexico's help to infiltrate the United States.
Right.
Yeah. So they're developing these drug routes and these tunnels and stuff like that to go in the United States. And so there's just so much stuff that when we say, hey, we're going to go down and start a drug war with Mexico, you really got to dig into it to understand the history and how things evolved and what's going on.
Yeah, there's a famous telegram that came in like the 1940s from the Third Reich into Mexico, basically saying like, hey, do you want to start an offensive into the United States? And they were really working on it. It never came to fruition.
Yeah, but no, they've definitely wanted to go in there and start like developing tunnels and whatnot to bring agents and whatnot into Mexico. They didn't want anything to do with drugs, but ultimately that wound up being taken over by the cartel, and they ran with the idea, obviously, to where you get I think the last one that was big was a tunnel going right into a Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a tunnel that went into Kentucky Fried Chicken. There's a Texas sheriff or an Arizona sheriff, one of them, that found a tunnel, a drug tunnel, delivering drugs and humans into a KFC on the American side of the border.
That is wild.
Yeah, you can check it. You can check it out.
That is crazy. So you're knocking on the attorney general's door.
Yeah, and they're thinking
eventually
I'm crazy.
And they think you're crazy, but
Right.
eventually they give you a job.
No, I go knocking on all these other doors. And so I knock on this general's door and I'm in my suit. And as I told you, I was training judo and jujitsu, which I continue to do this day. There's a pair of Kali Eskrima sticks right there. I love martial arts. Everyone, if you're watching this, get your children involved in martial arts. Do something positive. But I go in there and this general, and I'm in a suit and tie, and this general wants a demonstration of fighting 3 of his guys, man. And I didn't have to do it right then, but the preceding day or the upcoming days, I had to fight 3 of his guys and win.
And you just told him like, hey, I'm trained in judo.
Yeah, I
like,
will totally do this. I'm trained.
Yeah, and you just offered me like, I'll be protection for you. I'll be private security.
Right. Well, no, I went to him. I told him I wanted the job because what had happened is I knew that I was on the way out with that company.
Right.
And I finished my contract down there. I got everything up and running. And the company's like, okay, you need to come back to the United States now. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I'm going to stay here in Mexico.
Right. Your family gets a little bit upended. Like things are a little shaky.
Yeah.
With where
I'm like,
you're at.
I'm not coming back. And I told them that previously when they sent me down there. I'm like, I'm not coming back to this place. So in March, I'd come back to the United States. I flew back to LA. I turned in my letter of resignation. And they're like, whoa. And I didn't even have the job working for my general yet. I just knew I was going to stay in Mexico and I was going to make it work. And I went back in March. May 1st of 2012, I was in uniform. Actually, not even in uniform. At that point in time, they had me in a white shirt and blue jeans going through basic training in Mexico, dude.
But so in order to get the job, you had to fight 3 of his guys.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Okay, that looks like tapping one out with the chokehold real quick while I'm getting kicked by the other 2 and then putting another one in an arm bar and gonna snap it. He quit, and then I got up and fought the other one and won. And the reason why, and I'm gonna say this, Dog Brothers, and I'm gonna say it because I was a member of the tribe for a long time. There's some stuff between me and the owner of it. Dog Brothers is a great organization.
And what is that?
That is full contact Kali Eskrima where we fight each other with those sticks and then we break each other's bones like that. Like you go at it with weapons and whatnot and you light each other up, and it's full contact martial arts with Filipino martial arts. It's pretty dope.
Wow. So when you take these 3 guys on, is it in like an octagon or is it just out in the
No, it's out on they call it Campo de Tiro. It was out on the shooting range, and they filled it all in with dirt because we used to have a CQB section down there where we would go through and you would learn how to do CQB combat. Ultimately, later on, they filled it in, but it's right exactly adjacent to our shooting range there.
Wow. So you take on these 3 guys.
And I win because I have nothing left, man. I can't lose. And what I was going to say is, like in the Dog Brothers, I've had my butt kicked plenty. I've had my claw cleaned. That bone's broken from it. I've been lit up. I've gotten hit in the head, whatever. I don't have anything to run to, so I have to make this work. And they're like, and I didn't know, when you're at work in Mexico, you don't know. There's a lot of really brave and valiant Mexican police and agents, and they really get sold short because people just view them as all corrupt, and they're not. There are a lot of, oh man, I want to cry, dude.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up their competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using this with the startups that I work with to look up what channels the top competitors are using to market their company, as well as finding the campaigns which are driving the best results. Let's imagine you have
There's a lot of people that
Can't do it. Can't listen to that fucking bullshit guy. You guys fucking bullshit.
The United States is targeting, they're making so much arrests. Think about everything that's happened in the last year. More's happened in the last year than I believe in the last 25 years, or, in terms of the United States prosecution and arrest.
The opinions of the guests and host are their own and do not represent the opinions of Ironclad, the Border Patrol, or the Department of Homeland Security.
Welcome to Borderland Narcosis, an Ironclad original presented by firstform.com. You guys go check out your supplements over there at firstform.com/borderland. You'll love it. Our next guest, someone you guys might recognize, is Jay Flores, one of the twins, the brothers. They're heavily known in the space for their connection to the cartel and smuggling. We want to bring them on board and talk about what's going on with the Sinaloa cartel currently right now and some of the other stuff that's been in the news. Go check it out.
Well, we've seen a lot of shifts, I would say,
This will be good.
in the cartel
the
space,
twins
but
real well.
also the Sinaloa cartel and what's going on with them. Ovidio's extradition that stands out the most. What are your thoughts on that? And it's it kind of a little bit reminiscent of your situation, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, July 25th, just recently, where it was the 1 year anniversary of Miles, basically a criminal extradition, right, to the U.S. I think that was a big gift, but that I believe it ties back into Ovidio. Ovidio was extradited, and I do believe that his extradition will play a big role, just like maybe my cooperation did at one time. Um, I personally, now looking at the case as it's been, unfolding, I don't believe that Ovidio was as important figure when it came to the organization as what the United States was first presenting or what the public might think. I think it was more like you suggest, like, oh, it was a trophy, but at the same time, the government knows what it's doing. When you have someone who's part of the family that involved, who's willing to cooperate, who basically has all the ins and the outs of their organization. I think that's the biggest reward. Even in my case, there's so many targets, big targets, especially with the upper, leadership, which was El Mayo Zambada, Chapo Guzman, and Arturo Beltran Leiva. But to me, the most fruits of that came from that was Vicente Zambada's cooperation, which is Mayo Zambada's son. The fact that he cooperated just changed everything. I think his cooperation led to so many different indictments and arrests, and he ultimately just he testified against Chapo Guzman himself, and that's what basically kind of started, the friction between both families, which is ironic, but yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that the plea deal comes with a lot of information, right? A lot of information, but do you think that also means that there's going to be bigger heads spinning, if you will, or bigger names that might be associated to this? On top of that, my other question would be, with that, is how's the leadership looking right now in the Sinaloa? Like, is it, do we know who's running things right now?
Well, I'll start with that question. In terms of, now it's splintered, right, to the many fractions within our cartel. But in terms of the Chapillo fraction, the leadership continues to be Ivan and Alfredo. At the they continue to be the leader. I think that ever since their father's arrest and Licenciado Damason's arrest, they took over that fraction of the cartel, and they will continue to have that leadership role until they're arrested or killed. And there's just so much information that Ovidio could have. And I think, just me being there, the government, I think it's sometimes underestimated with so much information that they have, that they'll produce a lot of questions, right? And be connecting the dots. And sometimes unknown to the person who's, sitting there answering the questions. But I will say it's kind of, to me, I feel like once you sit in that chair and you decide to cooperate, it's almost going to be no different from from a Mexican cartel kidnapping you and wanting information. It's survival. And he has great attorneys. Jeffrey Lichtman, who represented me as well in my case and represented Chapo, and he has a great team. He's a great attorney. One of the things that you don't want to do is play with the government and in terms of lie and and be limited on the information you have to offer, right? And once you're in that chair, it's everything. There's no buts. There's no, I don't want to talk about my mom. I don't want to talk about my brothers. It's all or nothing. Basically, what they used to tell me, and the prosecutor who was the head of my case used to say, look, it's all or nothing. You don't get to decide, what information you get. But once you're there, it's survival. You don't want to mess up the chance or the, opportunity for you to come home, to get out. And I know, what it was like for him in the beginning to be in solitary confinement and to think that that's going to be the rest of his life, because he's fairly young as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to think. If I have a question about that lawyer. You think that he'd be interested in coming on here and talking, because he seems to represent all the big names.
Well, he has his own podcast. You could look him up.
Okay.
He has his own podcast.
So do me a favor, let him know that we'd love to have him, because I'd love to ask questions that I'm allowed to ask, and he's represented all of you guys, which makes it even more fascinating.
You know what? I did give some thought to that. I believe that, in the beginning he was more of a, mob, he represented John Gotti Jr. Uh, in a case, in a couple big mob guys. And now I believe that you imagine the knowledge he has about the cartel. He represented Chapo and what we could consider the trial of the century in terms of narco trials. Having all the reports, the indictments, information,
So he
the
represented
evidence.
Chapo
He
and the
represented
two
me,
testified
prior
against
to
El
Chapo.
Chapo.
Then he represented Chapo.
Surprised
He
it's not
represented
conflict of
Chapo's wife.
interest.
Why haven't you started a fund yet? Yeah, you. Like, why haven't you gone out and raised
And now he represents, two of Chapo's sons, which is Ovidio and Joaquin, who are gonna be, and I'll state this in your podcast, are gonna be probably the most important informants in terms of drug trafficking in U.S. history, for sure.
Well, let me ask you this. So they're going to be the most important, right? The most important part of this drug trafficking in the United States and testifying or whatever they end up doing. But what is going to happen? It's not going to hurt the Sinaloa cartel, or it's not going to hurt any cartel, is it? Or will that give CJ&G more power? What does this do? Do you believe?
Well, I believe that we got a glimpse of it. It didn't hurt it. I think, opposite. It hurt it more than anything, because the arrest and capture and their decision to cooperate, Ovidio's decision to cooperate, which practically most likely led to Joaquin Jr. cooperating, which led to the kidnapping and turning over one of the biggest drug lords, I think, ever. I think Mayo Zambada was a bigger drug lord than Pablo Escobar, than the Lord of the Skies, than any of the Cali cartels, because he was at the throne for 50 years. Okay.
Yeah.
The fact that the United States government for decades was, after him, and it shows what cooperation and wanting to save your ass could lead to, right? Where they kidnap the biggest drug lord in the world and bring them to the United States. And now, in today's present time, since the last time we spoke, you have dinosaurs. It's like the Jurassic Park of Mexican drug cartel heads, sitting in cages right now, doing anything they could do to try to get out. You have the leaders of SETA cartels, who, to me, I believe that if I had to decide on who deserved the death penalty, they'd be like the first in line. They changed drug trafficking. I'm not only in Mexico, I think across Latin America with their, with their violence and their tactics. They're the ones that basically gave birth to the violence we see today. A lot of times, me being involved, the conversation was always that they were not brought up in the narco world like we were at one time, by generations, and because of that, because they came from a different culture, and then they were military trained, right? They were soldiers, had no mercy, and they took violence to another level, and now you have them in the U.S. courtroom, along with leaders of the Juarez cartel, Rafael Caro Quintero, who happens to be the most iconic drug lord, right? And that's what cooperation does. So to me, it does do something. To me, we've been seeing it for the last year, the demise of the Sinaloa cartel, and I believe that the Trump administration is doing a great job. I know that as of lately, it's kind of winding down a little bit in the media, but I believe that the government that's still at full force going after these drug cartels, and I don't believe that the Chapo faction or the Miles Zambada faction will outlast another year.
Really?
Especially with some of the recent arrests, to the American public, some of these arrests that are happening might not be significant because they don't have a name. But just 2 days ago, you had one of the Cabrera brothers, who happens to be one of the most important fractions for the Miles Zambada organization. His organization, the Cabreras, which are from Durango, which I actually dealt with the head of the Cabrera family. He was actually indicted and he's in prison in the U.S. On my case, he was the first one to be arrested. Now you just had, number 2 arrested in a couple of days ago. So all these arrests are meaning something, and I do believe it's the pressure of the United States that's actually making a difference, and it's going to continue to make a difference. I could imagine that even today, right now, you have politicians, calling the government and saying, "Hey, is there a deal there for me?"
That's a wild thought, but I mean, as they're slowly starting to get broken down, I guess I could see the same. You making that statement makes me feel that, do you believe that the Sinaloa cartel, Chapitos and CJ&G are slowly going to be dismantling a little bit more because of a lot of the higher ups being arrested? And what does that look like? Does that mean other cartels are going to start taking its place? Does the Sinaloa, is it going to be completely dismantled soon? Like, what are your thoughts on those?
I do believe that the government, the United States government and the Mexican government have already started basically, taking brick by brick apart what was once considered the most powerful cartel in the world, in Sinaloa. It's been happening, for the last 20 years. It took some time. I think that they have to be a little bit more aggressive right now while it's, while it's hurting, while it's being not let them to get reorganized. But at the same time, you're going to have people who were in those fractions are going to basically just split and want to be a little bit more low key. And that word cartel for Sinaloa is going to be like, like something they're not going to want to speak about or even say. They would rather just be, organizations that have nothing to do with a larger scale cartel, which is going to just, basically I see it splinter into so many more, I'm talking maybe even dozens of drug trafficking organizations that are going to try to do different, try to stay away from violence, try to, be more under the radar. It's going to happen, I believe it's also going to happen with CJNG. It's just going to take a little bit more time, because the focus has
Interesting.
been on Sinaloa, for so many, you know, for so many years. But I think that if the government continues to put this type of pressure on CJNG, I don't see it lasting, 2 years. I believe that if the Trump administration continues, that by the time the president's term is over with, the landscape in Mexico and drug cartels will look very, very different. Yeah.
That's crazy to think. Well, to hear that from you is interesting because I mean, we do believe you're one of the most well educated and experienced and legit individuals who have worked in the highest regard of the cartels. And so it's interesting to think that the violence that the cartel has taken, right? The route they take with being very violent and being almost terrorist ways of simulating some of the ISIS maneuvers and killing people and whatnot. You believe that there's going to be a pivot where the violence almost stops and it becomes purely business focused?
Yeah, absolutely. What I see is, me being involved. I was involved in these type of splinters. Okay, a lot of it's personal emotion, personal anger, and for a fraction like the Chapillos say in Sinaloa, and a fraction like the Mayitos, right? Which the head is El Mayo Flaco, who I've known personally. It, the hatred of betrayal, and they have nothing to lose anymore. They've seen the rest of their families. They know what's coming to them firsthand. I believe that it's like, you know there's no rules anymore. It's I'm gonna outdo you, and that's what you're seeing, because they more than anyone understand the position they're in of their demise. I believe so it's basically survival of the fittest, right? We can't let you know that cartel outdo us, and you're seeing it, and we're seeing it live because of social media, because of the media's interest in it. But in terms of drug trafficking, the people that just wanna that have nothing to do with that, that are seeing two families, right, going at war. That's, the people who are in the business that look at this as it's really bad for business. Okay, you have the United States government, putting a big old target on these organizations. They don't want to be a part of that. They don't want to end up in American prisons, and they're going to try to move away from that. And there's nothing more than that could make peace among other people than money, to see, look what's going on there. We don't want that. Like, this is where other organizations kind of will try to work something out with a peace, or basically, you know, be involved in drug trafficking without having a militia, an army, because in truth, they don't need it.
Hey guys, I want to give a shout out to a company I've trusted for over 11 years, First Form. They make high quality supplements, protein powders, vitamins, performance products, everything you need to support your health, fitness, and recovery. Look, my weight goes up and down like a lot of us, but when I'm dialed in and focused on my health, these are the products I trust. Their Formula One protein powder is my go-to after every workout. $5, shipped for free, and if you don't love it, they'll actually give you 110% of your money back. Of the cartel will change. Is there right now a fear of losing money? Is there a fear, or are they slowing down trafficking? Because we don't hear a lot of stuff about drugs at the moment, about the numbers of drugs that are coming through into America. That conversation seems to have pivoted completely. So I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you think they're still getting the same amount? Money's not an issue, or is money dries up, they go and pivot to something different?
Yeah, man. So I think we spoke about this the last time, and that's been my push. That's been my argument for so long, that we're targeting, or they're targeting big drug cartels, and they're targeting the violence, right, and the militia groups and the sicarios, which we have no. That's a different tier of the organization. That's not the business. That's not the drug trafficking organization. You continue seeing some seizures, but some of the numbers that are out there will tell you that there's still a lot of drugs, in the market right now. especially crystal meth, cocaine, fentanyl.
Really?
It to me, it just say that the market the market will dictate to me what's going on. If there's a shortage, if there's pressure, but guess what? There's not, and that explains a lot that some of these fractions that are fighting, these are wealthy, large cartel organizations that everyone hears about, but no one hears about the lower level people that continue to make, some of these people that they dealt with in their organization, smaller fractions, had more money than the drug lords. And sometimes, a lot of the infighting is because what organization is going to support, this organization. It's like basically, the presidency, right? When you have you know, a multi-billionaire supporting someone like Trump, that yes, there's someone could be, have more money, right? Elon Musk, that could render support, and they fight for that support because that means money. But these are organizations that you don't hear about. And I think that the administration is doing a great job targeting these violent cartels, right, in Mexico and with intel with the Mexican government. I do believe putting more pressure on the Mexican government. I love what I'm seeing. Right now sometimes the talk in Mexico is like shifting blame on musicians and and that sort of thing. Is like, no, it's your government that gives these drug cartels power. And I'm happy that the U.S. is kind of like saying it out loud now, right? That we're going to come for you, and this is what it's been. But in terms of drug trafficking, um, I I think that we have to focus more on what's going on in the United States, and the drugs are very available in every street corner probably in America right now.
Yeah.
And to me, it's okay. Think it should be simultaneously. It shouldn't just be, targeting big cartel leaders. It should be also having a plan in the United States, because a lot of these organizations are American. The Canadian organizations, I seen these reports where, you know, this idea of, Mexican drug cartels shifting their business to Canada. Um, those type of reports to me, I'd be like, they could have some truth, but we have to get away from linking everyone to a drug cartel. It's why not? Why can't it be a Canadian criminal organization bringing Mexicans in there to do their work for them? That's very different, because if you're looking to Mexico to make arrests in Canada or make arrests in the United States, that's kind of going the opposite, right? Because right now the tension is Mexican drug cartel. But there's so many different, American and Canadian organized crime that sell drugs, and when Mexican drug cartels ain't bringing it in, they'll go get it themselves.
Man, it's interesting. It's interesting when you say that. Does that? So I've had several people tell me that the Sinaloa cartel does have factions in Canada. I don't know if that's true or not. Canadian drugs are going crazy right now. That's becoming a big conversation. Some of the corruption that's happening in Canada, some of the leadership, and all these different things kind of created the perfect storm out there for kind of the drug trade. Do you believe that Sinaloa has been losing its power to the point where others are now taking over kind of the drug trade even more so? That Sinaloa is just a name that everyone recognizes, and we kind of put that title towards it. And reality is that there's just other organizations that are doing more at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know about losing its power. I believe that that's what Sinaloa cartel always has been. Leadership with a bunch of independent drug traffickers, or fractions, um, working together as they start to, have these internal conflicts, they split. But those organizations, that main priority is to distribute or to traffic drugs, or, there's different, um, you know, organizations that do different things in the cartel. Somebody could be, organization could dedicate, bringing drugs from Colombia into Mexico first, or Panama into Mexico, or certain different areas in South America into Mexico, and that's all they do. And then you have another organization that all they do is traffic from Mexico to the United States or Mexico to Canada. And this is what made the Sinaloa cartel strong. And when these cartels start to splinter, a lot of these organizations just decide to say, hey, you know what, I just go on my own. And they're the ones that are, involved in the massive, distribution of drugs, because they stay with, their focus is the money. They don't have a last name, and an ego. They know their positions, but, you know, even like with me, my organization would focus on importing and distributing drugs, across the United States and Canada. And that was, what that was my job. And you might have a head of a sicarios that's their job, right? Is being, militia groups. And as long as they're fighting, they're going to try to separate those things to kind of keep the money flowing, because, wars take money. But you have all these organizations that basically will pitch in because they don't want to be, the target of these ego, cartel bosses. All these people that say, "Oh, if you're not with me, you're against me," and focus on them as a traitor, as an enemy. So they'll continue to support them.
Let me let me ask you this. Ovidio being the fact that he is doing a plea deal, you did your plea deal. Is there anything during your plea deal that you thought maybe I shouldn't, if thinking about it now, right? Would you be like, I should have held back on something?
No, there's in terms of my plea deal, I believe I should have emphasized a lot more in terms when it had to do with my family and stuff like that. Something, stuff that was overlooked. But I will recall going back to those moments, and you're negotiating your plea, and again, it's survival. Your main priority is to have a date, the soonest date as possible. And naturally you start to you feel like you have to earn it. So it's like, and it's like every time you meet, it's like you're trying to earn your freedom. And they'll tell you all the time it's going to be up to the judge and whatever you give. And I think that's in their mind. I seen recently, of course, that I think the whole world seen that Ovidio's family was, they took video of them coming into the country. And I understand more than anyone, when you decide to cooperate, it's everything and everyone. So I wouldn't even be surprised if all those family members have sat down and proffered in some way as well.
Yeah, interesting.
Especially, I understand his mom was a target also in the blacklist. But there's also going to be moments where maybe some information that the U.S. could have had wrong are going to be able to, be fixed, right? Where no, this is what it was, and something that could be helpful to his family, like maybe that his mom wasn't involved in money laundering, or his mom wasn't involved in drug trafficking. Those things also might get situated and fixed. But um, I see this thing, to me, and I do believe that witness protection and all that is important. But I also believe it's like a lot of their witness protection, for people like him, are not always because he has rivals in in the United States or in the countries, because they had rivals, period, right? In general, they're killing each other in Mexico. They're killing family members. They create a lot of enemies.
So it's in their best interest to give all the information they can to get hopefully the most leniency, but also using that as leverage to get the family safe and everything else safe for it sounds like everyone wants to come serve. So I've heard that everyone wants to go back to Mexico, but serving in America keeps you safer, doesn't it?
Well, it depends. Yes, I will believe safer, but it's also suffering.
It's
So
right.
it's like it's
Safer, but
safer
it's more
suffering.
strict, right?
Yeah,
And
more
then in
strict.
Mexico,
In
yeah,
Mexico, you're
Mexico, you
gonna
have more
get a
freedom.
yeah, you're basically just you're gonna have all the luxuries you had except for your freedom. Basically, they're able to have relationships with their families and have you see the stuff that happens in these Mexican prisons. I think they have more guns in the prison than they have sometimes and in the outside cell phones and all these luxuries, right? They have parties and they have musicians go sing for them, and they have orgies and prostitutes. So it's like, yeah, they want to stay in Mexico, and when you start looking at the odds, like, I would rather do my time in Mexico than in the US. But I do believe that Ovidio saw Miles Zambada's kids have a second life. Joaquin saw that Miles Zambada's kid, have a second life. These are, Miles Zambada's three of his kids were indicted, arrested, prosecuted, served their sentence, and then given, two of them were given visas. One was American citizen. They're free in America, walking around the United States free. So that's kind of like something to think about when you have the brothers of, you know, one of the largest drug traffickers, cartels uh, running Mexico, and then the other brothers, walking free in the United States. That only happens with cooperating, and that's a nice incentive. That not only would you get a chance of freedom one day, but you'll be able to stay in the United States and live your life. And for Chapo's sons and my sons, like, I don't know if they ever had that opportunity to just live a normal life.
You don't want to back away from that. I fight on always.
Scene 101A, take 3. If you're prepared for the worst case scenarios, those worst case scenarios are going to be manageable.
I got out because we weren't at war. We're at war. I'm going back.
I want to.
Do you think that the Sinaloa cartel, the next 12 months, you mentioned something to the fact that the landscape has changed and it's changing. Do you believe that there is a possibility in the next 12 to 18 months or so, maybe a little more, that the Sinaloa cartel is no longer a cartel, but something of the past, a history, and doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, I think that the name will be there, from these type of organizations. But I think they will no longer exist. Um, I it's gonna, we call it today, like, those who are involved. It's like we might see the Chapillos or the Mayitos, right? It's two different fractions. But that's gonna, I don't believe it's gonna be around in the next year, especially with all the arrests and them killing each other as well, and the government has arrested or killed a lot of these important individuals in their both groups. So I think that's going to continue to happen, and I think eventually, it's in my perspective, my opinion, that uh, the Charpillos will be arrested, but not killed. Uh, uh, the same goes for Maito fractions.
So who's the most powerful cartel currently at the moment?
Yeah, without a doubt, I believe in powerful in terms of numbers and still, organizes CJ&G probably. And we saw that they recently had an alliance with the Chapillos, which is not surprising because I felt like there was always that association, even when we were around. The CJ&G comes from El Milenio cartel, which was a cartel under the Sinaloa cartel. Um, uh, Ivan and Alfredo, which Chapo's sons, the head of the Chapillos, grew up in Guadalajara, went to school with some of these, they come from the same environment. I believe the alliance is basically, we're fighting the same enemy, and um, I do believe that they will share resources, but do I believe that their alliance is going to make a really significant impact, like in terms of the drug trade? No, I don't. I just it continues on, right? It continues on, and their alliance is more like to fight the common enemy and fight each other, and it's a big. I mean, I think for CJ&G, for them to actually have formed that alliance, I think it puts a bigger target on them now. So I think that it wasn't a good business move in their part.
Why? Does it make it look like they need the Sinaloa or they need the Chapitos?
No, they don't. Yeah, exactly. They don't need Sinaloa. I mean, that's to me. I feel like I know that you hear a lot about that. The state is very important, and the state is very important to the people that are from there. Like when they're trafficking drugs, it's just another place, right? For them, and if they wanted, you know, corruption or government, they approach them, and the government will take anyone's money that's on the table. Um, so I do believe that them understanding that the United States had such a big target on those Chapillos and them making alliances, I think that it was it kind of shows that they really don't care, what's going on, and that is probably gonna be a big mistake that they're gonna learn the hard way for sure, because the United States just looks at them like, okay, you're forming an alliance, and now it gives us even more of a incentive to go after you guys.
Yeah. Well, I think the cartel doesn't even exist if the president of Mexico does the enforcing I believe that she should be doing. Do you believe that she is corrupt?
Well, I believe that cartels wouldn't exist without the presidents, right? And emphasize presidents past, right?
Yeah.
They give them too much leeway, too much power. They made them too strong. They made them, they made them too much money. And I do believe just not putting like, I'm not accusing the president, Ms. Scheinbaum, like not accusing her directly, but I just have this understanding and know that you can't be a Mexican politician, most of those politicians, without having some type of corruption some way, somehow. Mexican cartels have too much money. They're the ones that finance or even get rid of their enemies, or do extortions, and they're smart about how they go about that. And I do believe that once they find something, once one president agrees to do this, it's kind of goes down, it continues to evolve, and they use extortion and as a means of getting what they want.
So
Looking at the president today, I sometimes like, wow, why would she go on there and say this or say that? I don't understand it. And in my back of my mind, I'm like, because she would rather be ridiculed by people like us, or these experts in media, than having to face the consequences of what's really, what she knows they know, or what she's guilty of. Because I'll say it again, I haven't heard like a lot of talk anymore about like the Trump administration, what they're doing in Mexico, but I do believe that they're working on something behind the scenes because it got quiet. Um, but the government, those politicians know that the United States, has ability to form cases on them, and they're not forgiving, which I think what makes the United States of America a great country as it is, right?
Yeah. It's interesting to think that there's probably nobody in the political spectrum in Mexico that isn't tied into some kind of corruption, whether it be financially backed by the cartel because the cartel knows they can use them, or they've already been involved in something and is kind of overholding it over their head. And then just to even think that, the current president, I mean, there's no evidence of this, but just by way of understanding how things roll in Mexico, that she in some way, shape, or form has been involved in some kind of cooperation or even turning the cheek, if you will, on certain things because, the connection to the cartel in some capacity. Like her life could be threatened any moment, and the cartel has proven that. And so the leadership of Mexico is vulnerable, I guess, if you will, to the cartel's strong arming.
Yeah, like again, right? We don't have no evidence. I know that I seen that there's a lawsuit against my attorney, right? My ex-attorney, Jeffrey Lichtman, by the president of Mexico for defamation and defamation of some sort. But um, it's only what everyone thinks and everyone sees. Like the minute you make excuses or you decide to make things harder when it's your country who's suffering the most from these Mexican drug cartels. Like, why? There has to be a reason why. Um, and I do say about Mexican politicians. I do believe that there's a lot of politicians that want the right thing, that want the best for Mexico. But it's just hard to be in a landscape where, you go and you're risking your life. Okay, they risk their life, because if drug cartel doesn't like who they're, that their policies or who they're befriending, you know, their target.
Yeah.
So that tells me a lot. Like, I believe that they love their country, right? But it also says in order for you to survive those environments, you have to be in cahoots with something, some way, somehow. And it's not just this president; it's the past presidents, and some of them, are have more evidence against them than even the current president today, right? But
Yeah.
we put her in a spotlight because it's happening now in present time, and I don't think there's going to be any escaping that. And do I believe that like someone like Ovidio has that type of information, that could lead up to the president of Mexico's any type of corruption? I don't believe so, but I believe that the United States has enough pieces to put together the bigger picture. Not just him, but arrests that are made because of his cooperation, not just in that case, in other cases. And I think that as the United States continues to put pressure on these organizations, I think they'll continue to add pieces to the puzzle. And I think it was this past May, it was the first indictment um, out of San Diego that was charged with the FTO designation. It was the Beltran Leyva organization, and I think it was Pedro and Sousa, which was a person I was affiliated in my time. And just to think that after all these years, they continue to operate, and these are people that most Americans never heard of, or never would have heard of, but I think they were involved with the largest conspiracy of fentanyl trafficking. And I think that those type of cases, those FTOs targeting, every organization are really going to be impactful, especially if they use the same organization to American distributors and Canadian distributors. Um, if they use these immunizations to pressure these organizations, it's going to have a significant impact. And well, I think 2 weeks after that indictment was announced in San Diego, they made an arrest of my son's godfather, who was a part of that organization. And 2 weeks later, they made a significant arrest in Mexico. So it's those things are working, and these are organizations that have been trafficking for 20 plus years, large amounts of drugs of every type, methamphetamines, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, and other drugs. So it's going to take all around, but I do believe, that the administration should be putting more pressure on some of these, lower level politicians, because there's no difference between the politicians and these criminals. They'll cooperate, and it just, will help the United States form their case.
It's how does someone become a politician in Mexico and not get killed? Right. That's the sad part about it, is like, if you go against the system at all, you get killed, And so if someone is a politician, then they've probably agreed to something, or been a part of an agreement that gets them in the position and gets protection.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean when I look at it. Like, when I look at a politician, I'm like, I might see a name, and I'm just like, okay, how or what did you do? Like, how, because it's just that hard, it's that difficult. And here's the thing. Hopefully, this pressure will continue on, right? Not just through this administration, but continue on. I don't think this shouldn't be a party thing, or Republican, Democratic, or what president. This should be a mandatory thing against the drug trade on both sides. Not just for the United States, but for Mexico, because eventually, hopefully, you will take enough power away from these government officials and these cartels that will make it possible for a politician to want the best thing for Mexico, where they won't have to feel, have pressure of corruption or violence against, because of, of them wanting to, make the difference or be politicians, because it's hard. Like, yeah, I look at them like, there's no way that, I don't care if you're an alderman, uh, senator or whatever, a congressman in Mexico, you had some type of ties or something, came across your table.
Yeah, you've either paid or something. How much of your soul have you sold to get that position, essentially?
Tired of having to stream in 720p in StreamYard, or having to pay more to get 1080p quality? We got you. Start using EVMux, which is a web-based live streaming tool that allows you to be able to stream and record in 1080p Full HD completely for free. Go to evmux.com and create your free account today.
No, I do believe the most honorable thing I could imagine could be like, I don't want your money, but I'll do what you say, because it's going to be beneficial. So it puts, it's a catch-22 there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one.
It's hard when I'd be like, for them, some of them are like, I'd rather take the money and I still have to do it, but it's just all is going to be in your integrity or what it is. It's a hard position to be in.
It's an impossible thing to do, because even if they want to do right by the government, say President Sheinbaum wants to do right by the government or by the country, she still has to play some kind of that game. Some part of that game has to be played. And, I imagine in that position, they're making sacrifices that they think are important or that are justifiable. And who knows what those are.
Yeah, because if it's in my belief, my these are just my thoughts, that if she was confident about her and her administration and her colleagues in her party, then she'd be like, you know what? The United States should investigate every politician, including me, and if they have any evidence, they should face justice.
Yeah.
It should be simple. It should be, but the fact that there's so much pushback, since we've last spoke, you seen her go and said that she was gonna, she wanted Maya Zambada to be returned to Mexico, right, to face justice there. It's like, think about that. You have
that alone is crazy.
You have a drug lord that's been the drug lord for 50 years, right? You don't say his name until he gets arrested in the United States, and that's the first statement you give.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that as you have so many big, I was telling you earlier about all these big drug lords. Let's just move away from Chapillos, right? But let's go back to past tense. Some of these big drug lords still had affiliation with, prior administrations. You have Miles Zambada now sitting in prison, who's somewhat, filled with so much information over decades. And, you could imagine how many politicians. And just to give you some insight on that, at the Chapo trial, Vicente Zambada testified that he went to, the Los Pinos, and whatever president's terms, to complain that they were putting pressure on his family. So just think about that. Think about, a drug lord's son, a drug lord sending his son to the, presidential palace to complain about the pressure they're putting on his family. He testified to this. But there's you got Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, which is the Lord, this guy's brother, who was head of this Juarez cartel. At one time was the most powerful drug cartel as well. He's in, prison. And I do believe that all these individuals, especially because they were not extradited under extradition treaty laws, they're all facing the death penalty.
That's crazy.
So I believe they're going to cooperate as well. So that's that's a lot of pressure for the
Great Sean on the beat, by the way.
Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
Don't play with your life, little nigga. We don't make a man shoot at my command. Strap up, we don't fight, little nigga. You get shot tonight, you could die tonight. We moving real dice for niggas. Look, windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till it's spiked for niggas. Windows tinted, you don't see who's in it till I spark. To that blast, don't get caught up forgetting your past. Don't come stroll on this block like we won't do it to you. Don't stroll on this block like you pass. Niggas soft, they don't come around, nigga. Head down when they come around, niggas. Shots off when we come around, nigga. With a bunch of clowns,
Put some
niggas.
respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain. Put some respect on the game. Put some respect on my name. I wanted money, but it came with some fame. Know them killers gon' aim for your brain. No crossing over, better stay in your lane. I'm a product of power and pain.
I'ma need all that power, that money. Don't move funny, cause we get to off and shit. Sick will on the line, he coughing grips. One live from this, don't leave a mess, should've leave a pit. One live from this, should've do him bad. No cooler, we hit your ass. Come to carry text like we in a lab. Like we in a lab. Let's talk about money. Look, talk about money, got checks coming in. Whole lot of bricks on my shot, hit the rim. Money all in the duck like you stepped on my Timbs. Told the Lord I repent for my sins. Never talk what I did. Still I will never talk what I saw. Still I will never talk to the Lord.
Great
DJ Sean on the beat, by the way. Stop playing like you niggas don't know what's up. Look for ops, turn them into blunts. Instagram making niggas tough. I been chillin', but niggas know what's up. Why they moving like they forgot the drills? Hopping out, Cuzzo got the wheel. Catch him clapping, walking down the kill. Do him dirty, leave a nigga ill. If I don't got it, then I rob it still. Coppers on me, know I keep it still. Niggas fake, but these bullets real. Think you sick, I leave a nigga ill. I don't like argue with you niggas. I be trying to barbecue you niggas. On your ass, stalking all you niggas. Bullying and bothering you niggas. Why the fuck these thoughts in my brain? Do a hit, but I got a name. Fuck it, it's a risk I wanna take. On my soul, I do it for the gang. Couple of them, I ain't get the bun. When I catch them, I'ma send them up. Plenty Glocks, I don't need a beam. 30 shots when they use like 2 or 3. I heard these niggas putting on an act. Since a younger nigga, I've been drilling niggas, yeah, they know that's a fact. You was playing GTA, I was taking niggas off the map. If you bitches hanging with them niggas on God, all you bitches clap. I ain't showing no remorse. I ain't taking nothing back. Free SG, free now, wait, can't wait till my niggas back. Free Billy Kid, niggas know what's up, that's my blah, blah, blah. Niggas know the vibes when they see my face, it's a blah, blah, blah. Look, this is not a song, nigga, that's word to my mother. Every day a nigga wake up, trying to put a sick thick feet on the back. Hold your fire until I get the signal.
Real one. How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. I wrote the shit behind the wall. Everybody with it until they charge for the call. Everybody with it until they don't take a loss. Till that lawyer money low and your mama put up a house. Yeah. These diamonds came from struggle, that's just how it came. When I'm in jail, the only time I hear them scream my name. If you down for me, then I should never have to pick your brain. Cause when I'm free, I don't be feeling we locked in the same. If you don't do enough, then they gon' complain. I gave you the world, you want a diamond ring. Real nigga writing for you, but you chose a lane. You must ain't never had a real one. How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. Real one. I opened some doors for some niggas that changed. I gave it to God, I could've splattered their brains. One of the last ones, love.
Rich. I'm one of the last ones left. Stayed solid through the pressure. Seen a lot of niggas change and they had time to address it. Ran up money in their face and I know now they get the message. That shit would make you hate me, but you gon' respect it. Seen niggas jump ships when as the wave rocked off. That's why I stay blocked off. From the day I popped off. Learn to keep my mouth closed like I suffer lockjaw. Any nigga go against us just might get knocked off. In this fabricated world, I don't feel no one. Been through shit that'll make you never wanna deal with no one. Banana clips, but I don't never wanna peel no one. How many times did I tell you I'm a real one?
How many times I gotta prove myself? Every promise that I told I kept. One of the last ones, love. Real one. I opened some doors for some niggas that changed. I gave it to God, I could've splattered their brains. One of the last ones, love. Maybe if I wasn't so hard, you'll still have room in your heart. Maybe if I didn't have these sins, we'll still be something like.
It's just I like to move smart, you feel me? You might see me in one car, but I got a whole nother 2 rentals sitting up somewhere. I wanna go low key. I'm gonna put the big one up. I just go sit in the parking lot somewhere. For the whole time, nigga might be thinking they 5-man runner. I get a whole nother 2 cars, but you know, I really just put a nigga on game. Nigga ain't gonna stop touching none of us bleeding, you hear me? It's gonna be you or me. What it is.
Ooh, that's a hard bitch.
Speaking on my name, better keep that iron with you. They say they down to ride, but ask them if they dying with you. My partner died, your partner died. You just don't post your nigga. I call a player and ain't gon' blitz, I'm trying to coach that nigga. Toast a nigga soul with this Draco, you know it's fucking real. Catch a nigga lacking, hit his stomach, I think I snapped the reel. Walking line on papers, people watching, but I'm thugging still. Your partner died, the price up on his head, you know I paid the bill. Sipping like he got it on the love, fuck the price tag. If I just hit my phone like you a bitch, you better bite back. On Simon say fuck all them bitches niggas, they can't never get they dog back. Go and get a runner, I just zipped them trying to see what all that beef on. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner, trying to make today his last, dog. Hit him with that pole, play it how it go. Take a nigga souls in your bushes, trying to see what all that beef on. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner, trying to make today his last, dog. Hit him with that pole, play it how it go. Take a nigga souls off a tape and still a pop, nigga. Ain't shit change, I'm still a stay, I'm hollering freely pop, nigga. Stood up like a man up in the can and they can vouch, nigga. Shared a cell with plenty ops and all them used to fuck with me. Bitch, you know I'm really G. R.I.P. my nigga G. Niggas hating bad, they doing sad, they want my energy. Pussy running stupid, doing bad, empty the magazine. Draco hit that ass, he get to singing like he pleasure beat. I'm just trying to be at peace, trying to sell my life on beats. I promise I ain't lying, dog, I'm trying to put that iron down. My bank account sitting swole, might spend it all just on bodies. Piss me off and I see red, put that bag up on your motherfucking heels. In your bushes, trying to see what all that beef out. Catch him in the driveway and get the chance to leave out. Swerving in the runner, trying to make today his last, dog. Hit him with that pole, play it how it go. Take a nigga souls in your bushes, trying to.
I'm ready. Come on! You know the chronicles, the shit that if mama knew, the stress, the drama do, the text phenomenal, rapid fire, pecs through the abdominal, you bastard liars, me who's the honorable, bathed and clothed up, shaved and close cut, restraint from temptation, was drained from both nuts, now in the physical form, verbalized through the scriptures, I was biblically born as Aya, Jebemiah, conceived through the blunt fire, on Kawasaki's Kawili up on one tire, well respected, gel connected, got the method for them pretty females, perfected for sure. Very few floors, heavy Chevy 2 doors. Candy painted to give a nigga the blue balls. Pause, this the life I chose. Then did the 360, the ciphers closed. Come on.
The format is real sickening, contagious. Here I come, Jay-Z. There you go.
Still, I don't have to run no game, I've done those things.
Young and gifted, my tongue's prolific. In the beach bungalow is how I brung in Christmas with the streets.
You're all a bunch of fucking assholes. You know why? You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me. You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say, that's the bad guy. So, what'll I make you? Good? You're not good. You just know how to hide. How to lie. Me, I don't have that problem. Me, I always tell the truth. Even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy. Come on. The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again, let me tell you. Come on. Make way for the bad guy.